Howdy, folks. You found your way to Proxima What If. Today's adventure is called What If Harry Discovered He Could Feed on the Souls of Dementors to Gain Infinite Magic Power. Love our content? Smash that like button and subscribe. Don't forget to leave a comment telling us what you think. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, The Hunger. The heat that summer was absurd. The kind that turned Privet Drive into a shimmering mirage of itself, all baked tarmac and wilting gardens and the low electric hum of a dozen air conditioning units straining behind closed windows. Number 4 sat squat and tidy at the center of the street, indistinguishable from its neighbors in every way that mattered, which was exactly how the Dursleys preferred it. Harry sat on the back step with a glass of water he'd filled from the garden hose, because Aunt Petunia had made it abundantly clear that the refrigerator was not for his use between the hours of 6 in the morning and 10 at night. The water was warm and tasted faintly of rubber. He drank it anyway. 16 years old in a week. The thought should have meant something. It didn't. He kept seeing Sirius falling through the veil, that look of surprise frozen on his face, not horror, not pain, just genuine surprise, as if death was an unexpected guest he hadn't prepared for. Harry had replayed that moment so many times it had worn smooth, like a river stone. He could hold it now without cutting himself. Mostly. His wand was in his back pocket. Moody would have had a fit. He didn't care. The sun dropped behind the rooftops around 7:30, and the heat should have broken with it, but it didn't. It thickened. The air went still in a way that felt wrong, not the natural stillness of a summer evening but something heavier, something with weight and intention. Harry's hand went to his wand before his conscious mind caught up with why. The temperature plummeted. It happened so fast he thought he'd imagined it. One moment the air was thick and tropical, and the next his breath was misting in front of his face, the water in his glass frosting over, ice crystals crawling up the sides like pale fingers. The garden went dark, not night dark but void dark, as though someone had thrown a blanket over the sky. Harry was on his feet with his wand drawn before the first one crested the rooftop. It came over the peak of number 6 like black smoke given form, its cloak trailing behind it in tatters that didn't move with any wind. Then another. And another. They poured over the rooftops from every direction, not 2, like last summer, not even 5. Harry counted 8, 10, 12 before they started blending together, a wall of darkness descending on Privet Drive from all sides. "Oh, you have to be joking," he breathed. He thought of Hermione's laugh, not the polite one she used in class but the real one, the one that came out when Ron said something so monumentally stupid it circled back around to brilliant. He thought of the warmth of it, the unexpectedness. Expecto Patronum. Prongs erupted from his wand in a blaze of silver light, antlers lowering, hooves striking sparks off the patio stones. The stag charged the nearest Dementor and drove it back, but there were too many. Far too many. Prongs scattered 3 and 4 more filled the gap, pressing in from the sides, from above, their rattling breath a chorus that filled the garden like the sound of drowning. Harry's scar exploded with pain. He staggered, and his Patronus flickered. The cold hit him like a physical blow, driving into his chest, his lungs, his bones. The happy memory he was holding, Hermione's laugh, shredded apart under the weight of 20 Dementors pressing their hunger against it, and what rushed in to fill the gap was the usual parade of horrors. His mother screaming. Cedric's body. Sirius falling. The graveyard. The snake. The prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives. Prongs guttered and died. The nearest Dementor was on him before he could react. Rotting hands, grey and slick, closed around his face, and he was lifted, actually lifted off his feet, his wand arm pinned, his mouth forced open. He felt it begin. The kiss. A pulling sensation behind his sternum, as though something essential was being drawn out through his chest, his throat, his lips. He was going to die on Uncle Vernon's patio. The thought was strangely clear, strangely calm, and it made him angry. Not frightened. Not resigned. Angry. Because he'd survived Voldemort 4 times. He'd fought a basilisk at 12, outflown a dragon at 14, dueled the darkest wizard alive at 15. He'd been the subject of a prophecy, the target of a conspiracy, the weapon of a war he'd never asked to fight. And he was going to die here, at Privet Drive, because some piece of filth in a cloak wanted to eat his soul like a midnight snack. No. No. Something moved inside him. Not his soul being pulled, something deeper, older, a reaction he couldn't name and didn't choose. His mother's protection, the Horcrux behind his scar, the raw defiance that had defined him since he was 11 years old, all of it fused into a single, blinding impulse. The pulling sensation reversed. Harry didn't decide to do it. It happened the way breathing happens, the way a heart beats, a function so fundamental it preceded thought. The Dementor's kiss became a conduit, but the flow went the wrong way. Instead of his soul pouring out, something poured in, the Dementor's essence, its animating force, its cold and ancient hunger, rushing into Harry like water through a broken dam. The Dementor screamed. Harry had never heard a Dementor make a sound that wasn't breathing. This was a shriek, high, thin, utterly inhuman, and it cut off as the creature's form collapsed in on itself, the cloak crumbling to grey ash, the body beneath dissolving into black smoke that spiraled into Harry's open mouth. He dropped to the ground, landed on his feet, and felt the world change. It was like being nearsighted his entire life and suddenly having perfect vision. The magic in the air, the ambient, background hum of the world's power, became visible, audible, tangible. He could feel the wards around Privet Drive like a second skin, could trace their architecture, could sense the weak points and the anchors. The Dementors around him weren't just dark shapes anymore, they were knots of consumed souls, tangles of stolen life force wrapped in shadow. He could see what they were made of. And he was hungry. The next Dementor lunged at him and Harry caught it with his bare hand. He didn't even think about it. His fingers closed around the creature's wrist and the consumption happened instantly, faster this time, more controlled, a rush of dark essence flooding into him as the Dementor disintegrated from the point of contact outward, unraveling like burnt paper. Power surged through him. Raw, electric, overwhelming. A third Dementor. A fourth. They came at him and he met them without fear, without his wand, without his Patronus. He reached out and he took. Each one that dissolved into him added to the torrent, more power, more sensation, more awareness. By the fifth, he wasn't even touching them. He just pulled, the way you'd pull air into your lungs, and they came apart across the distance, their essence streaming toward him in ribbons of black and silver. The remaining Dementors fled. They actually fled, scattering in every direction, abandoning their assault, pouring back over the rooftops and into the darkened sky like ink dissolving in water. Within seconds, they were gone. The temperature began to climb. Stars reappeared. Somewhere down the street, a car alarm was going off. Harry stood in the middle of the Dursleys' back garden, breathing hard, power crackling along his skin like static electricity. His hands were shaking, not with fear but with the sheer volume of what was running through him. He felt like he'd grabbed a live wire. Every nerve was singing. Every cell was awake. He raised his hand, palm up, and thought lumos. Not the word. The concept. The idea of light. A sphere of brilliant white appeared above his palm, not the dim wand light he was used to but a miniature sun, blazing with intensity, casting sharp shadows across the garden. He could feel the spell's structure in his mind like a three-dimensional blueprint, could see how it was assembled, where it drew power from, how to modify it. He clenched his fist and the light went out. Bloody hell, he said to no one. Inside number 4, he could hear Uncle Vernon shouting about the temperature drop and the car alarms. The TV was blaring. The Dursleys hadn't noticed a thing. They never did. Harry looked down at his hands. They looked the same. He looked the same ratty clothes, same broken glasses, same scar. But he wasn't the same, and he could feel it in his bones, in the new depth of his magical core, in the way the world had become richer and more detailed and faintly, persistently edible. He wanted more. The thought arrived unbidden and he pushed it down, hard, but it left a residue. A taste. Like having a word on the tip of your tongue that you couldn't quite speak. He sat back down on the step, picked up his glass of water, the ice was melting now, condensation running down the sides, and drank. He was still sitting there 20 minutes later when the crack of apparition split the air. Moody appeared first, his magical eye spinning wildly in its socket, wand out, already scanning. Tonks was half a second behind him, stumbling slightly on the garden path because of course she did. Kingsley materialized by the fence with the quiet competence that characterized everything he did. "Potter!" Moody barked. What happened? The monitoring charms went haywire, detected a massive Dementor presence and then, he stopped. His magical eye, which had been whirling in every direction, locked onto Harry and went still. Harry watched the old Auror's face change. It was subtle. Moody wasn't a man given to obvious expressions, but something shifted behind that scarred visage. Something wary. "I'm fine," Harry said. "You don't feel fine," Moody said, and it was such an odd thing to say that Tonks and Kingsley both looked at him. "You feel like a bonfire in a library, boy." "What happened?" Harry told them. The short version: Dementors attacked, at least 12. His Patronus failed. One tried to kiss him. Something happened. They died. Died, Kingsley repeated carefully. Disintegrated. Tonks was staring at the garden. Now that Harry looked, he could see what she was seeing: scorch marks on the lawn where Dementors had dissolved, patches of dead grass in a rough semicircle around where he'd stood. Frost still clung to the fence posts despite the summer heat. "Dementors can't die," Tonks said. "They can be driven off with a Patronus, but they can't be killed. They're not alive in any way we understand." "These ones aren't anything anymore," Harry said. Moody's magical eye was still fixed on him. "Dumbledore needs to hear about this. Now. Get your things, Potter. You're leaving." Harry didn't argue. He went upstairs, threw his belongings into his trunk with a wave of his wand, and then paused, because the packing spell had been flawless. Clothes folded themselves neatly, books stacked, quills organized. He'd never cast it that well before. He'd never cast it without really concentrating before. He looked at his wand. It felt different in his hand. Not wrong, the opposite. Like it had been slightly out of tune his entire life, and now, finally, the instrument and the musician were in harmony. He carried his trunk downstairs, told Uncle Vernon he was leaving, received a grunt of acknowledgement that might have been relief, and walked out the front door of number 4 Privet Drive for what he suspected might be the last time. The journey to Grimmauld Place was a blur of side-along apparition and Moody's constant vigilance. Harry barely felt the squeeze of it, another change. Apparition had always felt like being forced through a rubber tube. Now it was a mild pressure, barely noticeable, like stepping through a curtain. Number 12, Grimmauld Place emerged from between its neighbors like a dark secret being whispered. The door opened to Moody's wand tap and they stepped inside. Mrs. Weasley was in the kitchen, already making tea, because that's what Mrs. Weasley did when the world went sideways. She took one look at Harry and pulled him into a hug that smelled like flour and worry. "Oh, Harry, we heard the alarms go off. Are you all right?" "We were so frightened." "I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley." And he was. He was more than fine. He was vibrating with power that he couldn't fully contain, and he could feel the ancient wards of Grimmauld Place the way you feel a thick coat in winter, heavy, warm, encompassing. The Black family had laid protections on this house for centuries, and he could read every layer of them like pages in a book. That was new. Moody was already at the fireplace, calling Dumbledore. Tonks sat across from Harry at the kitchen table, trying to look casual and failing entirely. "So," she said. "You killed some Dementors." I didn't kill them. I ate them, I think. He said it flatly because there was no way to make it sound normal. I consumed them. Whatever they're made of, I absorbed it. Tonks opened her mouth, closed it, and then her hair, currently a subdued brown, flickered through several colors before settling on a rather alarmed shade of violet. You ate Dementors. Yep. That's new. Moody returned from the fireplace. Dumbledore's on his way. He wants you to stay put and not do anything until he arrives. His words. The magical eye rotated to fix on Harry again. What's it feel like, Potter? Harry considered the question honestly. Like I've been using magic through a straw my entire life, and someone just removed it. Something passed across Moody's face that might have been concern. That much? More. Kingsley, who had been quiet until now, spoke from his position by the door. We should document this. Whatever happened, if there's a way to destroy Dementors, the Order needs to understand it. The Order needs to understand it carefully, Moody corrected. You don't announce a new weapon until you know which direction it fires. He was looking at Harry when he said it. The evening bled into night, and Dumbledore didn't come. A Patronus message arrived, a phoenix, shimmering in silver, informing them that the headmaster was dealing with an urgent matter at the ministry and would arrive by morning. Harry should rest. Harry didn't rest. He lay in Sirius's old bedroom, staring at the ceiling, feeling the magic pulse through him with every heartbeat. It wasn't uncomfortable, it was the opposite, a warm, full-body hum of potential that made him feel more alive than he'd felt in months. Maybe ever. He held up his hand in the dark and focused. A ball of bluebell flame appeared between his fingers, Hermione's specialty, her signature spell. He'd seen her cast it 100 times but never managed it himself with any proficiency. Now it came as easily as breathing. He shaped it, compressed it, let it float to the ceiling where it hung like a tiny star. He extinguished it with a thought and tried something harder. He pointed his wand at the heavy wardrobe across the room and whispered, Wingardium Leviosa. The wardrobe didn't just float. It soared. It shot up and embedded itself in the ceiling with a crash that shook plaster loose in a white rain. Harry winced, waved his wand, and the wardrobe lowered itself gently back to the floor. Too much power. Way too much. He was going to have to recalibrate everything, relearn his own strength, find the fine control that matched this new capacity. He was grinning, he realized. Lying in the dark, covered in plaster dust, grinning like an idiot. Because for the first time since the Department of Mysteries, since Sirius, since the prophecy, since learning that his life was a chess piece on someone else's board, he didn't feel helpless. He felt dangerous. He slept eventually, and his dreams were strange. Not nightmares, not the usual corridor andor or graveyard and screaming variety. Instead he dreamed of cold, vast spaces. Endless dark. And something in the dark that was aware of him, that turned toward him the way a plant turns toward light, with slow and patient hunger. When he opened his eyes at dawn, the curtains were rimmed with frost. Dumbledore arrived at 9 o'clock the following morning, looking older and more tired than Harry had seen him, which was saying something considering the man was somewhere north of 150. They sat in the drawing room, just the two of them, at Dumbledore's insistence. The headmaster studied Harry over his half-moon spectacles with an expression that Harry couldn't read, which was unusual. He could read most people these days. Another new ability, not legilimency exactly, but something close. A sense of emotional currents, of intention and mood, as though other people's inner lives had become faintly visible. Dumbledore, though, was a closed book. Whatever occlumency the old man employed was thorough. Tell me everything, Harry. From the beginning. Harry told him. All of it. The attack, the failed Patronus, the reversed kiss, the consumption of the Dementors, the power, the enhanced magical senses, the wandless casting. He held nothing back, because he needed answers and half-truths wouldn't get them. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, the old man was quiet for a long time. "May I?" Dumbledore raised his wand, and Harry nodded. He felt the diagnostic spell wash over him, a gentle, probing magic that catalogued his condition. Dumbledore's eyes widened fractionally. "Your magical core has expanded to a degree I have not previously encountered," Dumbledore said carefully. "It has, to be precise, approximately quintupled." "Is that bad?" "It is unprecedented." Dumbledore lowered his wand. "Harry, I must be honest with you. I do not fully understand what has happened. Dementors are among the oldest and least understood magical entities in existence. No one has ever destroyed one, let alone, consumed one. The fact that you have done so, that you apparently did so instinctively, suggests something about the nature of your magic, or your soul, that I had not anticipated." "The Horcrux," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "You told me about the Horcruxes at the end of last year. Voldemort's soul fragment in my scar. Dementors feed on souls. Maybe having a damaged soul, a soul with an extra piece that doesn't belong, changed the equation somehow. Made me compatible. That," Dumbledore said slowly, "is remarkably astute. I've been thinking about it all night." Dumbledore's fingers steepled. "There is another possibility. Your mother's protection, the love that lives in your blood, has always functioned as an extraordinary defensive magic. It is possible that when the Dementor attempted to consume your soul, that protection did not merely resist but counterattacked. Turned the predator into prey. Both could be true." "Indeed." Dumbledore studied him. "Harry, I must ask, do you intend to do this again?" Harry met his eyes. "If Dementors attack me or anyone else, yes. Without hesitation. And if they don't attack? If you were to seek them out?" The question hung in the air. Harry heard what Dumbledore was really asking: "Are you going to hunt?" "I don't know yet," Harry said honestly. "But I'm not going to pretend I didn't notice that every Dementor I consumed made me stronger, and that being stronger is probably going to matter given there's a Dark Lord trying to kill me." Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. "Power is seductive, Harry. You know this." "I do. But powerlessness got Sirius killed." The words landed like stones in still water. Dumbledore flinched, actually flinched, and for a moment the mask of the wise mentor slipped and Harry saw the guilt underneath. "I deserved that," Dumbledore said quietly. "Maybe. I didn't say it to hurt you. I said it because it's true." They looked at each other for a long moment, and something shifted between them, a recalibration, a new understanding. Not hostility. Not submission. Something closer to equals acknowledging that the old dynamic no longer fit. "I will research this," Dumbledore said finally. "I have resources at Hogwarts, texts in the restricted section, contacts among historians of the arcane. Whatever this ability is, it has a history, and that history will tell us what we need to know. Thank you, Professor. In the meantime, Harry, be careful. Not merely with the magic, but with the hunger." Dumbledore stood. "You described it as a pulling sensation. A desire for more. That desire, if left unchecked, has a tendency to become defining." Harry nodded. It was good advice. He knew it was good advice. He also knew, in a quiet corner of his mind he wasn't ready to examine, that the hunger was already louder than it had been last night. Hermione and Ron arrived 3 days later. Harry spent those 3 days exploring his new capabilities with the methodical focus of someone who'd nearly died and had no intention of letting it happen again. He practiced in the attic of Grimmauld Place, which was large enough for basic spell work and warded heavily enough that the neighbors wouldn't notice. The results were staggering. His spell work had always been strong, Lupin had said so, Moody had said so, even Snape's criticism was the kind that only made sense if the baseline was high. But this was different. This was qualitative, not quantitative. He wasn't just casting stronger spells, he was casting better ones. Shield charms that were dense and layered instead of flat. Transfiguration that was precise down to the molecular level. Charms that wove together seamlessly, one flowing into the next without the usual pause for refocusing. And then there was the wandless magic. He could do it reliably now. Not just simple spells, complex ones. Summoning charms, banishing hexes, even a passable disillusionment that flowed across his body like cold water. His wand enhanced and focused his magic, but it was no longer a requirement. It was a precision tool rather than a crutch. He was in the attic, levitating 6 objects simultaneously in an intricate orbital pattern, when the front door opened downstairs and a voice he'd know anywhere said, "Harry? Are you here?" He set the objects down gently, well, mostly gently, a chair leg clipped the wall, and went downstairs. Hermione was standing in the hallway, trunk at her feet, crookshanks winding between her ankles. She looked up as he came down the stairs and her expression went through 3 changes in rapid succession, relief, warmth, and then something sharper. Curiosity. Assessment. "Harry," she said, and hugged him. He hugged her back, and felt something he hadn't felt in days, normal. Just a person, holding another person, the power in his veins quieting to a murmur. She pulled back and studied him. "You look different." "Different how?" "I'm not sure." "You look, more. Like someone turned up the contrast." She frowned. "Mrs. Weasley told us what happened, but she didn't have details." Moody was very tight-lipped, which means he's worried. "What happened, Harry?" "Really?" So he told her. And unlike with Dumbledore, where he'd been factual and measured, with Hermione he told her everything, including the hunger, including the dreams, including the way the world looked different now, richer and deeper and slightly edible. Hermione listened the way Hermione always listened, completely, with her whole attention, her brown eyes fixed on his face, questions forming and being held until he finished. When he was done, she was quiet for exactly 4 seconds. "Show me," she said. He held out his hand, palm up, and produced a sphere of light without his wand. Not lumos, something denser, something that held its shape and rotated slowly, casting prismatic patterns on the walls. "That's not a standard lumos," Hermione said, leaning in. "The light spectrum is different. And you're not using an incantation or a wand." She looked up at him. "Harry, do you understand how significant this is? Wandless magic at this level, there are maybe a dozen witches and wizards in history who could do what you just did. Dumbledore said my magical core has quintupled." "Quintupled?" Her voice went up an octave. "That's, the theoretical maximum expansion from any known magical enhancement is maybe 20%. You're talking about a 500% increase." "I know." She stared at the light sphere, then at him, and he saw her mind working, the furious, beautiful machine of Hermione Granger's intellect engaging with a problem. She'd have theories within the hour and a research plan by dinner. "I need books," she said decisively. "Do the Blacks have a library?" "3rd floor. It's fairly dark. I'd be disappointed if it wasn't." Ron arrived an hour later, tumbling out of the flue with his usual grace, which was to say none at all. He caught himself on the mantelpiece, brushed soot off his jumper, and gave Harry a grin that faltered slightly when their eyes met. "All right, mate." "Yeah. Good to see you, Ron." "Good to see you too. Mum's been mental. You know she tried to get Dumbledore to let her come guard you herself. Dad had to physically block the fireplace." Ron's grin steadied. "So. Dementors, huh?" "Dementors. And you, what, exactly?" Mum's version involved a lot of hand-wringing and not a lot of specifics. Harry told the story again, the 3rd time now, and each telling felt more natural, more owned. Ron's reaction was different from Hermione's. Where she'd gone analytical, Ron went pale. "You ate them?" "More or less. That's mental." "Yep. Like, properly mental." Not regular mental. Serious flying a hippogriff mental. I'm aware. Ron sat down heavily on the kitchen bench. And now you can do magic without a wand? Harry flicked his wrist and Ron's water glass slid across the table to his hand. Ron stared at it, then at Harry, and something complicated moved behind his eyes, awe and fear and something that might have been envy, all tangled together. Cool, Ron said, in a voice that was trying very hard to be casual. That's cool. And then, because Ron was Ron, can you do the washing up without a wand? Because that'd actually be useful. Harry laughed, and the tension broke, and for a little while they were just two friends in a kitchen, and the world was simple. But it didn't stay simple. Night fell over Grimmauld Place like a heavy curtain, and Harry sat in the drawing room while Hermione commandeered the Black Library and Ron helped Mrs. Weasley with dinner. He could feel the wards around the house, Dumbledore's additions layered over the original Black family protections, Fidelius' charm woven through everything like a spine. He could feel the magical signatures of everyone in the house, Mrs. Weasley's warm, maternal magic, Ron's steady, earthy power, Hermione's precise, brilliant hum. And beyond the wards, in the darkened streets of London, he felt something else. Cold. Familiar. Hungry. He went to the window. The street outside was empty, Muggle London going about its evening, car headlights and distant sirens and the orange glow of street lamps. But in the spaces between the light, in the shadows and the gaps, he could feel them. Dementors. 2 of them. Hovering at the edge of the Fidelius charm's boundary, unable to perceive the house but drawn here nonetheless. Drawn to him. Last summer, the thought of Dementors seeking him out would have filled him with dread. Now, he felt something entirely different. Anticipation. He slipped out the front door without telling anyone. The Dementors were 3 streets away, lurking in an alley between a Chippy and a Tesco Express. He could feel their presence like a cold beacon, 2 knots of consumed souls and ancient hunger, pulsing in the London dark. He walked toward them with his hands in his pockets and his wand in his sleeve. They sensed him when he was half a block away. He felt their attention shift, a predatory awareness that would once have made his blood run cold. Now it was like being noticed by something he intended to eat. The alley was narrow and stank of old grease and bins. The Dementors floated at the far end, their cloaks motionless in the windless gap between buildings. They faced him, and he faced them, and the temperature dropped so fast that the puddles on the ground cracked and froze. Come on, then, Harry said. They came. The first one glided toward him with its hands extended, rattling breath echoing off the brick walls, and Harry reached out and pulled. It was easier than the first time, so much easier. The Dementor's essence unraveled toward him like thread from a spool, black and silver and impossibly cold, and he drew it in and felt the rush. Memories. Not his memories. A flash of a Victorian street, gas lamps and fog. A woman screaming behind a closed door. A child's face, round and terrified, vanishing into the dark mouth beneath the hood. Centuries of stolen moments, stolen souls, stolen lives, all compressed into a single torrent of sensation that flooded through Harry like ice water through his veins. And power. God, the power. Every cell in his body lit up, every nerve sang, and his magical core expanded again, filling spaces he hadn't known were empty. The second Dementor tried to flee. Harry didn't let it. He extended his hand and the consumption happened at range, 10 feet, 15, the Dementor's form stretching and distorting as its essence was pulled toward him. It shrieked, that same thin, inhuman sound, and collapsed into ribbons of darkness that spiraled into Harry's palm. More memories. A battlefield, medieval, swords and mud and dying horses. A monastery where monks chanted in a language older than Latin. A ship in a storm, sailors screaming as the cold descended. Every soul these creatures had ever consumed, every life they'd ended, every happy memory they'd devoured, all of it poured into Harry in a cascade that lasted seconds and felt like years. He stood in the alley, frost spreading from his feet in a perfect circle, breath steaming, heart hammering, and felt the hunger purr with satisfaction. And beneath the hunger, beneath the power, beneath the flood of stolen memories, something stirred. Something that wasn't him and wasn't the Dementors. Something vast and patient and very, very old. It didn't speak in words. It was more like a pressure, a sense of being observed by an intelligence so large that awareness was only a fraction of it. Like standing at the edge of an ocean and feeling the water notice you. For just a moment, Harry felt afraid. Then the moment passed, and he was standing in a London alley with ice melting around his shoes, feeling more powerful than he'd ever imagined possible, and the fear seemed distant and theoretical. He walked back to Grimmauld Place. Hermione was waiting for him at the kitchen table. She was surrounded by books, massive, leather-bound volumes that she'd pulled from the Black Library, their pages yellow and crackling with age. Crookshanks was asleep on one of them, his tail twitching occasionally. Hermione herself looked like she hadn't blinked in an hour, her hair escaping its tie in wild coils, her eyes wide with the particular intensity she got when she'd found something important. "You went out," she said. "Not a question." "Yeah. And?" Harry sat down across from her. "Two more. They were drawn to me. Hovering outside the wards." "Drawn to you?" She wrote something in the margin of a notebook. "That's significant. Dementors are typically attracted to large concentrations of emotion, crowds, positive feelings. They shouldn't be attracted to a single person unless..." She looked up. "Unless you register as something else to them. Something relevant to their nature. Like a predator. Or a relative." That landed with weight. Harry stared at her. Hermione pulled one of the books toward her, a massive tome with a black cover that seemed to eat the light. "This is Entities of the Eldest Dark by Arcturus Black. Your godfather's great-grandfather, as it happens. It's the most comprehensive text I've found on Dementors, and most of it is speculation, but there's a passage." She found the page, turned the book toward him. "Here." Harry read. The handwriting was precise and old-fashioned, the ink brown with age. "The Dementors are not, as commonly supposed, creatures in the biological sense. They do not reproduce, age, or die by any means known to magical science. They are, I believe, fragments, shards of a larger whole, scattered across the world in an event so ancient that no record of it survives. What that whole was, or what shattered it, I cannot determine. But the hunger that defines them, the endless, insatiable consumption of human souls, suggests that whatever they once comprised was itself a being of unimaginable appetite." Harry read it twice. The word settled into him with the weight of confirmation. "Fragments," he said. "You're saying Dementors are pieces of something bigger. That's what Arcturus Black believed, and he spent 40 years studying them." Hermione's eyes were bright and sharp. "Harry, if that's true, if Dementors are fragments of a single entity, then when you consume them, you're not just absorbing random dark creatures. You're reassembling something." The kitchen was very quiet. Somewhere in the house, a clock ticked. Crookshanks purred in his sleep. "That's not great," Harry said. "No, it's not great." Hermione closed the book. "But it's important to understand, because if we know what we're dealing with, we can plan for it. Ignorance isn't protection." He looked at her, really looked. The circles under her eyes from staying up reading. The ink stains on her fingers. The determined set of her jaw. This girl had been researching soul-eating cosmic entities since dinner, not because someone told her to but because her best friend might be in danger and knowledge was how she fought. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "For not being afraid of me." She met his eyes. "I'm not afraid of you, Harry. I'm afraid for you. There's a difference." Something warm moved through his chest that had nothing to do with consumed Dementor essence. "Now," she said, pulling another book toward her. "Tell me everything you felt when you consumed them. Every detail. Don't leave anything out, even if it sounds mad. He told her about the memories. The Victorian street, the battlefield, the monastery, the ship. He told her about the power surge, the expansion of his core, the way his senses sharpened with each feeding. And he told her about the stirring, the sense of something vast and old taking notice. Hermione listened, wrote furiously, and asked questions that were so precise they forced him to examine his own experience more carefully than he would have alone. The memories, they're not yours, obviously. Do they feel external? Like watching a film? Or internal, like remembering something that happened to you? He thought about it. Something in between. Like a dream you remember after waking. The details are vivid but the emotional context is alien. I can see the medieval battlefield, but I don't feel what the soldier felt. It's like secondhand smoke. And the stirring. The sense of something larger. It felt like standing at the edge of a cliff and realizing the cliff is alive. Hermione set her quill down. Harry, I need you to promise me something. What? If you feel that presence again, if it gets stronger, or clearer, or if it starts to feel like communication, tell me immediately. Don't try to handle it alone. He could have been defensive. Could have pointed out that he'd been handling things alone for most of his life. But she was looking at him with an expression that mixed worry with something harder, something that said I am not asking because I think you're weak. I am asking because this is bigger than one person and you are too important to lose. I promise, he said. She nodded once, satisfied. Then she opened another book and started reading, and Harry sat across from her in the warm kitchen light, and for a little while the hunger was quiet and the darkness was outside where it belonged. The days that followed took on a strange rhythm. During the day, Harry trained, pushing his new abilities, finding their limits, learning control. He practiced in the attic with meticulous focus, teaching himself the fine calibration needed when your magical output had increased fivefold. A stunning spell that used to drop one person now packed enough force to blow through a stone wall. He had to learn gentleness all over again. Hermione haunted the Black Library like a woman possessed, emerging at intervals with new findings, new theories, new concerns. She'd started corresponding by owl with contacts she wouldn't name, other researchers, Harry assumed, people who knew about esoteric magical theory. Ron was. Ron. Which meant he was there. Solidly, reliably, sometimes awkwardly there. He helped Harry practice dueling in the attic, gamely firing hexes that Harry deflected with increasing ease. He played chess with Harry in the evenings. He didn't ask questions he wasn't ready to hear the answers to, and he didn't pretend everything was normal. But Harry caught him watching, sometimes. When Harry performed magic that shouldn't have been possible. When the candle flames leaned toward Harry as he walked past, drawn to his magical field like iron filings to a magnet. When the shadows in corners seemed to deepen when Harry was tired or emotional. Ron watched, and he didn't say anything, and the silence was its own kind of conversation. For days after Harry's arrival at Grimmauld Place, the Order held a meeting. Harry wasn't invited. This was, he decided, unacceptable. He stood outside the drawing-room door, feeling the ward Dumbledore had placed on it, a privacy charm, solid but not exceptional. Last year, he wouldn't have been able to breach it without an extendable ear. Now, he simply pushed. The ward parted around his magic like water around a stone. He heard Dumbledore's voice, calm and measured. The Dementor population in Britain has decreased by approximately 19 in the last week. 15 were at Privet Drive. 4 were in London, consumed by Harry after his arrival here. Consumed. Snape's voice, dripping with his usual derision. How charmingly imprecise, headmaster. The boy has apparently developed the ability to devour dark creatures and absorb their power, and we're discussing it as though he's adopted an unusual diet. Your concern is noted, Severus. My concern is that we are sheltering a weapon we don't understand. How do we know this ability is limited to Dementors? What happens when Potter decides to consume something else? A wizard, perhaps. Silence. The kind that meant Snape had said what others were thinking. There is no evidence that Harry's ability extends to living beings, Dumbledore said. There is no evidence that it doesn't. Severus has a point. Moody's growl. I've been watching Potter since he arrived. The boy's magic has grown to a level that frankly concerns me, and I've seen a lot of powerful wizards in my time. He's stronger than most adult Aurors already, and he's been at this for less than a week. He's 16, Mrs. Weasley said sharply. He's a child. He stopped being a child when he destroyed 5 Dementors with his bare hands, Molly. Harry had heard enough. He opened the door and walked in. The room went silent. A dozen faces turned toward him, Dumbledore, Snape, Moody, Tonks, Kingsley, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Lupin, McGonagall, and several others. The air was thick with tension and stale fire whiskey. If you're going to discuss me, Harry said, I'd like to be present. Harry, Mrs. Weasley started. No. He said it without anger, without aggression. Just certainty. Last year, you all kept me in the dark. You had good reasons, you always do. And Sirius died because I didn't have the information I needed to make good decisions. He looked at Dumbledore. You agreed, Professor. At the end of last year. You said it was your mistake. Dumbledore inclined his head. I did. Then let me be here. Let me hear what you know and what you're afraid of. I can handle it. He could feel them, their emotions, their reservations, their fear. Snape's cold hostility. Moody's professional wariness. Mrs. Weasley's protective terror. Lupin's quiet, complicated grief. He could feel all of it, and he kept his own presence steady and calm, and one by one, the resistance in the room softened. Sit down, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry sat. The meeting continued. The facts were these: Dementors had abandoned Azkaban 3 months ago, joining Voldemort's forces. They were now scattered across Britain in roaming packs. The ministry was barely functional under Scrimgeour, who was spending most of his energy on public relations rather than actual defense. Voldemort was recruiting hard, giants, werewolves, vampires, dark wizards from the continent. And now Harry had introduced a new variable that no one knew how to account for. The question, Dumbledore said, is whether Harry's ability can be leveraged strategically. Dementors are one of Voldemort's most potent weapons. If Harry can eliminate them, you want to use him as a weapon, Lupin said quietly. He'd been watching Harry with an expression that reminded Harry painfully of Sirius, protective, worried, and slightly odd. I want to use every advantage we have, Remus. The alternative is watching more people die. I'll do it, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. Dementors are out there right now, terrorizing people, eating souls. I can stop them. Not drive them away temporarily, stop them. Permanently. If you've got a moral objection to that, I'd love to hear it. No one did. The meeting ended late. Harry found Hermione in the library, still reading. Her eyes were red-rimmed with exhaustion, and she had a stack of parchment covered in her small, precise handwriting. How was the meeting? She asked without looking up. Snape thinks I'm a monster. Moody thinks I'm a weapon. Mrs. Weasley thinks I'm a child. Dumbledore thinks I'm all three. And what do you think? Harry sat in the armchair across from her. The library was dim and warm, lit by candles that had been burning so long the wax had pooled into small lakes on the shelves. Hermione's face was half in shadow, half in gold. I think I'm someone who got handed a power I didn't ask for, and I can either use it or be afraid of it, and being afraid hasn't worked out well for me historically. Hermione set down her book. I found something else. Good something or bad something? I'm not sure yet. She held up a sheet of parchment covered in her notes. There are references, scattered, fragmentary, in texts spanning almost 2,000 years, to something called the First Hunger. Also called the Hollow King, the Void Before Stars, the Mouth of the World. Different cultures, different names, but they're all describing the same thing, an entity that existed before wizardkind, possibly before humanity, that fed on consciousness. On souls. She paused, letting that settle. Arcturus Black thought Dementors were fragments of a larger whole. These texts confirm it. The entity, the Hollow King, was somehow shattered, broken into hundreds or thousands of pieces that became what we know as Dementors. No one knows how or why it was broken. But Harry, she leaned forward, and her voice dropped. If you're consuming those fragments, if you're pulling them into yourself, I'm putting it back together. Inside you. She didn't flinch from it. Hermione Granger looked at the worst possibility directly and dared it to blink first. The question is whether that's something you can control. Whether absorbing the pieces of an ancient consciousness means that consciousness can reform within you. The room was very quiet. The candles flickered. Outside, London hummed its midnight hum. The stirring, Harry said. The thing I felt when I consumed the Dementors in the alley. That's it, isn't it? That's the Hollow King waking up. Maybe. Or maybe it's just residual energy. Echoes. We don't know enough yet. But you think it's the former. Hermione looked at him steadily. I think we need to be very careful. I think we need to understand exactly what's happening before you consume any more of them. He wanted to agree. He wanted to be sensible about this, to be cautious and measured, and Hermione approved. But the hunger was there, coiled in his gut like a living thing, and the power was intoxicating, and somewhere out in the darkness, Dementors were drifting through the night, eating the happiness of innocence, and he could stop them. I hear you, he said. And I'll be careful. But I'm not going to stop. She stared at him for a long moment, and he saw the war playing out behind her eyes, the part of her that wanted to argue, to present a case, to make him see reason, versus the part that understood him well enough to know that his mind was made. Then I'll be right here, she said. Researching. Watching. Making sure that if something goes wrong, we catch it early. Thank you, Hermione. She picked up her book. Don't thank me. Just don't get yourself consumed by an ancient soul-eating god. I'll do my best. She almost smiled. You always do. He left her reading and went to his bedroom. Sleep came slowly. The hunger hummed beneath his consciousness like a bass note, not demanding, not overwhelming, just present. Constant. Patient. He dreamed again of the vast dark space. The cold, the silence, the sense of something immense turning its attention toward him. But this time, the presence was closer. Not on the horizon but in the room, if such a space could be called a room. Close enough that he could almost make out its shape. And in the dream, for the first time, it spoke. Not in words. In feeling. In impression. A single, resonant concept that vibrated through the darkness like the tolling of a bell too large to see. More. Harry woke up. The bedroom was freezing. His breath misted in the air. Frost covered the window in intricate patterns that looked, if you tilted your head and squinted, like reaching hands. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling the power thrum through his veins and the hunger pulse in his core and the echo of that single, vast word reverberating in his mind. More. He sat up, swung his legs over the side of the bed, and looked at his hands in the pale dawn light. Same hands. Same scars, the I must not tell lies on the right, the basilisk fawn wound on the left. Same person. For now. He got dressed, went downstairs, and found the kitchen empty. It was early, too early for Mrs. Weasley, which meant too early for anyone. He made himself tea the Muggle way, by hand, because he needed the normalcy of boiling water and counting seconds and the smell of Earl Grey steaming from a chipped mug. He sat at the table. He drank his tea. He thought about power, about hunger, about Dementors and Dark Lords and a shattered god reassembling itself behind his eyes. And he made his decision. He was going to Hogwarts. He was going to get stronger. He was going to consume every Dementor he could find, and he was going to use the power they gave him to end the war that had defined his entire life. He was going to kill Voldemort. And if something ancient and hungry was waking up inside him, if the Hollow King was stirring, if the fragments were reassembling, if the price of his power was a consciousness older than civilization knocking on the door of his mind, then he would deal with that too. Because he was Harry Potter. And whatever else he was becoming, he was still that. For now. He finished his tea, washed the mug by hand, and set it on the drying rack. Outside the window, London was waking up. The sun was rising over the rooftops, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. And somewhere in the dark spaces between the light, the Dementors drifted. Hungry. Afraid. They had reason to be. Chapter 2, The Predator. Platform 9 3/4 was the same controlled chaos it always was, trolleys clattering, owls screeching, parents shouting last-minute reminders about socks and homework over the hiss of the Hogwarts Express. Smoke billowed from the scarlet engine in great white plumes that smelled like coal and possibility and the particular brand of nostalgia that only exists in September. Harry stepped through the barrier and felt the difference immediately. Not in the platform, in himself. The magical signatures of 300 students and their families hit him like walking into a wall of sound. Every witch and wizard in the station radiated their own particular frequency, some warm, some sharp, some steady, some flickering, and Harry could feel all of them simultaneously, a symphony of magical energy that would have been overwhelming a month ago but now felt merely detailed. He could also feel the wards on the platform. Ministry standard protective enchantments, layered and maintained by a team that clearly hadn't updated them since the 70s. There were gaps. Weaknesses. Places where a competent dark wizard could slip through with minimal effort. He filed that information away and kept walking. Harry. Neville Longbottom was waving from beside the train, trunk balanced precariously on one end, Trevor the Toad making a slow-motion escape attempt from his breast pocket. Good summer. Eventful. You. Gran took me to the magical menagerie for my birthday. Got a Mimbulus Mimbletonia hybrid that actually spits acid. She says it builds character. Your Gran has a unique definition of character. Neville grinned, and Harry helped him wrestle his trunk onto the train, and for a few minutes everything was normal and good. The compartment they found was near the back of the train. Ron was already there, sprawled across one seat with the casual territorial expansion of someone with 5 older siblings. Hermione arrived moments later, a book already open in her hand. Harry caught the title, Pre-Hogwarts Magical Entities, A Fragmentary History, and Ginny and Luna drifted in shortly after. The train lurched into motion. London slid away outside the windows, replaced by the rolling green of the English countryside. Someone's wireless was playing the Weird Sisters 2 compartments down. You're staring, Hermione said quietly, not looking up from her book. Harry blinked. He'd been watching the magical fields of the students in neighboring compartments, visible to him now as faint auras through the walls, each one unique. Sorry. Still getting used to everything. Can you see through walls now? Ron asked, with the tone of someone who wasn't sure he wanted the answer. Not exactly. I can sense magical signatures. Everyone's got one. Yours is. Harry focused on Ron for a moment. Steady. Warm. Like a hearth fire. Ron looked simultaneously pleased and unsettled. What's Hermione's? Harry glanced at her. He'd already catalogued her signature. It was impossible not to, sitting this close. Quick. Precise. Like lightning in a bottle. Hermione's cheeks went slightly pink, though she didn't look up from her book. That's remarkably poetic for you. I have hidden depths. Apparently. She turned a page. Several of them new. Luna, who had been reading the Quibbler upside down, lowered it to peer at Harry with her enormous pale eyes. "You feel different, Harry. Heavier. Like there's more of you than there used to be." The compartment went quiet. Luna had a gift for saying things that were either profoundly insightful or completely mad, and the unsettling part was that you could never be sure which. "That's one way to put it," Harry said. "Are you eating properly? Daddy says you should always eat breakfast. It's the most important meal, even if the Rotfong conspiracy has been putting mind-altering substances in most commercial cereals." "I'm eating fine, Luna." She nodded serenely and returned to her upside-down quibbler, and the conversation moved on to safer topics: Quidditch, OWL results, who was dating whom. Normal things. Teenage things. Harry let the chatter wash over him and watched the countryside blur past and felt, beneath the normalcy, the hunger ticking like a second heartbeat. Hogwarts appeared through the train windows as the sun was setting, a dark silhouette against a sky streaked with amber and violet, towers and turrets cutting a jagged line across the horizon. Harry had seen the castle dozens of times. It had never looked like this. He could see the wards. Not metaphorically, not as a vague sense of protection, he could see them. A vast, shimmering dome of interlocking enchantment stretching from the lakeshore to the forest edge, anchored at the four corners of the castle by the founder's original wardstones. Dumbledore's additions glowed brightest, intricate, powerful, maintained with a precision that bordered on artistry. But beneath them were older layers, some so ancient they felt less like spells and more like geological features, magical bedrock laid down 1,000 years ago. The castle was a fortress. And now Harry could read its defenses like a blueprint. "You're doing it again," Hermione murmured, close enough that only he could hear. "The wards. I can see them." Her breath caught. "All of them? Every layer?" "Hermione, some of these enchantments are older than the castle itself. There are protections on this site that predate the founders." She was quiet for a moment. "We need to talk about this. Privately. Tonight." He nodded. The sorting feast was the usual spectacle, new students nervously perching on the stool, the hat bellowing house names, the tables erupting in cheers. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table and tried to behave normally, which was complicated by the fact that he could feel every magical being in the Great Hall simultaneously. The ghosts were particularly interesting. Nearly headless Nick, drifting past with his usual joviality, registered as a cold, thin presence, an echo of a soul, incomplete but persistent. The Bloody Baron was denser, angrier, his spectral energy tight and coiled. And Dumbledore, at the head table, was a bonfire. The old man's magical signature was vast and complex and carefully contained, like a star wearing a cardigan. Harry had known Dumbledore was powerful. He hadn't understood the scale of it until now. Their eyes met across the hall. Dumbledore's gaze was measuring, thoughtful, and tinged with something Harry hadn't seen before. Concern. Real, genuine concern. Harry looked away first. Not out of weakness, out of a sudden, uncomfortable awareness that Dumbledore might have reason to be concerned, and that acknowledging it meant acknowledging things he wasn't ready to examine. "Spotted the new face at the staff table?" Ron said through a mouthful of roast potato. Harry looked. Between Snape and Professor Sinistra sat a man he'd never seen before, late 40s, perhaps early 50s, with silver-streaked dark hair and the kind of face that was handsome in an angular, weathered way. He wore robes of deep charcoal rather than the usual black, and he was watching the sorting with an expression of mild, genuine interest. "Who is that?" Hermione asked, following their gaze. "Dunno. New defense teacher. Can't be." Snape finally got it, "Look at the staffing list." Hermione nodded toward the parchment pinned to the notice board. "Snape's teaching defense. Slughorn's got potions." "Then who's the new bloke?" No one at the Gryffindor table knew. The man ate quietly, spoke occasionally to Sinistra, and once caught Harry looking at him. He smiled, a warm, open smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes, and raised his goblet in a small, friendly toast. Harry didn't smile back. He was too busy reading the man's magical signature, deep, controlled, unusually dense, and threaded with something cold and familiar that Harry couldn't quite place. The first week of classes confirmed what Harry already suspected: he was going to have to fake being normal. Charms with Flitwick was a disaster. They were practicing advanced banishing charms, and Harry's first attempt launched his target cushion through the classroom wall. Not against the wall, through it, leaving a cushion-shaped hole in the ancient stone that Flitwick had to spend 10 minutes repairing. "Remarkable force, Mr. Potter." Flitwick squeaked, equal parts impressed and alarmed. "Perhaps a touch less enthusiasm next time." Harry spent the rest of the lesson deliberately underperforming, which was its own kind of exhausting. Like trying to whisper when every instinct said to shout. Transfiguration was better. McGonagall's exercises were complex enough that the excess power wasn't as obvious. His vanishing spells were flawless, his conjuration precise. McGonagall gave him a long, evaluating look after he turned a mouse into a crystal goblet that was, by any objective measure, perfect. "Mr. Potter, remain after class, please." When the other students had filed out, McGonagall closed the door with a wave of her wand and fixed him with the look that had been terrifying first years for 4 decades. "Your magical ability appears to have developed considerably over the summer." "Yes, Professor. Dumbledore has informed the staff in general terms. I won't pry into specifics. But I will say this." She leaned forward, and her expression softened fractionally. "Whatever you've become, Mr. Potter, you are still my student. If you need help, any kind of help, my door is open." "Thank you, Professor." She nodded crisply. "Now. Your goblet was technically perfect, but the crystalline structure was too uniform. Real crystal has imperfections. Perfection is its own tell. Learn to introduce controlled flaws into your work." He almost laughed. Only McGonagall would critique him for being too good at transfiguration. Potions with Slughorn was a revelation. The walrus-mustached professor had clearly been briefed on Harry's significance. He kept finding excuses to peer into Harry's cauldron, nodding enthusiastically at results that were, honestly, average. Harry's potion-making hadn't benefited from his power boost the way his other magic had. Potions was chemistry, not raw magical output. But there was an old textbook in the cupboard, battered, annotated in cramped handwriting, that changed everything. The Half-Blood Prince's instructions were brilliant, elegant, and produced results that made Slughorn practically weep with joy. Harry used the book not because he needed the grades but because the prince's approach to potion-making was interesting, creative, unconventional, the work of someone who understood the art beneath the science. Hermione was furious about it, naturally. "You're following handwritten instructions from an unknown source in a second-hand textbook. Does that not strike you as even slightly reckless? The instructions work. That's not the point." They were in the common room, late evening, surrounded by the comfortable noise of Gryffindor students doing homework and not doing homework. Ron was playing chess against Seamus and winning brutally. "The point," Hermione continued, lowering her voice, "is that you have no idea who wrote those annotations. It could be anyone. A Death Eater. A Dark Wizard. Someone who put helpful instructions in the margins specifically to build trust before introducing something harmful. Or it could be a talented student who liked scribbling in their textbooks. You're being cavalier. And you're being paranoid." They glared at each other for a moment, and then Harry saw the corner of her mouth twitch, and he felt his own face threatening to smile, and the argument dissolved into the comfortable warmth of two people who had been bickering for 5 years and wouldn't know how to stop. "Just be careful," she said. "Always. Liar." He grinned. She rolled her eyes. "And somewhere in the castle, something cold and old pulsed once, like a distant drum." Dumbledore's first private lesson came on a Thursday evening. Harry climbed the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office and found it much as he remembered, silver instruments whirring and puffing, Fawkes dozing on his perch, portraits of former headmasters pretending not to eavesdrop. The pensieve sat on the desk, filled with silver-white memory. "Good evening, Harry. Sherbet lemon?" "No, thank you." Dumbledore gestured to the chair opposite. "Tonight, I want to show you something. Something about Tom Riddle's past." The memories were fascinating. A young Dumbledore visiting a London orphanage. A boy, dark-haired, handsome, already wrong in ways that were hard to articulate, demonstrating casual cruelty and raw magical talent in equal measure. Tom Riddle at 11, hearing about Hogwarts for the first time, and the look on his face, not wonder, not excitement, but validation. As though the world had finally confirmed what he'd always suspected about himself. He wanted to be special, Harry said when they surfaced from the pensieve. More than that. He wanted to be singular. Unique. Beyond the reach of ordinary human limitations. Dumbledore settled behind his desk. "It is a desire you might find resonant, given recent developments." Harry heard the subtext. "You're comparing me to Voldemort." "I am noting a parallel. Not an equivalence. There's a difference between wanting to be special and wanting to survive a war." "Is there?" Dumbledore's blue eyes were gentle but relentless. "When you consumed those Dementors in London, the ones that came to you, not the ones that attacked, was survival your motivation?" Harry opened his mouth to say yes, and found he couldn't. Because it wasn't true, and Dumbledore would know it, and lying to someone who was trying to help him would only hurt himself. "No," he said. "I wanted the power. I knew I shouldn't, and I wanted it anyway." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Thank you for your honesty, Harry. It is, I believe, the quality that will ultimately matter more than any amount of magical power." He paused. "I say this not to shame you but to prepare you. The path you are on, absorbing Dementor essence, expanding your capabilities, it will not become less tempting. It will become more tempting. And the ability to be honest with yourself about your motivations will be your most important defense. Against the Hollow King." Dumbledore's expression sharpened. "Miss Granger has been sharing her research, I see. She found the name in the Black Library. An ancient entity, shattered into fragments that became Dementors. And I'm reassembling it." The old man was quiet for a long moment. Fawkes shifted on his perch, feathers rustling. "I have encountered references to this entity in my own research," Dumbledore said finally. "Fragmentary. Contradictory. Some accounts describe it as a primordial force, the first magical consciousness, predating humanity. Others frame it as a parasite, a consumer that attached itself to the magical field of the earth. What all accounts agree on is this: it was immensely powerful, it fed on souls, and it was somehow broken." He met Harry's eyes. "What none of them explain is how it was broken, or by whom. That seems like a fairly critical gap." "It is. And it concerns me deeply. You're worried that whatever broke it the first time might not be around to do it again." Dumbledore almost smiled. "You have your mother's directness." "Yes, Harry. That is precisely what worries me." They talked for another hour. Dumbledore outlined his theory about Horcruxes, that Voldemort had made 6, splitting his soul into 7 pieces to anchor himself to life. The locket, the cup, the ring, already destroyed, at a cost that had blackened Dumbledore's hand to the wrist, the diary, destroyed by Harry in second year, and 3 others yet to be identified. "The Horcrux in your scar," Dumbledore said carefully, "presents a unique complication in light of your new abilities." "I've thought about that." Harry had spent more time than he wanted to admit thinking about it. "The Dementor essence I've absorbed, it interacts with the Horcrux. I can feel it. The consumed souls, the dark energy, they press against Voldemort's fragment like acid on metal. And I think it's dissolving. Slowly. The Horcrux in my scar is being eaten by what I've absorbed." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. For the first time in Harry's memory, the headmaster looked genuinely stunned. You believe you can destroy the Horcrux within yourself? I think the power I've gained is already doing it. Without me directing it. The consumed Dementor essence feeds on soul energy, and there's a piece of foreign soul sitting right behind my scar. It's being consumed the same way the Dementors were. If that is true. Dumbledore trailed off, his eyes distant. If that is true, it changes everything. The Horcruxes, all of them, might be vulnerable to this ability. That's what I was thinking. Dumbledore studied him for a long time. This is extraordinary, Harry. And extraordinarily dangerous. The Horcrux in your scar is entangled with your own soul. If the consumption is not perfectly controlled, I know. I'm being careful. I want you to promise me something. Everyone keeps asking me to promise things. With good reason. Dumbledore's voice was firm. Do not attempt to accelerate the destruction of the Horcrux. Let it proceed naturally. If you force it, if you direct your consumed power against it deliberately, you risk damaging your own soul in the process. Harry held the old man's gaze. I promise. For now. Dumbledore accepted it, though his expression said he heard the qualifier. They parted with the careful courtesy of two people who respected each other but weren't sure they trusted each other completely. Harry descended the spiral staircase and walked through the dark corridors of the castle, feeling the ancient magic in the stones like a pulse beneath his feet. The hunger was there, coiled and patient, and beneath it, deeper, colder, the presence. More, it whispered. Not a word. An impulse. Harry pushed it down and kept walking. The man in charcoal robes found Harry 2 days later. It was Saturday morning, and Harry was by the lake, practicing wandless summoning charms on pebbles from the shore. The trick was precision, not just calling a pebble to your hand but calling a specific pebble, the grey one 3 feet to the left, the smooth one half buried in mud, the flat one at the water's edge. Fine control required fine focus, and fine focus required practice. Impressive work. Harry's hand went to his wand before he registered the voice. The stranger from the staff table stood on the path above the shoreline, hands in the pockets of his charcoal robes, watching Harry with an expression of genuine, unhurried interest. Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. Force of habit, approaching quietly. Occupational hazard. He extended a hand. Aurelius Blackwood. Department of Mysteries. I'm here in a consulting capacity. Harry shook his hand. Blackwood's grip was firm and warm, and this close, Harry could read his magical signature more clearly, deep, controlled, with layers of complexity that spoke of decades of sophisticated practice. And that cold thread he'd noticed before, woven through the hole like a vein of ice in warm rock. Consulting on what? Harry asked. On you, I'm afraid. Blackwood smiled, and it was disarming, not a politician's smile or a salesman's smile but the rueful grin of someone who knew how that sounded. Specifically, on the rather unprecedented situation of a 16-year-old wizard who appears to be systematically consuming one of the oldest magical species on Earth. Harry said nothing. Waited. Blackwood sat on a rock, uninvited, with the easy comfort of someone who didn't stand on ceremony. I'll be direct with you, Mr. Potter. I've spent 30 years studying Dementors. They were my life's work. 3 decades in the Department of Mysteries, trying to understand what they are, where they came from, how they function. And in the space of 2 weeks, you've done something I spent my entire career being told was impossible. I didn't plan it. The best discoveries are unplanned. Penicillin. The Philosopher's Stone. Fire. Blackwood picked up a pebble and turned it in his fingers. I'm not here to control you or study you like a specimen. I'm here because I think I can help you understand what you're doing, the mechanics of it, the theory, the implications. And I think understanding is important, because what you've stumbled into is bigger than you or me or the war. Everyone keeps telling me that. The difference between me and everyone else is that I've actually done the research. Blackwood met his eyes, and there was a frankness there that Harry found compelling despite himself. Dumbledore is brilliant, but Dementors aren't his specialty. Your friend Miss Granger is remarkably clever, but she's working from secondary sources. I have primary data. 30 years of it. Experiments, observations, theoretical models. I can teach you things about your ability that no one else in the world is equipped to explain. Harry studied him. The man's emotional signature was clean, no deception that Harry could detect, no hidden malice, just earnest intelligence and a quiet, contained grief that ran deep beneath the surface. The grief was interesting. Old, well-worn, fundamental. Why? Harry asked. Why help me? Blackwood's expression didn't change, but that deep grief flickered closer to the surface, like a fish rising in dark water. Because Dementors took something from me. A long time ago. And if there's finally someone in the world who can fight back against them, truly fight back, I want to be part of that. He didn't elaborate, and Harry didn't push. But the answer rang true, not the whole truth, perhaps, but genuine. What would these sessions involve? Harry asked. Theory, primarily. I want to teach you about Dementor physiology, about soul magic, about the nature of what you're absorbing when you consume them. If we understand the mechanism, we can improve it. Make it safer. More controlled. Dumbledore approved this? Dumbledore suggested it. Blackwood's smile returned. He recognizes the limits of his own expertise, which is one of the reasons he's as dangerous as he is. Harry considered. He was getting nowhere on his own, his understanding of his ability was instinctive, not intellectual. He could do it, but he didn't know how he did it, and that lack of comprehension made him nervous. It was like driving a car without knowing where the brakes were. All right, he said. When do we start? How about now? They spent 2 hours on the shore of the Black Lake, and it was the most enlightening conversation Harry had ever had about magic. Blackwood knew things that weren't in textbooks. He described Dementor physiology with the precision of someone who'd spent years in close observation. Their cloak-like forms weren't clothing but part of their bodies, a membrane of condensed dark energy that served as both skin and sensory organ. Their breathing was actually a form of soul detection, a constant sampling of the emotional field around them. Their kiss wasn't consumption but extraction, a forcible removal of the soul from the body, which the Dementor then incorporated into its own mass. Which is why they grow, Blackwood said. A Dementor that has consumed many souls is physically larger, denser, more powerful than a young one. They're accretive entities, they build themselves from what they eat. And when I consume them? You're doing the same thing, but in reverse. You're stripping the Dementor down to its component parts, the consumed souls, the dark energy matrix, the animating force, and absorbing all of it. The souls become part of your magical reserve. The dark energy integrates with your core. And the animating force. Blackwood paused. That's the part I'm most interested in. Because the animating force of a Dementor is the fragment, the piece of the original entity. The Hollow King. Blackwood's eyebrows rose slightly. You know the name. Hermione found it. Miss Granger is formidable. Yes, the Hollow King. The first hunger. The being from which all Dementors originated. Blackwood leaned forward. When you consume a Dementor, you absorb its fragment of the Hollow King. That fragment is what's expanding your magical core so dramatically. Consumed souls are fuel. But the fragments are structure. They're building something inside you. Building what? That, Blackwood said, is the question I've spent 30 years trying to answer. They parted with an agreement to meet twice weekly, Tuesday and Saturday mornings, by the lake when weather allowed, in Blackwood's temporary office when it didn't. Harry walked back to the castle feeling something he hadn't felt since the power first manifested, grounded. Understood. Like someone had finally handed him a map of the territory he'd been stumbling through blind. He didn't tell Hermione about the sessions immediately. Not because he was hiding them, he'd tell her tonight, but because he wanted to organize his thoughts first, to separate what Blackwood had told him from what he'd already known and present it coherently. He didn't get the chance. Hermione found him first. She was waiting in the room of requirement, which had configured itself into something between a library and a war room, bookshelves along the walls, a large table in the center covered with her research notes, and a comfortable pair of armchairs by a crackling fireplace. She'd clearly been here for hours. "We need to talk," she said, and her voice had the particular quality it got when she'd found something that frightened her. Harry sat down. "What is it?" Hermione didn't answer immediately. She picked up a sheet of parchment from the table, put it down, picked up a different one, then set that down too. She was organizing. Hermione organized when she was nervous. "I've been cross-referencing every source I can find on the Hollow King. Arcturus Black's book, the Fragmentary Histories, texts from the Hogwarts restricted section, even some Muggle folklore that seems to describe the same phenomenon." She paused. "Harry, the entity wasn't just powerful. It was the first magical consciousness on Earth. Before wizards, before magical creatures, before anything, there was the Hollow King. It was the magical field itself, given awareness and hunger. The magical field itself? Think of it this way. All magic comes from an ambient field, a background energy that permeates everything. Wizards access it through their cores. Magical creatures interact with it instinctively. But before any of that, when the field was young and undirected, it developed a consciousness. That consciousness was the Hollow King. And it fed on souls. Not originally. Originally, it fed on magic itself, on the ambient field, sustaining itself. But when complex life evolved, when creatures with consciousness appeared, the Hollow King discovered something more nourishing. Souls. Conscious magical energy. It was like discovering a gourmet meal after living on gruel. Harry sat with that for a moment. So when the Dementors feed on happiness, on souls, they're not just doing it out of malice. It's nutritional. Essentially, yes. They're driven by the same fundamental hunger as the original entity. Each one is a fragment carrying the same imperative, consume consciousness. And now those fragments are inside me. Hermione met his eyes. Yes. And here's what worries me. She picked up the parchment she'd been fidgeting with. I found a passage in a text called the Annals of the Nameless, pre-Hogwarts, possibly pre-Roman Britain. It's in a magical language I had to spend 3 days decoding, and the translation is rough, but the gist is clear. She read, and the hunger was broken, for it could not be killed. Its death was the world's death, for it was the world's magic given form. So the first mages shattered it into 1,000 mouths, each too small to consume more than a morsel, and scattered the mouths across the cold places of the earth. But they knew, if ever the mouths were gathered again, if ever the fragments found their way back to wholeness, the hunger would return. And the world would be eaten. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the castle, a clock struck the hour. If ever the fragments found their way back to wholeness, Harry repeated. You've consumed approximately 19 fragments. There are hundreds of Dementors in the world. Maybe thousands. Hermione set the parchment down. I don't think you should stop, I'm not sure you can stop, and the power you're gaining might be necessary for the war. But we need to understand the risk. If you absorb too many fragments, if you reach some critical threshold, the Hollow King reassembles inside me. And then it's not your power anymore. It's its. Harry leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. The room of requirement had vaulted it, high and dark, lost in shadow. Like looking up into a void. Blackwood thinks the fragments are building a structure inside my magical core, he said. A framework. He's been studying this for 30 years. Blackwood? Hermione's tone shifted. The unspeakable. You've been talking to him. He offered to help me understand the mechanics. He knows more about Dementors than anyone alive. And you trust him? I trust that he knows what he's talking about. Trust is a bigger word than that. Hermione processed this with a furrowed brow. What else has he told you? Harry relayed the conversation, the physiology, the accretive nature, the distinction between consumed souls as fuel and fragments as structure. Hermione listened intently, making mental notes the way she always did, filing and cross-referencing in real time. He's right about the physiology, she said slowly. It matches what I've found independently. But Harry, an unspeakable who's spent 30 years studying Dementors, and he just happens to show up right when you develop the ability to consume them? That's a rather remarkable coincidence. Dumbledore brought him in. Dumbledore makes mistakes. He trusted Quirrell. He trusted the fake Moody for an entire year. Harry couldn't argue with that. I'm not saying don't work with him, Hermione continued. I'm saying be careful. Don't give him everything. Don't tell him about the Horcruxes, don't tell him about the Hollow King's presence in your dreams. Keep some things private. I wasn't planning to spill my entire soul. So to speak. She almost smiled. Hilarious. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. The fire was warm. The room was quiet. Outside the enchanted window, stars were appearing over the Hogwarts grounds. Hermione. Why are you doing this? All this research, you've been at it for weeks. You barely sleep. You're skipping study sessions for your actual classes, which has to be killing you. She looked at him, and the firelight caught her eyes and turned them amber. Because you're my best friend. Because you're walking into something dangerous and you need someone watching your back who isn't trying to use you or control you. Because, she stopped, seemed to reconsider, then continued more quietly. Because when you were lying on the floor at the Department of Mysteries with Voldemort inside your head, I thought you were going to die. And I realized I can't, she broke off, frustrated with her own inarticulation. Hermione Granger, who always had the right words, struggling to find them. You matter. To me. More than I know how to say without making it awkward. Harry looked at her for a long moment. The warmth in his chest had nothing to do with power or consumed souls or magical enhancement. It was older than that. Simpler. It's not awkward, he said. It is a bit. Yeah, maybe a bit. She laughed, the real one, the one that crinkled her nose, and Harry felt something shift between them, subtle as a change in the wind. Not a resolution. A beginning. I should go, she said, standing. I have 2 more texts to review tonight and a runes essay I've been neglecting. You, neglecting homework? Alert the prophet. Shut up, Harry. She paused at the door. Tuesday. After your session with Blackwood. Tell me everything he says. I will. She left. The room of requirement held its shape for a few minutes longer, bookshelves, fireplace, 2 armchairs, and Harry sat in the warmth and the quiet and thought about brown eyes and lightning in a bottle and the particular brand of courage that manifests as showing up to a library every night for weeks because someone you love might be in danger. Love. He let the word sit in his mind, testing its weight. It didn't feel wrong. It felt like a pebble he'd been carrying in his pocket for years without looking at it, and now that he held it up to the light, it was exactly the shape he'd expected. Too soon for that. Maybe. Probably. But the warmth remained, even after the fire died down, even after he left the room and walked through the dark corridors to Gryffindor Tower, even after he lay in bed and felt the hunger pulse and the present stir in its vast, cold sleep. Some things were stronger than hunger. The week settled into a rhythm. Classes during the day, Dumbledore's lessons on Thursday evenings, Blackwood sessions on Tuesdays and Saturdays, research with Hermione whenever they could steal time, and, increasingly, the hunts. The first hunt happened almost by accident. Harry was walking the grounds after dark, a habit he'd developed, the castle feeling claustrophobic when the hunger was strong, and he felt a Dementor at the edge of the forbidden forest. A single presence, cold and unmistakable, hovering among the trees like a dark star. He walked toward it. Not running, not anxious. Walking with the calm certainty of someone approaching a task they were designed for. The Dementor was waiting in a clearing. It was large, one of the old ones, dense with consumed souls, its cloak heavy and its presence powerful enough to frost the trees in a 10-meter radius. It turned toward Harry as he approached, and for a moment, they simply regarded each other. Predator and predator. Hunger and hunger. Then Harry reached out, and the Dementor screamed, and the forest went silent. The consumption was different this time. More controlled, more deliberate. He'd learned from Blackwood's instruction, instead of simply inhaling the Dementor's entire essence in a single surge, he separated the components. Soul energy went to his magical reserve. Dark energy was filtered, the harmful frequencies stripped away. And the fragment, the Hollow King's shard, he examined it carefully before allowing it to integrate. It was like swallowing a piece of starlight. Cold and bright and impossibly old. And in the moment of integration, he heard the voice more clearly than ever before. Yes. More. You are becoming. He pushed it down, locked it behind the mental walls he'd been building. A clemency, he realized, came naturally now, another gift of his expanded power, and walked back to the castle with his hands in his pockets and his mind racing. He went back the next night. And the next. The Dementors came to the forest like moths to a flame, drawn by his presence, unable to resist, meeting their end with a regularity that would have been horrifying if he'd thought about it too carefully. Over the course of 3 weeks, Harry consumed 37 Dementors. His power grew with each one. By the 5th hunt, he could apparate within Hogwarts, not through the wards but through a kind of spatial folding that the wards didn't recognize as apparition. By the 15th, he could cast spells simultaneously from both hands without a wand. By the 30th, he could perceive the magical field itself, not just signatures but the underlying fabric, the warp and weft of reality's magical layer. He was careful. He kept his enhanced abilities hidden in class, deliberately underperforming, pulling his punches. He told Hermione about each hunt, described each consumption in detail, submitted to her increasingly sophisticated diagnostic spells. She tracked his magical core growth on a chart that she kept in the room of requirement, and the line was not so much climbing as going vertical. This rate of growth is unsustainable, she said one evening, frowning at the chart. At this pace, you'll have the largest magical core ever recorded within a month. Isn't that a good thing? Not if it destabilizes. Magical cores are organic systems, they grow and adapt, but there are limits. Push too far, too fast, and they can fracture. It's happened historically, powerful wizards who overextended and suffered magical burnout. The difference is that they were working with natural growth curves. You're force-feeding yourself cosmic fragments. I feel fine. You feel amazing. That's the problem. Feeling fine doesn't mean being fine. She set down her quill. Harry, promise me that if anything changes, if you feel unstable, if the voice gets louder, if your control slips even slightly, you'll tell me. Immediately. I promise. And mean it this time. I mean it every time. She gave him a look that said she knew exactly how much his promises were worth when they conflicted with his protective instincts. Fine. But I'm increasing the diagnostic frequency. Weekly scans, not monthly. Yes, ma'am. Don't ma'am me. Wouldn't dream of it. Ron caught him coming back from a hunt at 2 in the morning. Harry slipped through the portrait hole, thinking the common room was empty, and found Ron sitting in the armchair by the dead fire, wrapped in a blanket, looking like he'd been waiting for hours. Hey, Harry said. Hey. Ron's voice was flat. Controlled. The voice of someone who'd rehearsed what he was going to say. You've been out there again. Yeah. Eating Dementors. Yes, Ron. Ron was quiet for a moment. In the faint moonlight from the windows, his face was hard to read, but Harry's enhanced senses didn't need visual cues. He could feel Ron's emotional state, a complicated knot of loyalty, fear, frustration, and something that might have been jealousy, though it tasted different from the jealousy of fourth year. Less petty. More existential. I don't know how to say this without sounding like a prat, Ron said. Try. You're scaring me. The words hung in the air. Harry sat down in the opposite chair. Not like I think you're going to hurt me, Ron continued, the rehearsed quality dropping away, replaced by raw honesty. You're my best mate. I know you wouldn't. But when you came back tonight, I was awake, I saw you through the window, you were walking across the grounds and the grass was dying under your feet. Frost, in September. And your eyes, he stopped. What about my eyes? They were dark. Not just dark like your eye color, dark like there was nothing behind them. Just for a second. Then you blinked and they were normal again. Harry's stomach dropped. He hadn't known about the eyes. And the thing is, Ron said, you're getting stronger every day. I can feel it. Everyone can feel it. When you walk into a room, the temperature changes. Candle flames lean toward you. And you're, I dunno, more. More present. More everything. People notice you in a way they didn't before. It's like you've got a gravity now. That's not, let me finish. Ron's jaw was set. I've been your mate for 5 years. I've watched you fight Voldemort, watched you nearly die about 12 times, watched you do things that should be impossible. And through all of it, you were still you. Still the bloke who's terrible at chess and can't talk to girls and eats like a starving measle. But lately. He trailed off. Took a breath. Lately, I'm not sure the bloke I'm looking at is the same one who shared a bag of chocolate frogs on the train first year. Silence. Long, heavy, honest. I'm still me, Ron. Are you sure? And Harry wanted to say yes. Wanted it desperately, with every fiber of his being. But the voice was there, beneath the surface, more, you are becoming, and the hunger was there, purring and patient, and the power was there, vast and growing and intoxicating, and he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure at all. I'm trying to be, he said. Ron studied him for a long time. Then he nodded once, sharply. That's honest. I appreciate honest. I'm sorry I'm scaring you. Don't apologize. Just, keep trying. Keep being the bloke who tries. I will. Ron stood up, gathered his blanket around his shoulders with a dignity that was slightly undermined by the Chudley Cannon's pattern, and headed for the stairs. At the bottom, he paused. For what it's worth, and I know this doesn't fix anything, I'd still follow you into a fight. Even now. Even scared. I know you would. Right. Good. Night, then. Night, Ron. Harry sat in the dark common room for a long time after Ron went upstairs. He held his hand out in front of his face and watched it. Same hand. Same scars. But when he focused, really focused, he could see the faintest shimmer around his fingers, a dark luminescence, like black light, pulsing with each heartbeat. The consumed fragments, integrated into his magical field, invisible to everyone except him. For now. He clenched his fist, and the shimmer vanished, and he went to bed. The political situation outside Hogwarts was deteriorating. Harry learned about it in fragments, copies of the Daily Prophet at breakfast, whispered conversations in the corridors, letters from Order members that Mrs. Weasley relayed through Ron and Ginny. The ministry under Scrimgeour was paralyzed, caught between the reality of Voldemort's return and the bureaucratic inertia of an institution that had spent a year pretending it wasn't happening. And now there was a new variable. Dementor disappearances baffle ministry, read the Prophet headline one morning. Harry read the article over his toast while Hermione read over his shoulder. In an unprecedented development, sources within the Ministry of Magic confirm that Dementor populations across Britain have decreased by an estimated 40% since August. The creatures, which abandoned Azkaban Fortress earlier this year to join He Who Must Not Be Named, appear to be vanishing entirely from the areas they were known to inhabit. "They're not being driven off, they're being destroyed," said one anonymous ministry official. "Destroyed or absorbed. We're detecting massive surges of dark magical energy in locations where Dementors were previously concentrated, followed by the complete cessation of their presence. Someone or something is hunting them." Minister Scrimgeour has declined to comment, but sources indicate that the Department of Mysteries has dispatched a specialist to investigate. "Blackwood," Harry said. "Presumably." Hermione frowned. "This is going to attract attention. The wrong kind." She was right. Over the following days, Harry noticed increased owl traffic to and from Dumbledore's office. Ministry officials appeared at Hogwarts, grey-faced bureaucrats with clipboards and nervous dispositions, conducting what they called routine inspections that fooled no one. Scrimgeour himself sent a letter to Dumbledore requesting a meeting, which Dumbledore politely declined. And then there was Malfoy. Harry had been keeping half an eye on Draco since the start of term. The boy was up to something, that much was obvious from his magical signature alone, which had shifted from the usual arrogant steadiness to something jangled and frantic, like an instrument being played too fast. He was disappearing for hours at a time. His school work was suffering. Crabbe and Goyle were standing guard outside various corridors. Harry followed him one evening using his enhanced senses rather than the Marauder's map. He could track Malfoy's magical signature through the castle like following a scent, and it led him to the 7th floor, the room of requirement. Interesting. The room reconfigured itself based on the user's need, which meant Harry couldn't simply walk in while Malfoy was using it. But he could feel the magic of the room itself, vast, old, complex, and through it, he could sense what Malfoy was doing inside. Building something. Or repairing something. A magical object of considerable complexity, its signature fractured and incomplete. Harry filed it away and kept walking. Malfoy was a problem for another day. The other day came sooner than expected. Harry was returning from a Thursday hunt, 3 more Dementors consumed, his power growing, the voice growing with it, when he rounded a corner on the 7th floor and came face to face with Draco Malfoy. The Slytherin looked terrible. Grey-faced, thin, dark circles under eyes that were too wide and too bright. He was coming out of the room of requirement and nearly walked straight into Harry, and the expression that crossed his face was naked, unguarded terror. Potter. Malfoy. They stared at each other. In the torchlit corridor, Harry could read Malfoy's emotional state as clearly as print on a page: fear, exhaustion, desperation, and beneath it all, a deep, corroding despair. Whatever Malfoy was doing in the room of requirement, it wasn't going well, and the consequences of failure terrified him. "You look awful," Harry said. "Sod off." Not an insult. An observation. "When was the last time you slept?" Malfoy's wand appeared in his hand, but it was trembling. "I said sod off, Potter. I'm not in the mood for." He stopped. His eyes narrowed. "What are you doing up here at 2 in the morning?" "Walking." "Walking." Malfoy's lip curled, but the sneer was a pale shadow of its usual self. "You've changed, Potter. Everyone's noticed. The way you move, the temperature drops when you walk past. People talk. People always talk about me. I'm famous. This is different." Malfoy took a step closer, and Harry saw the calculation behind the fear, Malfoy's Slytherin instincts overriding his terror, his mind working even through the exhaustion. "The Dark Lord knows. About the Dementors. About what you've been doing. He's not happy." "Good. You don't understand. He's afraid." Malfoy said it like the concept was alien, like expressing it might summon consequences. "I've never seen him afraid before." He's making plans. Changing his strategy. He talks about you differently now. Differently how? Like you're a threat. Not an annoyance, an actual threat. Like you might be something that can hurt him. Harry studied Malfoy's face. The boy wasn't lying, Harry could feel the truth of it in his emotional signature, raw and unfiltered. What are you building in the room of requirement, Draco? Malfoy went white. Actually white, the blood draining from his face so fast Harry thought he might faint. I don't, how did you? I can feel the magic. Something broken you're trying to fix. A conduit of some kind. Tell me what it is. Malfoy's wand came up again, and this time his hand was steady, powered by the adrenaline of being cornered. Stay away from me, Potter. You don't know what's at stake. You don't know what he'll do, to your family. The silence that followed was answer enough. I'm not your enemy, Malfoy. You're not my friend, either. No. But I might be the only person in this castle who can actually protect you from him. Think about that. Harry walked away. Behind him, he heard Malfoy's breathing, rapid, shallow, the breathing of someone on the edge of panic, and felt a complicated pang of something that wasn't sympathy, exactly, but wasn't indifference either. Malfoy would report this conversation to Voldemort. Which meant Voldemort would know that Harry's senses had grown sharp enough to detect hidden magical activity through walls. Which meant Voldemort would adjust his plans. Good. Let him adjust. Let him scramble. Let the Dark Lord who had terrorized the wizarding world for decades feel what it was like to face something he didn't understand and couldn't control. Harry's lips curved in a smile that was, if he was being honest with himself, not entirely his own. The hunger approved. The presence stirred. He pushed them both down and went to bed. Blackwood's sessions grew more intensive. The unspeakable arrived at each meeting with new materials, diagrams of Dementor anatomy, theoretical models of soul magic interaction, historical accounts of wizards who had attempted to weaponize Dementor essence, all of whom had died, which Blackwood mentioned with clinical detachment. The key difference between you and every previous attempt, Blackwood explained during a Tuesday session in his office, a small room near the defense classroom, furnished with more books than furniture, is that you're not using external methods. Previous researchers tried to capture Dementor essence in enchanted vessels, distill it, refine it. All failed. The essence is too volatile, too hostile to containment. But I can contain it. Because you're not containing it externally. You're integrating it. Your magical core absorbs the essence and makes it part of itself, transforms it from hostile foreign material into native power. It's like. He searched for an analogy. Like a body metabolizing food. You're not storing Dementor essence, you're digesting it. Breaking it down and rebuilding it as part of your own magical structure. And the fragments? The Hollow King's pieces? Blackwood's expression was carefully neutral. Those are different. Those don't break down. They integrate whole, they slot into your magical architecture like pieces of a puzzle. Each one makes the picture more complete. Complete toward what? That's what we're trying to determine. Blackwood leaned back, steepling his fingers. Tell me about the voice. Harry hesitated. Hermione had told him not to share this. But Blackwood's expertise was real, his insights valuable, and Harry needed to understand what was happening inside him before it progressed beyond his control. It's not really a voice, he said carefully. More like an impression. A feeling. It says more. Or rather, it communicates the concept of more, of wanting, of hunger, of incompleteness. How often? After every hunt. Sometimes during the day, if I'm near a lot of magical energy. It's growing louder. Blackwood nodded slowly, and Harry caught something in the man's expression, a flash of intensity, of eagerness, that was gone so fast he might have imagined it. That's consistent with what I'd expect. The fragments are resonating with each other inside you. The more you absorb, the stronger the resonance, and the more coherent the emergent signal. Emergent signal. That's a clinical way to describe something talking inside my head. I'm a researcher. Clinical is how I cope. Blackwood smiled, and it was warm and self-deprecating and utterly convincing. Harry, I want you to try something. During your next consumption, your next hunt, I want you to pay attention to the moment of fragment integration. Not the soul energy, not the dark matter. The fragment itself. Try to sense its structure. Its shape. See if you can determine how it fits into the pattern that's building. Why? Because if we can map the pattern, we can predict where it's going. We can anticipate the threshold, the point at which the fragments might coalesce into something autonomous. And if we can anticipate it, we can prepare for it. It made sense. Harry agreed. He didn't tell Hermione about this part of the conversation. Hermione, meanwhile, had made a breakthrough of her own. She showed Harry during one of their late-night sessions in the room of requirement, pulling out a sheet of parchment covered in runic diagrams. I've been working on a containment framework, she said. Not physical containment, mental. A set of occlumency constructs specifically designed to isolate and compartmentalize the Hollow King's fragments within your magical core. Harry stared at the diagrams. They were complex, layers of interlocking mental barriers, feedback loops, magical circuit breakers. You designed this? I adapted it. The base framework is from an ancient occlumency technique used by soul mages in pre-Roman Britain. Dumbledore's library had a reference. I modified it using some of Blackwood's theories about fragment integration. If we build this structure in your mind, it should prevent the fragments from reaching critical mass. They can still empower you, but they can't coalesce into an independent consciousness. That's brilliant. I know. She said it without vanity, a simple statement of fact. The question is whether we can build it. It requires active occlumency, which means you'll need to maintain it constantly. It'll be like holding a muscle flex all the time, exhausting until it becomes habit. When do we start? Now, if you're willing. They spent the next 2 hours working on the mental framework. Hermione guided him through the construction. She couldn't enter his mind, but she could describe the architecture and monitor his progress with diagnostic spells, adjusting and correcting as he built. It was intimate in a way that Harry hadn't expected. She was essentially helping him construct the interior landscape of his own mind, and doing so required a degree of trust and vulnerability that went beyond anything they'd shared before. He had to let her see, through the diagnostics, through his descriptions, the shape of his inner world. The places where the power gathered. The cold, deep spaces where the fragments pulsed. The hunger, coiled and waiting. It's not just a presence, is it? Hermione said quietly, reading the diagnostic results. It's becoming a personality. I can see it in the fragment distribution. They're not random. They're organizing. Forming something like a neural network. How much time do I have? I don't know. Months? Weeks? It depends on how many more fragments you absorb. She looked up from the parchment. Harry, if you stopped hunting, if you consumed no more Dementors, the existing fragments might never reach critical mass. The containment framework I'm building could hold them indefinitely. And if I stop hunting, Dementors keep terrorizing people. Voldemort keeps using them as weapons. People keep having their souls consumed. I know. I can't stop. I know that too. Her voice was steady but her eyes were bright, and Harry realized with a jolt that she was close to tears. Not crying, Hermione didn't cry easily, but close. The brightness of someone fighting to hold it together. Hey. He reached across the table and took her hand. It was the first time he'd touched her deliberately, outside of a hug, and her fingers were warm and ink-stained and they closed around his without hesitation. We'll figure this out. You've already designed a containment framework that no one else in the world could have designed. We're not stumbling blind. I'm scared, Harry. I know. Not of you. For you. For what this might cost you. He squeezed her hand. Then we'll make sure the cost is something I can pay. She looked at him, and in her eyes he saw the full weight of what she was carrying, the research, the fear, the desperate, furious love of someone watching the person they cared about most walk towards something that might destroy them. And she wasn't pulling away. She wasn't retreating into logic or detachment. She was right here, hand in his, afraid and present and unwavering. You're extraordinary, he said. You know that, right? I'm practical. There's a difference. There really isn't. She laughed, soft, wet, the laugh of someone who needed it, and squeezed his hand back, and they sat like that for a while, connected, the fire burning low, the castle dreaming around them. When they finally parted at the door of the room of requirement, Hermione paused and said, Tuesday. After Blackwood's session. Don't forget. I won't. She nodded once and walked away down the corridor, and Harry watched her go and felt the warmth of her hand on his like a brand, like an anchor, like the one absolutely real and good thing in a world that was growing increasingly strange. He practiced the containment framework that night, building the mental walls Hermione had designed, and when the voice whispered more, he locked it behind a barrier of structured thought and deliberate will, and the whisper faded to silence. Small victories. The incident in the Great Hall happened on a Friday. It was lunch, and the hall was full, all 4 house tables occupied, staff table complete, the usual noise and motion of 500 students eating and talking and existing. Harry was sitting with Ron and Hermione, eating shepherd's pie and pretending to be interested in Ron's analysis of the Chudley Cannon's chances, non-existent, as always. He felt the Dementor before anyone else did. It came through a gap in the castle wards, a point of failure that Harry had noticed weeks ago but hadn't reported, because reporting it would mean explaining how he could see ward architecture. One moment the ambient field was normal, the next, a spike of cold, dark energy punched through the boundary like a needle through cloth. Harry's fork hit his plate. He was on his feet before anyone looked up. What? Ron started. Dementor. Inside the wards. Moving toward the castle. Hermione's face went white. Inside the wards. That shouldn't be possible. There's a gap. Northeast boundary, near the Quidditch pitch. Harry was already moving. Stay here. Like hell, Ron said, standing. Ron, you said to keep being your mate. This is what your mate does. Harry didn't have time to argue. He could feel the Dementor accelerating, not toward the Great Hall but toward the grounds, toward a cluster of magical signatures that Harry recognized as students. Younger students. First and second years who'd gone outside for lunch, sitting on the grass in the September sunshine. He ran. The corridors blurred past. His enhanced speed meant he was covering ground faster than a normal wizard could sprint, but the Dementor was fast too, gliding over the grounds, its cold aura spreading ahead of it like an advancing tide. Harry burst through the main doors and into the sunlight and saw it. A large one. Very large. Its cloak was dense and dark, and it had the heavy, sated quality of a Dementor that had consumed many souls in its existence. It was 60 meters from a group of first years who were only just beginning to realize something was wrong. They were shivering, looking confused, their breath starting to mist. Harry covered the distance in seconds. He didn't bother with his wand, didn't bother with anything subtle. He hit the Dementor with a wall of raw magical force that stopped it mid-glide, locking it in place like an insect in amber. The first years screamed. Behind him, he heard shouts from the castle, teachers, older students, the alarm going out. Harry held the Dementor in place with one hand and examined it with the other. This one was different from the wild Dementors he'd been hunting. Its essence was tainted, threads of dark magic wound through it that felt familiar. Voldemort's magic. This Dementor had been bound, directed, sent here deliberately. A probe. A test. Voldemort wanted to see what Harry would do. Fine. Harry consumed it. He did it slowly, deliberately, in full view of the first years and the approaching teachers and the students pouring out of the castle to see what was happening. He extended his hand and the Dementor unraveled toward him, its essence streaming across the gap in ribbons of shadow that spiraled into his palm. It took about 10 seconds. When it was done, nothing remained but a patch of dead grass and a lingering chill. Silence. Absolute silence. Then the first years started crying, which was fair enough, and Professor Flitwick arrived at a dead run, which was quite fast given his leg length, and the noise rose to a crescendo of shouted questions and panicked speculation. Harry stood in the middle of it all, the consumed power settling into his core, the fragment clicking into place with a resonance that made his teeth ache, and felt the weight of several hundred stares. Dumbledore appeared beside him with the quiet inevitability of a force of nature. "My office, Harry. Now, please." Harry went. The conversation in Dumbledore's office was tense. Not hostile, neither of them wanted that, but charged with competing priorities and the fundamental tension between a mentor who wanted to protect and a student who'd outgrown protection. "You performed that consumption in front of the entire student body. A Dementor was about to attack first years. Would you have preferred I let it? I would have preferred you use a Patronus. Conventional magic. Not," Dumbledore paused, choosing his words. "Not something that cannot be explained or understood by the people who witnessed it. A Patronus drives them away. I destroyed it. Permanently. One less Dementor in the world. One fewer weapon for Voldemort. And one more fragment of an ancient entity integrated into your magical core." Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. "Harry, I am not questioning your intentions. Your desire to protect those children was admirable and genuine. I am questioning the method. What happened today will be reported. The students will tell their parents. The parents will tell the ministry. And the ministry will panic. Yes." Harry sat in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk and felt, suddenly, very tired. Not physically, his body was humming with consumed energy. Emotionally. Tired of being questioned, analyzed, managed. Tired of the gap between what he could do and what he was allowed to do. "Professor, with respect, the ministry can't fight this war. They can barely fight their own bureaucracy. Voldemort has Dementors, Death Eaters, giants, werewolves, and a plan that's been in motion for years. We have the Order, the DA, and me. And right now, I'm the only weapon on our side that's actually getting stronger. You are not a weapon, Harry. No. I'm a person with a weapon. And I'm tired of pretending I'm not." Dumbledore studied him over his half-moon spectacles, and Harry saw the old man making a calculation, weighing the risks of confrontation against the risks of alienation, the desire to guide against the awareness that guidance was becoming increasingly futile. "I will handle the ministry," Dumbledore said finally. "And I will repair the ward gap that allowed the Dementors entry. But Harry, please. Consider the eyes that are on you. Not just the ministry's. Not just Voldemort's. The students. The teachers. Your friends." He paused. "They are watching you become something they don't understand, and fear of the unknown is the most dangerous force in human nature." Harry heard the warning. He even agreed with it. But the hunger didn't care about optics, and the power didn't care about politics, and somewhere out in the darkness, Voldemort was sending probes, testing defenses, and the only adequate response was strength. "I'll be more discreet," Harry said. "But I won't stop." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I expected nothing less." They parted, and Harry walked down the spiral staircase and straight into Aurelius Blackwood. The unspeakable was leaning against the wall opposite the gargoyle, arms crossed, looking for all the world like a man who'd been waiting casually rather than positioning himself deliberately. "Impressive performance out there," Blackwood said. "Controlled. Clean. You're improving. You saw. I saw. As did most of the castle. You've made rather a splash, Mr. Potter. So I've been told." Harry started walking. Blackwood fell into step beside him. Dumbledore's unhappy about the visibility. Dumbledore is a man who believes all problems can be solved with the correct application of secrecy and benign manipulation. It's his greatest strength and his most significant blind spot. Blackwood's tone was measured but honest. The truth is, visibility might serve you better than secrecy at this point. How so? Because Voldemort is afraid of you. Genuinely afraid, for the first time. Fear makes powerful people reckless. If he knows what you can do, truly knows, he may make mistakes. Overreach. Commit to strategies that expose him. Or he might escalate. Come at me with everything he has. Also possible. But you're stronger every day. He isn't. Blackwood stopped walking and turned to face Harry. The fragments you've consumed, you've been examining them as I suggested? Yes. And? Harry hesitated. This was the line Hermione had drawn, don't tell him too much. But the information was relevant, and Blackwood's theoretical framework was the best tool he had for understanding what was happening. They have a shape, Harry said. Each fragment is unique but they fit together, like pieces of a three-dimensional puzzle. The more I consume, the more of the pattern I can see. It's not random. It's a structure. A lattice. Blackwood's eyes lit up with an intensity that was, for just a moment, borderline fervent. Then it was gone, replaced by his usual measured curiosity. A lattice. Yes. That's consistent with my models. The Hollow King wasn't a simple consciousness, it was a structured intelligence, organized along geometric principles that we don't fully understand. The lattice is its architecture. Its skeleton. And when the skeleton is complete? When the skeleton is complete, it could potentially support a consciousness. A complete, self-aware intelligence housed within your magical core. They stood in the corridor, torchlight flickering, the castle quiet around them. Could, Harry said. Or will. That depends on you. Blackwood's voice was soft, earnest. The lattice is a structure, not a sentence. It can support a consciousness, but it doesn't have to. If you're strong enough, if your will is dominant, you can use the structure for your own purposes. Channel the power through the lattice. Shape it. Make it serve you rather than the other way around. And if I'm not strong enough? Blackwood held his gaze. Then we'll need a different plan. But I don't think it'll come to that. You're the strongest wizard I've ever encountered, Harry, and I've encountered some remarkable people in my career. The Hollow King is powerful, but it's fragmented and confused. You are whole and clear and determined. That matters more than raw power. It was exactly what Harry wanted to hear. Which, a small and increasingly quiet part of his mind noted, was exactly why he should be suspicious of it. But the words settled into him with the warmth of reassurance, and the hunger purred with agreement, and Harry nodded and walked on. Behind him, Blackwood watched him go with an expression that was difficult to read, admiration and anticipation and, buried deep beneath the surface, the desperate hope of a man who had been working towards something for 30 years and could finally see the end in sight. He returned to his office, locked the door, and pulled a sheet of parchment from his desk. He wrote quickly, in a cipher that hadn't been used since the founding of the Department of Mysteries. The vessel progresses faster than anticipated. 56 fragments consumed. The lattice is 30% complete. He reports hearing the voice clearly and has begun perceiving the fragment structure during consumption. His integration rate is accelerating. The Granger girl is a complication, she's designed a containment framework that could delay coalescence. Recommend allowing it to proceed, it will give the vessel a false sense of security and prevent premature resistance. The framework can be dissolved at the critical moment. The king stirs. I can feel it even from outside, a resonance in the ambient field that wasn't there a month ago. The vessel is strong. Stronger than any candidate in the historical record. He may be the one. He may finally be the one. When the king rises, all debts will be paid. All losses restored. All mouths fed. Soon. He folded the letter, sealed it with a wax stamp bearing no insignia, and carried it to the window. An owl waited on the sill, his own, a nondescript brown bird that drew no attention. He tied the letter to its leg, whispered an address that existed in no directory, and watched the bird disappear into the dark sky. Then he sat at his desk, pulled open a drawer, and looked at the photograph inside. A girl. Young, 7, perhaps 8. Dark hair, bright eyes, a smile that was missing 2 teeth. The photograph moved, as wizard photographs do. The girl waved, laughed silently, waved again. Soon, sweetheart, Blackwood whispered. Soon. He closed the drawer, extinguished the lamp, and sat in the darkness, smiling. Chapter 3, The Abyss. She arrived on a Monday morning, and the first thing Harry noticed was that she didn't have a magical signature. That wasn't quite right. Everyone had a magical signature, it was as fundamental as a heartbeat. But this woman's was suppressed, dampened, folded in on itself so tightly that it registered as little more than a whisper. Harry, who'd grown accustomed to reading the magical field of every person in a room the way a sighted person reads faces, found himself looking at a blank page. That took skill. Extraordinary skill. The kind of skill that came from decades of training in environments where being magically visible got you killed. She walked into the great hall during breakfast, flanked by 2 wizards in grey robes who radiated quiet competence and carried their wands in quick-draw holsters. She herself wore dark blue, tailored, practical, expensive without being ostentatious, and moved with the precise economy of someone who trained her body as rigorously as her magic. Tall. Angular. Dark skin, close-cropped hair, eyes that swept the hall with the systematic thoroughness of a targeting spell. She went straight to the staff table and spoke quietly with Dumbledore. Harry watched the headmaster's face, the slight tightening around the eyes, the polite smile that didn't reach them. Whatever she was saying, Dumbledore didn't like it. "Who is that?" Ron asked, voicing what half the hall was thinking. Hermione was already frowning. The crest on those robes, the grey ones, her escorts, that's the International Confederation of Wizards. Enforcement Division. Enforcement? Like Aurors? Like Aurors who answer to the global magical community instead of a single country's ministry. They handle cross-border threats, violations of the International Statute of Secrecy, and... Hermione trailed off, her eyes meeting Harry's. Situations that individual nations can't or won't address. Situations like me, Harry said. Possibly. Ron looked between them. Hang on. You think the international magical government sent someone to investigate Harry? Dementors are disappearing worldwide, Ron. Not just in Britain. Whatever Harry's doing, the effects are being felt everywhere. Dementors in Scandinavia, Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, they're all declining. Some regions have reported complete disappearance. Harry hadn't known that. The implications settled into him with uncomfortable weight. He'd assumed his consumption only affected the local population, the Dementors he personally hunted in the Forbidden Forest and around Hogwarts. But if Dementors were vanishing globally? When I consume a fragment, he said slowly, the other fragments feel it. They're connected. Part of the same entity. So when I absorb one, the resonance might be disrupting the others, destabilizing them, weakening them. Or drawing them toward you, Hermione said quietly. They looked at each other, and Harry saw his own unease reflected in her face. Drawing Dementors from across the world toward Hogwarts. Toward the school. Toward children. The woman in blue left the staff table and walked out of the great hall without looking at anyone. Her 2 escorts followed. The doors closed behind them with a sound that, to Harry's enhanced senses, felt like punctuation. He found out her name 2 hours later, when she found him. Harry was crossing the courtyard between Charms and Transfiguration, his bag over one shoulder, the October wind cutting through the cloisters with the first real bite of autumn. She stepped out from behind a pillar with a directness that suggested she'd been waiting rather than happening past. "Mr. Potter." He stopped. Up close, her face was striking rather than beautiful, high cheekbones, a strong jaw, lines around the mouth that came from either discipline or displeasure. Her eyes were dark brown, almost black, and they studied him with the dispassionate precision of a scientist examining a specimen. "My name is Serafina Voss. I'm a senior enforcer with the International Confederation of Wizards, Division of Extraordinary Threats." She didn't extend a hand. "I'm here because Dementors are vanishing from every continent on Earth, and every line of investigation I've pursued leads back to you." That was fast. "You've been here 2 hours. I've been investigating for 6 weeks. I've been here 2 hours. She tilted her head slightly. "You're not surprised." "I'm rarely surprised anymore." That's a dangerous thing for a 16-year-old to say. "I've had a dangerous year." A beat. Something shifted behind her eyes, not warmth, not softening, but a recalibration. She'd expected a teenager. She was getting something else. "I'd like to interview you formally," Voss said. "With your headmaster present, if you prefer." "I don't need a chaperone." "I wasn't suggesting you did. I was offering you a witness." Harry considered her. The suppressed magical signature, the crisp professionalism, the way she stood, balanced on the balls of her feet, weight-centered, ready to move in any direction. This was a woman who'd spent her career confronting things that frightened ordinary wizards. "Ask your questions," he said. "Not here. My office. The headmaster has provided a room on the 3rd floor." She paused. "This evening. 7 o'clock. Fine." She nodded once, turned, and walked away. Her escorts, who Harry only now realized had been standing at the far end of the courtyard the entire time, fell into step behind her. "She's terrifying," said Neville, who had materialized at Harry's elbow with the stealth that only the truly unassuming could achieve. "She's thorough." "Different thing." "Is it, though?" Harry almost laughed. Neville had been getting braver and sharper every year, and there were moments, like this one, when Harry caught a glimpse of the man he was going to become and was genuinely impressed. "Come on," Harry said. "We're late for Transfiguration. McGonagall will eat us alive." The interview that evening was exactly what Harry expected, precise, methodical, and designed to extract maximum information while revealing nothing in return. Voss's temporary office was sparse, a desk, 2 chairs, a single lamp. No personal effects. The room of someone who didn't plan to stay long and didn't believe in comfort as a professional tool. She sat behind the desk. Harry sat across from her. Her 2 escorts stood by the door, silent and watchful. "For the record," Voss said, placing a small crystal sphere on the desk, a recording device, Harry recognized, standard ICW issue, "This is an informal interview. You are not under investigation. You are not required to answer any question. You may terminate this conversation at any time." Noted. "When did you first consume a Dementor?" Harry told her. The basics, the attack at Privet Drive, the reversed kiss, the subsequent feedings. He kept the details about the Hollow King, the fragments, and the growing voice to himself. She didn't need to know that, and until he understood her agenda, she wouldn't. Voss listened without expression. She didn't take notes, the crystal sphere was doing that for her, and she didn't interrupt. When he finished, she was quiet for exactly 3 seconds. "You've consumed approximately 60 Dementors since August." "Approximately. And each consumption has increased your magical capacity." "Yes." "To what degree?" "Significantly." "Mr. Potter, I'm not your enemy. But I need to understand the scope of what we're dealing with." Harry met her eyes. "My magical core is, conservatively, 8 to 10 times what it was 3 months ago." I can perform wandless magic at a level comparable to a trained adult wizard. I can perceive magical fields, ward structures, and the emotional states of people around me. I can apparate within Hogwarts wards through methods the wards don't recognize. I can consume Dementors at range without physical contact. The room was very quiet. And the Dementors are drawn to you, Voss said. Yes. Which means that wherever you are, Dementors will come. Some of them. The ones close enough to sense me. Voss leaned back in her chair. Her expression hadn't changed, but Harry could feel, even through her suppressed signature, a shift in her emotional state. She was recalculating. Reassessing threat levels. Mr. Potter, I want to be straightforward with you. The ICW's primary concern is not you personally. It is the worldwide ecological disruption caused by the disappearance of Dementors. Ecological disruption. Dementors, whatever their origin, have been part of the magical ecosystem for millennia. Their disappearance is causing cascading effects, shifts in ambient magical fields, disruption of wards that were anchored to Dementor-related frequencies, instability in regions where Dementors served as de facto deterrents against dark magical activity. Several nations are reporting surges in dark creature activity in areas where Dementors previously maintained a form of territorial control. Harry hadn't considered that. Dementors as an ecosystem component, horrible, predatory, but serving a function. Remove them, and the system destabilizes. I'm not going to stop, he said. I didn't ask you to. I asked you to understand the consequences. Voss's voice was level but firm. You are, functionally, a single individual reshaping the global magical ecosystem through personal consumption. The ICW needs to know whether that process has an endpoint, and what happens when it's reached. I don't know the endpoint. That's what concerns us. They looked at each other across the desk. Two people with incompatible priorities and mutual respect, grudging on her side, cautious on his. I'll keep you informed, Harry said. Within reason. I'll hold you to that. Within reason. He left her office feeling unsettled. Not by Voss herself, she was professional, intelligent, and not unreasonable. But by the picture she'd painted. Consequences he hadn't considered. Systems he was disrupting. The uncomfortable reality that even righteous destruction had side effects. He found Hermione in the room of requirement. She was pacing, never a good sign. How did it go? She asked. She's smart. She's not wrong about the ecosystem effects. And she's going to be watching me very closely. What did you tell her? The basics. Nothing about the Hollow King, nothing about the fragments, nothing about the voice. Hermione nodded, but she was chewing her lip, her most reliable tell for anxiety. Harry, there's something else. I've been running the diagnostic framework, checking the containment structure we built. It's holding, but the fragments are pushing against it. Actively. Not just passively growing, pushing. Like something on the other side is testing the walls. She stopped pacing and faced him. The containment will hold for now. But every new fragment you absorb adds pressure. At this rate, we'll need to reinforce within weeks. Can you reinforce it? I think so. But there's a limit to how many walls you can build before the effort of maintaining them starts to degrade your focus. You can't fight a war and hold a fortress in your head simultaneously. Harry said nothing for a moment. The fire crackled. Outside the enchanted window, rain was beginning to fall. I had the dream again last night, he said quietly. The dark space. The presence. But this time it was different. It was closer, and it had a shape. Not a human shape. Something geometric. A lattice. He looked at her. Like what Blackwood described. A structure. A skeleton. Hermione sat down slowly. You're seeing the lattice in your dreams. I think I'm seeing the inside of my own magical core. The place where the fragments are assembling. And the presence, the Hollow King, it's taking shape within that lattice? Yes. She reached across the table and took his hand. Not romantically, practically. Grounding him. Anchoring him to the physical world, to this room, to her. We'll figure this out, she said. We will. I'm not going to let some primordial soul eater take my best friend. He squeezed her hand. Bit possessive. Absolutely. I've invested 6 years in this friendship. No cosmic entity is getting a return on my time. He laughed, and the darkness retreated slightly, and for a moment the hunger was quiet. 3 days later, a Dementor got inside the castle. It shouldn't have been possible. The ward gap had been repaired, Harry had verified it himself, tracing the ward architecture with his enhanced senses. But Dementors were adapting. Learning. Changing their approach in response to the threat Harry posed, and this one had found a way in that no one had anticipated. It came through the plumbing. The castle's water system ran deep, ancient pipes and channels that predated the founders, natural waterways that had been incorporated into the castle's infrastructure centuries ago. The wards didn't cover them fully. They'd never needed to, Dementors were aerial, or at least they had been. This one squeezed itself through a drain in the basement corridor near the Hufflepuff common room, compressing its form into something liquid and wrong, and emerged in the hallway like a dark stain spreading across the floor. A second-year Hufflepuff girl named Eleanor Marsh was the first person it found. Harry felt it happen. He was in Charm's class, 4 floors up, when the spike of cold punched through the ambient field like a scream. He was out of his seat before Flitwick finished his sentence, wand in hand, already moving. Mr. Potter. He didn't stop. He ran. Down 4 flights of stairs, through corridors, past startled students and bewildered ghosts, following the cold like a compass needle tracking north. He could feel the Dementor, a massive, old presence, dense with consumed souls, and it was feeding. He rounded the corner into the basement corridor and saw it. Eleanor Marsh was on the floor. The Dementor crouched over her like a vulture over carrion, its rotting hands gripping her face, its head lowered to hers in a grotesque parody of a kiss. The girl's body was convulsing, small, helpless shudders that ran through her frame like electrical pulses, and with each shudder, a thin stream of silver light was being drawn from her mouth into the Dementor's hood. Her soul. Being pulled out of her, strand by strand. Harry hit the Dementor with enough force to crack the stone wall behind it. Raw magic, wandless, unfocused, a battering ram of power that tore the creature away from the girl and sent it crashing through the wall into the room beyond. Masonry exploded. Dust billowed. The temperature in the corridor dropped 30 degrees in a second. Harry dropped to his knees beside Eleanor. She was alive, breathing, heart beating, but her eyes were open and empty. Not unconscious. Not asleep. Empty. The lights were on but no one was home. Her body was running on autonomic functions while the thing that made her Eleanor, her personality, her consciousness, her soul, had been partially extracted. He could feel it. With his enhanced senses, he could see the damage. Her magical field was ragged, torn, like a tapestry with half its threads pulled out. The soul was still connected, barely, by a few gossamer strands, but the bulk of it was gone. Taken. Inside the Dementor that was already picking itself out of the rubble in the next room. Harry. Hermione's voice, behind him. She'd followed, of course she'd followed. She skidded to a stop, saw Eleanor, and went white. Her soul's been partially consumed, Harry said. Most of it's inside the Dementor. Can you? I don't know. Other people were arriving now. Professor Sprout, the Hufflepuff head of house, her face a mask of horror. Madame Pomfrey, medical kit in hand. Students, crowding the corridor, being pushed back by prefects. The Dementor emerged from the hole in the wall. It was furious. Harry could feel its rage, its hunger, its primal drive to consume, and it was stronger for having fed. Eleanor's partial soul had swelled its mass, made it denser, more powerful. It came at Harry. Not gliding, lunging, with a speed and aggression that Dementors weren't supposed to possess. Harry caught it. Not with magic. With his hands. He grabbed the Dementor by what passed for its throat and held it in place, and the consumption began immediately, his ability activating on contact, the creature's essence beginning to unravel into him. But he didn't just consume it. He searched it. The Dementor's interior was a storm, centuries of consumed souls, swirling in a dark vortex of trapped consciousness and stolen memory. Harry plunged his awareness into that storm and looked for Eleanor Marsh. Looked for a specific soul among the hundreds, a specific light in the dark. It was like searching for a single voice in a hurricane. He found her. Eleanor's soul was bright, newer, fresher than the ancient remnants surrounding it, not yet fully integrated into the Dementor's mass. A ball of silver-white light, pulsing with the particular frequency of a 12-year-old girl who liked herbology and had a cat named Biscuit and was afraid of heights. Harry reached into the storm and grabbed it. The Dementor screamed. It thrashed against his grip, its form destabilizing, its essence trying to collapse inward and protect its prize. Harry held on, to the creature, to the soul, to his own identity in the face of the howling dark, and pulled. Eleanor's soul came free. It streamed out of the dissolving Dementor in a ribbon of silver light, bright, intact, trailing wisps of dark energy that burned away on contact with the air. Harry guided it with his will, shaped it, directed it toward the empty body on the floor. The soul found its vessel with the inevitability of water finding a riverbed, pouring back in through the connection that still remained, filling the ragged gaps, mending the torn tapestry. Eleanor Marsh blinked. Her eyes, empty a moment ago, filled with confusion, then fear, then tears. She was alive. She was whole. She was herself. Harry released the Dementor and let the consumption complete. Its essence poured into him, the souls, the dark energy, the fragment, but he barely noticed. He was watching Eleanor, watching the color return to her cheeks, watching Madame Pomfrey rush forward and begin her diagnostic spells, watching Professor Sprout gather the girl into her arms with maternal ferocity. The corridor was silent. 30 people, students, teachers, staff, had just watched Harry Potter catch a Dementor with his bare hands, extract a consumed soul from its interior, restore it to its owner, and destroy the creature in the process. No one spoke. Hermione's hand found his. Her fingers were shaking, but her grip was firm. Dumbledore arrived 60 seconds later, and his expression when he saw the scene, the hole in the wall, the scorch marks, the patch of dead stone where the Dementor had dissolved, the crying girl being attended by Madame Pomfrey, was something Harry had never seen on the old man's face. Awe. Dumbledore looked at Harry with genuine, unguarded awe. "She's all right," Harry said. "Her soul's intact. I got it back." Dumbledore looked at Eleanor, then at Harry, then at the assembled witnesses. He seemed to make a decision. "Thank you, Harry," he said simply. "You saved her life." It was exactly the right thing to say. The tension in the corridor broke like a fever, and suddenly people were moving, talking, crying, helping. Students were being escorted back to their common rooms. Madame Pomfrey was levitating Eleanor toward the hospital wing. Sprout was thanking Harry with a voice thick with tears. But in the chaos, Harry caught two reactions that stayed with him. Blackwood, standing at the far end of the corridor, watching with an expression of pure, radiant satisfaction. Not surprise, satisfaction. As though something he'd hoped for had been confirmed. And Voss, behind him, her carefully maintained composure cracked for the first time. She was staring at Eleanor, the restored girl, the impossible miracle, with an expression that Harry could only describe as shaken faith. Everything she believed about the threat Harry posed was colliding with what she'd just witnessed, and the collision was visible in her eyes. The hospital wing was quiet that evening. Eleanor was sleeping, natural sleep, not magical sedation, which Madame Pomfrey said was the most encouraging sign. Her parents had been flood and were on their way. Her cat, Biscuit, had somehow found its way to the hospital wing and was curled up on her pillow. Harry sat in the chair beside her bed, not because he needed to be there but because he couldn't quite bring himself to leave. He'd consumed hundreds of stolen souls in the past weeks, felt them flood through him, ancient and anonymous, compressed into raw power. But this time he'd pulled a soul out. Returned it. Undone a Dementor's kiss for the first time in recorded history. The implications were staggering, and he was trying very hard not to think about them. Because if he could do it once, restore a consumed soul, then the question became, could he do it again? Could he reach into his own accumulated mass of consumed essence and find other souls? Intact ones? Could he return them? Centuries of Dementor victims. Thousands of stolen consciousnesses, trapped in the dark. Were they still in there, somewhere inside him, waiting to be found? The thought was too big. He put it down. Hermione found him an hour later. She'd changed out of her school robes into jeans and a jumper, and she was carrying 2 cups of tea, which she'd clearly made herself because the house elves always served theirs in proper cups and these were in mismatched mugs. She sat in the chair next to his, handed him a mug, and said nothing for a long time. "You did something impossible today," she said finally. "I'm getting used to that." "No, Harry. I mean actually impossible. Not just unprecedented or rare, theoretically impossible. The magical theory on Dementor consumption is absolute. Once a soul is consumed, it's integrated. Destroyed. Gone. The process is irreversible." "Apparently not." "Apparently not." She sipped her tea. "I've been thinking about what that means. If souls consumed by Dementors are not destroyed but preserved, stored, intact, within the Dementor's mass, then everything we know about the kiss is wrong. It's not death. It's imprisonment. And I just opened a cell." "You opened a cell." She set her mug down. "Harry, the consumed essence you've been absorbing, the souls from every Dementor you've eaten, they might all still be in there. Intact. Recoverable. I know." "If that's true," I said. "I know, Hermione." His voice was sharper than he intended, and he saw her flinch. "Sorry. I've been thinking the same thing, and it's too much. The scale of it. If there are thousands of intact souls inside me, and I can potentially restore them, that's not a power. That's a responsibility so enormous I can't even conceptualize it." Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she reached over and touched his arm, just below the elbow, and her fingers were warm through his sleeve. "You don't have to conceptualize it tonight," she said. "Tonight, you saved one girl. That's enough." He looked at her. In the dim light of the hospital wing, with the smell of tea and antiseptic and Hermione's particular scent, parchment and vanilla and something floral he'd never identified, the world narrowed to a manageable size. One girl saved. One friend beside him. One cup of tea cooling in his hands. "Thank you," he said. "For the tea. For being here. For always being here." She smiled, not the brisk, confident smile she wore in class or the triumphant smile she wore when she was right about something. A soft smile. Vulnerable. "Where else would I be?" They sat together until Eleanor's parents arrived, a short, anxious couple who cried and thanked Harry so profusely he thought they might actually bow, and then walked back through the castle in comfortable silence. At the portrait of the fat lady, they stopped. "Harry." "Yeah. What you did today, saving Eleanor, that's who you are. Whatever else is happening, whatever the Hollow King is or wants, that's you. The person who runs toward the screaming. Who puts himself between danger and everyone else." She held his gaze. "Don't forget that." "I won't." She said the password and climbed through the portrait hole, and Harry followed, and the warmth of the common room and the sound of Gryffindor students existing, arguing, laughing, complaining about homework, settled around them like a blanket. The fallout from the Eleanor Marsh incident was immediate and seismic. The Daily Prophet ran a front-page story the next morning: Potter reverses Dementor's kiss, impossible feat leaves magical world stunned. The article was, by Prophet standards, almost balanced. It described the event accurately, quoted witnesses, and noted that the implications for previous kiss victims were potentially revolutionary. The letters started arriving at breakfast. Hundreds of them, all cascading through the great hall windows in a feathered avalanche. Families of kiss victims. St. Mungo's researchers. Ministry officials. Foreign dignitaries. All asking the same question: can you do it again? Can you save my mother, my father, my child, my friend? Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by owls, and felt the weight of hope pressing down on him like a physical force. You don't have to answer any of these, Hermione said firmly, vanishing the letters into a conjured box for later sorting. Some of them I do. Later. Not now. McGonagall intercepted them after breakfast. The headmaster would like to see you. Additionally, Miss Voss has requested a follow-up interview. And Professor Blackwood says your Tuesday session is particularly important this week. Everyone wants a piece, Ron muttered. They can cue, Harry said, and meant it. Dumbledore first. The meeting was brief and focused. The headmaster had repaired the plumbing vulnerability, with visible embarrassment at having missed it, and was implementing a comprehensive ward audit. He asked Harry to demonstrate the soul restoration ability if circumstances arose again, under controlled conditions if possible. You're asking me to experiment on Dementor victims, Harry said flatly. I'm asking you to understand your own capability so that when it matters, and it will matter, Harry, more than once, you can act with confidence rather than instinct. Fair point. Harry agreed. Voss next. This meeting was different from their first. The clinical detachment had cracked, and something human was showing through. I've spent 12 years with the ICW's Enforcement Division, Voss said, standing by her window rather than sitting behind her desk. I've confronted rogue wizards, dark creatures, magical anomalies on 4 continents. I am not easily surprised. But I have never, in my career, witnessed anything like what you did yesterday. She turned to face him. The restoration of a consumed soul. It changes the calculus entirely. The calculus? My assessment. My recommendation to the ICW. She was choosing her words with the care of someone rebuilding a structure after an earthquake. I was prepared to recommend containment. Monitoring, at minimum. Possible intervention. You are, by any objective measure, a destabilizing force in the global magical ecosystem. And now I've watched you save a child's soul. Which makes containment a significantly more complicated proposition. Harry studied her. The emotional suppression she maintained was still in place, but it was thinner than before, and through the gaps he could sense the conflict, duty versus what she'd witnessed, protocol versus conscience. I'm not your enemy, Voss. No. You might be something more dangerous, an ally I can't control. She almost smiled. Not quite. The muscle twitched but didn't commit. I'm revising my assessment. Not rescinding it, revising. I'll be watching. I'd expect nothing less. He left her office feeling something he hadn't expected: respect. Mutual, grudging, complicated respect for a woman who was doing her job in circumstances that defied her training. Blackwood's Tuesday session was, as McGonagall had relayed, particularly important. The unspeakable was practically vibrating with contained energy when Harry arrived at his office. He'd cleared his desk, replacing the usual books and papers with a single object, a crystal sphere about the size of a quaffle, filled with swirling silver mist. Tell me about the soul restoration, Blackwood said without preamble. Everything. Every detail. What you felt, what you saw, how you did it. Harry described the experience, the storm of consumed souls inside the Dementor, the search for Eleanor's specific essence, the extraction, the return. Blackwood listened with an intensity that made his usual focused attention look casual. You searched the Dementor's interior, Blackwood said slowly. You navigated the mass of consumed souls and identified a specific one. Yes. Which means you can perceive individual souls within the consumed aggregate. I could perceive Eleanor's. She was recent, bright, distinct. The older ones are harder. More compressed. More, blended. But potentially recoverable. I don't know. Maybe. Blackwood sat back. His eyes were bright and his jaw was tight and the cold thread in his magical signature was pulsing with something that felt almost like desperation. He controlled it quickly, smoothing his expression, but Harry had seen it. Harry, I want to try something. He gestured to the crystal sphere. This contains a sample of Dementor essence, extracted decades ago, preserved in a stasis field. Not a fragment, not a full Dementor. Just essence. Raw consumed soul energy. Where did you get it? My research. 30 years of it. Blackwood's voice was steady but that deep grief was closer to the surface than usual. I want you to examine it. See if you can perceive individual souls within the aggregate. See if the preservation extends to stored essence, not just active Dementors. Harry looked at the sphere. The silver mist swirled slowly, and with his enhanced senses, he could feel the cold emanating from it, that familiar, hungry cold, compressed and contained. What's your interest in soul restoration, specifically? Harry asked. Blackwood met his eyes. For a moment, the mask of the professional researcher slipped entirely, and Harry saw the raw wound beneath, 30 years old and still bleeding. My daughter, Blackwood said. Her name was Eleanor. She was 7 years old. A Dementor came through our wards on a winter night, a failure, a gap, just like the one at Hogwarts. His voice was controlled but his hands, resting on the desk, were trembling. She was kissed before I could reach her. By the time I got there, the Dementor was gone and my little girl was empty. The office was very quiet. She's still alive, Blackwood continued. At St. Mungo's. Ward 49. Long-term residents, they call them. Bodies without souls. Breathing. Growing. Empty. He paused. She would be 37 now. She's been breathing without living for 30 years. Harry felt something shift inside him, not the hunger, not the power, but something older and more human. Compassion. Understanding. The particular, terrible kinship of someone who had also lost family to dark creatures and spent years being defined by that loss. You've been studying Dementors for 30 years to find a way to get her back, Harry said. Yes. And when I appeared, when I demonstrated the ability to consume Dementors, I saw hope. For the first time in decades. Blackwood's composure cracked further, and Harry saw tears in the man's eyes, not falling, held in check by sheer will, but present. When you restored the Marsh girl yesterday, Harry, when you pulled a consumed soul back from inside a Dementor and returned it to its body, you proved that what I've believed for 30 years is true. That the souls aren't destroyed. They're preserved. And they can be saved. Harry looked at the crystal sphere. Looked at Blackwood. Looked at the grief and hope and desperation of a father who'd spent 3 decades chasing the impossible. I'll look, Harry said. He reached out and touched the sphere. The stasis field parted at his touch, recognizing him, perhaps, as something compatible with its contents, and the essence inside rushed into his awareness. It was a smaller storm than the Dementor's interior, but it was old, very old. The consumed souls within were ancient, compressed, faded. But they were there. Dim sparks in the dark, each one a preserved consciousness, each one a person who had lived and been consumed and was now trapped in this crystal prison. He searched. Not for a specific soul, for a method. Could he identify individuals within this dense, compressed mass? Could he pull them apart, examine them, determine which was which? It was like trying to separate individual raindrops from a puddle. The souls had been compressed together for so long that their edges had blurred, their identities merging into an indistinct aggregate. But they were there. Faded, blended, but there. Not destroyed. Preserved. He pulled his hand back. They're intact. Barely. The longer a soul is consumed, the more it degrades, the more it blends with the others. But the core identity, the essential consciousness, it persists. Blackwood's eyes closed. When he opened them, they were wet. Can you find a specific one? If you knew what to look for. I don't know. Maybe. With practice. With a way to identify the target. I have ways. Sympathetic resonance, a connection between the soul and something it was linked to in life. Hair, blood, a personal object. You have something of Alara's. I have everything of Alara's. Blackwood's voice was barely a whisper. Everything. 30 years of waiting, Harry. And now, finally, there might be a way. Harry looked at this man, this brilliant, grieving, dedicated man, and felt the pull of sympathy, the desire to help, the instinct to say yes, I'll find her, I'll bring her back. It was one of the purest emotional drives he'd ever felt. Which was exactly why a small, Hermione-shaped voice in the back of his mind said, "Be careful." "I want to help you," Harry said honestly. "But I need more time. More practice." The soul restoration with Eleanor was instinctive. I don't fully understand how I did it. If I try with Alara before I'm ready, before I understand the process, you might damage her further. Blackwood nodded. I understand. I've waited 30 years. I can wait a little longer. He paused. But Harry, please. Don't give up on this. Don't let anyone tell you it's too dangerous or too uncertain. This is the most important thing either of us will ever do. Harry left Blackwood's office with a complicated weight in his chest. The man's story was genuine, he could feel the truth of it in every trembling word, every unshed tear. The grief was real. The hope was real. But something nagged at the edge of his awareness. Something about the way Blackwood had steered the conversation. The crystal sphere, prepared in advance. The emotional revelation, timed perfectly. The request that felt like an appeal but functioned like an assignment. Don't let anyone tell you it's too dangerous or too uncertain. Anyone like Hermione? Anyone like Dumbledore? He filed the concern and kept walking. The Hogsmeade weekend was 2 weeks after the Eleanor Marsh incident. It was also 2 weeks of mounting tension, political, personal, and cosmic. The ministry had officially opened an investigation into Harry's abilities. Scrimgeour was making public statements about ensuring the safety of the magical community, that stopped just short of declaring Harry a threat. Voss's ICW colleagues were pressing for a formal assessment. And Voldemort was making his move. Harry felt it before anyone else. Walking down the high street with Ron and Hermione, browsing honeydukes while Hermione pretended she wasn't buying sugar quills she'd deny eating later, he felt the shift in the ambient field, a darkening, a thickening, the magical equivalent of storm clouds gathering. He stopped mid-stride. "Harry?" Hermione said. "Something's coming." He reached out with his senses, pushing his awareness beyond the village, beyond the surrounding hills, into the countryside that stretched between Hogsmeade and the rest of Wizarding Britain. And he felt them. Dementors. Not 1 or 2 or 10. Dozens. Scores. A swarm unlike anything he'd ever sensed, pouring across the landscape toward Hogsmeade like a black tide. And with them, beneath them, around them, using the Dementors as cover, Death Eaters. 20. 30. More. "Get everyone inside," Harry said. His voice was calm but his power was rising, flooding his body with readiness. Now. Ron didn't hesitate. He turned and ran for the 3 broomsticks, shouting at students to get off the streets, to get inside, to move. Hermione was already casting Patronus messages, silver otters streaking toward Hogwarts, toward the Order, toward anyone who could help. Harry walked to the center of the high street and looked north. The sky was darkening. Not natural darkness, the boiling, roiling darkness of a Dementor swarm, dozens of them, maybe 100, more than he'd ever seen in one place. They came over the hills like a weather front, and the temperature dropped so fast that the windows of Honeydukes frosted over and the puddles in the street cracked into ice. Beneath the Dementor swarm, figures in black robes advanced on foot. Death Eaters, masks gleaming, wands out. This wasn't a probe or a test. This was an assault. The first spell came screaming down the street, a killing curse, green and final, aimed at a cluster of students who hadn't made it inside yet. Harry deflected it with a wave of his hand, the curse ricocheting into a stone wall where it exploded in a shower of sparks. "Get behind me," he shouted, and the students scrambled, and the battle began. It was chaos and it was beautiful and it was terrible. The Death Eaters hit the village from 3 sides, driving through the streets, firing curses at anything that moved. Harry met the first wave in the center of the high street, and for the first time, he didn't hold back. A reductor curse from 3 Death Eaters hit his shield charm and shattered, not the shield, the curses, fragmenting against a barrier so dense it was practically a wall. Harry dropped the shield and returned fire with both hands, no wand needed, raw magic shaped by will and hurled with surgical precision. A stunning spell took 1 Death Eater in the chest and sent him through the front window of Gladrags. A binding curse caught 2 more, wrapping them in conjured chains that tightened with every struggle. More were coming. Harry moved down the street, engaging, neutralizing, protecting the students who were still in the open. His magic was faster than anything the Death Eaters had seen, spells cast simultaneously from both hands, shields and attacks woven together in a continuous flow that left no gaps. A killing curse streaked toward a group of 3rd years huddled behind an overturned cart. Harry apparat, folding space in that strange, ward-ignoring way he developed, and appeared between the curse and the children. He caught the green bolt in his palm. It burned. The killing curse wasn't meant to be caught, it was meant to kill, and even his enhanced defenses struggled with it. But he absorbed the energy, gritted his teeth through the searing pain, and redirected it into the ground, where it blasted a crater 3 feet deep. Inside, he shouted at the children. Now! They ran. He turned back to the fight. Order members were arriving, apparating into the village, patron uses blazing. Tonks, Kingsley, Moody, Lupin. McGonagall appeared at the edge of the village, transfiguring the street itself into barriers and traps, cobblestones rising into walls, lampposts bending into barricades. The Dementors hit. They descended on Hogsmeade like a biblical plague, 100 dark shapes pouring down from the sky, and these weren't normal Dementors. Harry felt the difference immediately. They were enhanced, threaded with Voldemort's dark magic, bound by blood ritual to his will. Their cold was deeper, their hunger sharper, and their presence carried the Dark Lord's signature like a brand. They radiated not just despair but malice. Directed, intelligent cruelty. Silver patronuses blazed across the village, stags and otters and terriers and phoenixes, but they were overwhelmed. Too many Dementors, too powerful, the dark magic enhancing them beyond what normal Patronus magic could repel. Harry stepped into the swarm. He didn't produce a Patronus. He didn't need one. He spread his arms and pulled. The nearest Dementor unraveled. Then the next. Then the next. He consumed them in rapid sequence, 2, 5, 10, each one a surge of power and darkness and stolen memory. But these Dementors carried Voldemort's essence, and each consumption flooded Harry with flashes of the Dark Lord's mind. Tom Riddle in the orphanage, cold and furious. The first murder, calm and methodical. The creation of Horcruxes, the searing agony of ripping his soul apart, the exultation of immortality. Death Eater meetings, torture sessions, the high, cold laugh that Harry had heard in his own nightmares for years. He pushed through it. Consumed another Dementor, and another. The dark visions kept coming, Voldemort's memories, his emotions, his perspective. Harry felt what Voldemort felt when he killed, the rush, the power, the absolute certainty that other lives existed only to serve or end at his pleasure. It was seductive in a way that terrified him. He kept consuming. 20 enhanced Dementors gone. 30. The swarm was thinning, the survivors scattering, and Harry's power was a physical force now, visible, tangible, radiating from him in waves that warped the light and frosted the air. The ground beneath his feet was frozen solid. His eyes were dark. He could feel it. The thing behind his eyes, the lattice-shaped presence, pressing against the containment barriers Hermione had built, testing them, finding them weaker than before. More, it said, and for the first time the word was clear, spoken, a voice rather than an impression. You are becoming. Do not stop. Harry gritted his teeth and threw himself back into the battle. The Death Eaters had regrouped. Without their Dementor cover, they were exposed, but they were still dangerous, trained dark wizards, fanatical and willing to die. A knot of them had cornered a group of DA members near the Hog's Head, and spells were flying in both directions. Harry appeared among them like a thunderbolt. He didn't use elegant magic. Didn't use clever tactics. He hit them with raw power, shield-breaking curses that shattered their defenses like glass, binding spells that wrapped around them with crushing force, stunning spells that carried enough energy to knock a troll unconscious. In 60 seconds, 7 Death Eaters were down. 2 more fled. The DA students, Neville, Ginny, Luna, and several others, stared at Harry with expressions that mixed gratitude with raw, undiluted awe. You lot all right? Neville nodded slowly. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Stay behind cover. More might be coming. He moved on. Across the village, the battle was turning, Order members and DA students pushing back the remaining Death Eaters, the Dementor swarm reduced to scattered stragglers. Harry consumed the remaining enhanced Dementors as he found them, each one adding to the growing storm inside him. By the time it was over, 40 minutes of chaos, destruction, and magic, Hogsmeade was a wreck. Buildings damaged, streets cratered, the lingering cold of Dementor presence clinging to everything like frost. But no students were dead. Some injuries, a broken arm, several cases of mild hypothermia, 2 people who'd been hit by cruciatus, but no fatalities. 38 enhanced Dementors destroyed. 14 Death Eaters captured. An unknown number escaped. Harry stood in the middle of the high street, power cascading through him in torrents, the consumed essence of nearly 40 enhanced Dementors churning inside his core. The Hollow King's presence was louder than it had ever been, not just a voice now but a pressure, a weight, a gravitational pull that made the world seem to tilt toward him. His hands were shaking. Not with exhaustion, with restraint. The power wanted to flow, to express itself, to reshape the world around him to match the vast, cold geometry of the lattice building behind his eyes. He could feel the containment barriers Hermione had built, still holding, but strained, hairline fractures running through the mental architecture. Harry. Lupin's voice. The werewolf was standing 10 feet away, wand in hand, looking at Harry with an expression that combined recognition and fear in equal measure. Harry, your eyes. Harry blinked. Focused. Pushed the presence down, forced the power into containment, wrestled the lattice back behind its barriers. I'm fine. Your eyes were black. I said I'm fine. His voice came out wrong, layered, harmonic, as though more than one person was speaking. He clamped down harder on the presence, forcing it into the deepest level of containment, and the harmonic faded. Lupin looked at him for a long time. The werewolf's expression was conflicted, the teacher who'd seen Harry at 13 fighting a Dementor, the friend who'd known James and Lily, the man who understood what it meant to carry something dangerous inside you. "If you need to talk," Lupin said quietly. "About any of it." "I know. Thank you, Remus." Lupin nodded. He didn't push. Of all the adults in Harry's life, Lupin was the one who understood boundaries best, perhaps because his own were so hard-won. Harry walked away from the battlefield, past the damaged buildings and the captured Death Eaters and the shell-shocked students being shepherded toward the castle. He walked past the Order members cataloguing injuries. Past Moody, who watched him with his magical eye and said nothing. Past Kingsley, who nodded once with the respect of one warrior to another. He found the alley behind the 3 broomsticks and leaned against the wall and tried to breathe. The visions were still there. Voldemort's memories, churning through his consciousness like oil in water, dark, immiscible, contaminating. He could still feel the Dark Lord's pleasure in killing, the cold certainty of superiority, the contempt for weakness. It sat in him like poison, and the worst part was how natural it felt. Not foreign. Not alien. Just, an extension of the hunger. A different flavor of the same appetite. Harry. Hermione. She came around the corner of the building, wand in hand, hair wild, a cut on her cheek that she hadn't bothered to heal. Her eyes found him in the shadows and she came straight to him without hesitation, without caution, without the wariness that had colored everyone else's approach. She stopped a foot away and looked at him. Really looked. "Talk to me," she said. "I consumed 38 enhanced Dementors. They were bound with Voldemort's magic. When I absorbed them, I absorbed his memories too. His emotions. He stopped. Swallowed. I can feel what he feels when he kills people, Hermione. And it doesn't feel bad. It feels like power. It feels like the hunger." She didn't flinch. Didn't step back. Didn't show even a flicker of the fear that he could see in everyone else. "That's not you," she said. "How do you know?" "Because you're standing in an alley telling me about it instead of reveling in it. Because it scares you. Tom Riddle has never been scared of his own darkness. That fear, that horror at what feels natural, that's what makes you human. The barriers you built are cracking. I'll rebuild them. The voice is getting louder. Then we'll make you louder." Hermione, his voice broke. Actually broke, the way it hadn't since he was 13, cracking on her name like a wave on rocks. "I don't know how much longer I can hold this together." She stepped forward and put her arms around him. It wasn't a cautious embrace. It wasn't careful or measured. She held him with her full strength, her face pressed against his shoulder, her hands fisted in the back of his jacket. She held him the way you hold something you're refusing to let go of, fiercely, completely, with the full weight of your will behind it. Harry stood rigid for a moment. The power churned inside him, vast and cold and hungry, and the presence pressed against its barriers, and Voldemort's stolen memories whispered their poison. Then he put his arms around her and held on. The hunger receded. Not much. Not enough. But perceptibly, pushed back by the warmth of her, by the steadiness, by the absolute refusal to be afraid. She was an anchor. A fixed point. The one thing that didn't move when everything else was shifting beneath his feet. "I've got you," she whispered. "I'm here." He pulled back just enough to look at her face. Close, so close. The cut on her cheek. The wild hair. The brown eyes, bright with unshed tears and unshakable resolve. Hermione. Harry. He kissed her. It wasn't dramatic. Wasn't sweeping or cinematic or accompanied by swelling music. It was quiet and desperate and tasted like dust and tea and blood from a cut lip he hadn't noticed. It was the kiss of two people in the wreckage of a battle, reaching for each other because the alternative was drowning. She kissed him back. Her hands moved from his back to his face, holding him there, and for a few seconds the entire world was the warmth of her mouth and the steadiness of her hands and the absolute, unshakable certainty that this person, this connection, was real in a way that the power and the hunger and the ancient voice would never be. They broke apart. Hermione's eyes were wide but not surprised. As though she'd been waiting for this. Not expecting it, waiting for it. The way you wait for a season to change. That was, she started. Yeah. We should probably, yeah. But not right now. No. Not right now. She took his hand. Her fingers laced through his, warm and ink-stained and steady. Come on, she said. Let's go back. There are people who need help. They walked back to the street together, hand in hand, and the world was burning and broken and strange, and for the first time in weeks, Harry didn't feel alone. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his four-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower, staring at the canopy, feeling the power churn inside him like a sea in storm. Ron was snoring 3 beds over, a reassuring, normal sound that Harry clung to like a lifeline. The consumed essence of 38 enhanced Dementors, plus the 60-odd he'd consumed before, sat in his magical core like a dark ocean. The fragments, the Hollow King's pieces, pressed against Hermione's containment barriers with steady, patient force. The lattice was more complete now than it had ever been. He could see it when he closed his eyes, a vast, geometric structure, part mathematical, part organic, growing more coherent with every fragment he absorbed. And the voice. You fought well today. You protected them. You used the power as it was meant to be used. Do you see now? Do you understand? Harry clenched his jaw and pushed it down. The containment held, barely, the mental walls trembling under the pressure. You cannot resist what you are becoming. Not because I am stronger. Because this is what you want. You want the power. You want the certainty. You want to never feel helpless again. I can give you that. I am giving you that. Every Dementor you consume brings you closer to perfection. Harry sat up in bed, breathing hard. Sweat was running down his face despite the cold, the room was freezing, frost on the windows, his breath misting. He needed air. He grabbed the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map and slipped out of the dormitory, through the common room, into the castle's dark corridors. The stones hummed under his feet. The portraits slept in their frames. The castle was a living thing, old and patient, and tonight Harry could feel its heartbeat, the slow, deep pulse of 1,000 years of magic, beating in time with his own. He climbed to the astronomy tower. The highest point in the castle, open to the sky. The wind was cold and clean and carried the smell of the forest and the lake. He stood at the parapet and looked out. The ground stretched below him, silver in the moonlight, the lake a dark mirror, the forest a mass of shadow. In the distance, the lights of Hogsmeade flickered, diminished, damaged, but still there. Still lit. He closed his eyes and reached out with his senses. Pushed them further than he'd ever pushed before, beyond the castle, beyond the grounds, beyond Hogsmeade, stretching his awareness across the countryside like a net. He found them. Dementors. Everywhere. Scattered across Britain in ones and twos and clusters, dark spots in the magical field like holes in fabric. He could feel each one, the cold hunger, the ancient patience, the fragment within. He could count them. 247. In Britain alone. And beyond Britain, in the spaces between his senses' reach, he could feel more, vast populations, dark continents of Dementor presence, stretching across the world. Thousands. Maybe tens of thousands. Every last one of them a fragment of the Hollow King. Every last one of them a piece of the puzzle. Yes, the voice said, and this time it wasn't pushing against the barriers. It was speaking from within them, having found a crack he hadn't noticed. You see. You feel. They are scattered. Lost. Incomplete. As am I. As are you. Harry opened his eyes. The world looked different, sharper, more defined, every detail etched in the moonlight with impossible clarity. There is a place, the voice continued. A concentration. The largest gathering of my fragments in the world. An island. A fortress. Where the mortals kept us caged for centuries, not knowing what they held. Azkaban. Harry could feel it, northwest, across the sea, a point of darkness so intense it was like a black sun. Hundreds of Dementors, concentrated in one location. The prison island, abandoned by its human guards, now home to nothing but the creatures who had once been its wardens. Come, the voice said. Come home. Feast. Be whole. The pull was physical. Harry felt his body lean toward the northwest, felt his magic reach for the distant concentration, felt the hunger surge with a force that made his knees buckle. Every Dementor on that island was calling to him, or he was calling to them, the fragments resonating with the ones already inside him, a chorus of cold voices singing a single, irresistible note. Come home. He gripped the parapet until his knuckles went white. Stone cracked under his fingers, actually cracked, fine lines spreading through the ancient masonry from the pressure of his grip. No, he said aloud. Not like this. Not because you're telling me to. You would go regardless. The island is a weapon in mortal hands, or it was, until the weapon broke free. Now it is simply a gathering. A feast waiting to be consumed. And you hunger. You always hunger. That hunger is not mine. It is yours. I merely share it. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to deny it. But the voice wasn't wrong. The hunger was his, had been his since Privet Drive, since the first reversed kiss, since he'd felt the intoxicating rush of consumed power and known, with absolute certainty, that he wanted more. The Hollow King wasn't creating the hunger. It was reflecting it. There's a difference between wanting something and letting it control you, Harry said to the empty air. The voice was quiet for a moment. Then, with what felt almost like amusement, is there? Show me. The presence withdrew. The pressure on the barriers eased. The cold receded to its baseline hum, and Harry was standing alone on the astronomy tower, looking out at the moonlit world, trembling with power and want and the terrible awareness that the thing inside him was not entirely wrong. He stayed on the tower for an hour, thinking. Not about the voice or the power or the fragments. About Hermione. About the kiss in the alley. About the way her hands had held his face like something precious and breakable. About Eleanor Marsh, blinking awake, soul restored. About Ron, showing up, being there, being afraid and being there anyway. About who he was. About who he wanted to be. He made his decision. He was going to Azkaban. Not because the voice told him to, because it was the right move. Hundreds of Dementors concentrated in one location. Every day they existed was a day they might escape, might attack, might consume innocent souls. Every day they existed was a day Voldemort might find a way to reclaim them. Taking them out, all of them, in one stroke, would be the single most strategically significant action anyone could take in this war. But he wasn't going alone. And he wasn't going unprepared. And he was going on his terms, not the Hollow King's. He descended the tower, walked through the dark castle, and slipped back into Gryffindor Tower. Not to sleep, he was far past sleeping. He sat at the desk by the window and wrote 3 notes. One to Hermione, I need to talk to you. Tomorrow morning. Room of requirement. It's important. One to Ron, morning. Room of requirement. Bring your chess brain. We need to plan something. One to Dumbledore, Professor, I have a proposal. One that could change the war. I'd like to discuss it at your earliest convenience. He set the quill down and looked out the window. Dawn was coming, a thin line of gold along the eastern horizon, pushing back the dark. Somewhere across the sea, Azkaban waited. Hundreds of Dementors. Hundreds of fragments. Enough power to push Harry beyond anything the wizarding world had ever seen. Enough power, possibly, to wake the Hollow King for good. He was going anyway. Some choices weren't safe. Some choices weren't wise. Some choices were just necessary, and you made them with your eyes open and your hands steady and the people you loved standing beside you. Harry watched the sun rise over Hogwarts and felt, beneath the hunger and the power and the ancient presence in his mind, something quiet and warm and stubbornly, defiantly human. He held on to it. Not because it was stronger than the darkness. Because it was his. And that, in the end, was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 4, The Crown. The room of requirement had configured itself into something that looked like a war room crossed with a library. A long table dominated the center, flanked by bookshelves and illuminated by floating orbs of steady white light. Maps covered one wall, including a detailed nautical chart of the North Sea that Hermione had clearly requested. Ron was already there when Harry arrived, sitting backwards on a chair with his arms folded over the back, looking like a man bracing for bad news. Hermione arrived 30 seconds later, carrying 3 books and an expression that said she'd already guessed what this meeting was about. Azkaban, she said before Harry could open his mouth. How did you? Because it's the logical next step, and you're nothing if not logical when you're being reckless. She set her books on the table and met his eyes. How many? I sense 247 Dementors on that island. Give or take. Ron made a sound that might have been a word if it had contained any consonants. 247, Hermione repeated flatly. You've consumed approximately 100 over the past 2 months, and each time the Hollow King's presence has grown stronger. You want to absorb 2.5 times that number in a single sitting. Not a single sitting. A single operation. There's a difference. The difference being planning. Preparation. Support. Harry sat down at the head of the table. I'm not charging in blind. That's why we're here. Ron recovered enough to form actual language. Mate, you want to go to Azkaban, the place where they kept the worst dark wizards in history, the place that's now apparently a Dementor holiday resort, and eat every Dementor on the island. Yes. Just so I'm clear. Crystal. Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned to Hermione. He's actually gone mental this time, hasn't he? Possibly. But he's also right. Hermione pulled the nautical chart from the wall and spread it on the table. The strategic argument is sound. 247 Dementors concentrated in one location is a resource Voldemort can reclaim at any time. He bound them to his will once, he can do it again. Taking them off the board permanently eliminates his most powerful force multiplier. So you're on board with this? I'm on board with the logic. I'm terrified of the execution. She looked at Harry. The containment barriers I built are already strained. If you consume 200 more fragments in rapid succession, the Hollow King's presence will almost certainly reach critical coherence. The lattice will be nearly complete. Nearly. Not fully. Harry, nearly complete, might be functionally identical to complete, if the remaining gaps can be bridged by the entity's own will. Then we reinforce the barriers before we go. Build them deeper, stronger. You designed them, you can improve them. Hermione chewed her lip. He could see her mind working, the war between caution and pragmatism, between the scientist who saw the risks and the strategist who saw the necessity. I'll need 2 days, she said finally. 2 days to redesign the containment architecture. Deeper foundations, redundant layers, emergency shutoffs. And I want to be there. On the island. Monitoring your mental state in real time during the consumption. Absolutely not, Harry said. Absolutely yes. I'm the only person alive who understands the containment framework well enough to reinforce it on the fly. If something goes wrong mid-consumption, if the barriers start to fail, you'll need me there to shore them up. If something goes wrong mid-consumption, I need you as far away as possible. And if something goes wrong and I'm not there, you'll be consumed by an ancient god and everyone dies anyway. So. They glared at each other. It was the particular kind of glare that only people who cared deeply about each other could produce, stubbornness fueled by love, immovable objects meeting irresistible forces. She's got a point, Ron said quietly. Harry turned to him. Ron's face was set, not the false bravado of someone pretending to be brave, but the real, quiet determination of someone who'd already made their decision. If you're going to Azkaban, I'm coming, Ron said. Don't bother arguing. Last time you went somewhere dangerous without us, it ended badly. And the time before that. And the time before that. Ron, I'm not finished. I know I can't eat Dementors. I know I'm not as powerful as you, I wasn't as powerful as you before all this, and now you're in a different bloody stratosphere. But I can watch your back, keep the perimeter, handle anything that isn't a Dementor, and make sure you and Hermione get home if things go sideways. He met Harry's eyes with a steadiness that belied the fear underneath. That's my job. Has been since first year. I'm not stopping now because the stakes got bigger. The room was quiet. The floating orbs hummed softly. All right, Harry said. Both of you. Hermione exhaled. Ron nodded once. But we need more than the three of us, Harry continued. This is a major operation, not a midnight snack run. I want perimeter security, emergency extraction, and someone who can handle themselves if Death Eaters show up. The Order, Hermione began. Won't sanction this. Dumbledore might, eventually, but getting approval would take days of debate and compromise and conditions. We don't have time for committee. Then who? Harry thought about it. About the people he trusted, the people who could handle themselves, the people who wouldn't try to stop him. Voss, he said. Ron blinked. The scary ICW woman. She's the most competent combat witch I've ever met outside of McGonagall, and she's already investigating the Dementor situation. She has authorization to take direct action on behalf of the international community. If she's with us, we have international cover for the operation. She might say no, Hermione pointed out. She might report us. She might. But I watched her face when I restored Eleanor's soul. Something changed in her. She's reconsidering her assessment. And if you're wrong, then we do it without her. Harry stood. 2 days. Hermione, reinforce the barriers. Ron, I need you to work out logistics, transport, supplies, timing. I'll talk to Voss. He paused at the door. Thank you. Both of you. For not telling me this is insane. It is insane, Ron said. But we're used to that, Hermione finished. Harry found Voss on the castle battlements, which told him something about her. She was a person who sought high ground, open sightlines, defensible positions. Professional habits of someone who'd spent a career in dangerous places. She was watching the grounds with the alert stillness of a perched hawk. Her 2 escorts were nowhere in sight, unusual, but Harry suspected she'd sent them away deliberately. She'd sensed him coming. Of course she had. Mr. Potter. Ms. Voss. It's 3 in the afternoon. You should be in class. Free period. She didn't turn from the battlements. You want something. I want to show you something first. Harry raised his hand, palm up, and produced a sphere of light, not the blinding intensity he was capable of, but warm, steady, controlled. Within the sphere, shapes moved. He was projecting his sensory map, the magical field of Britain as he perceived it, with each Dementor presence marked as a dark point. Voss turned to look. Her eyebrows rose fractionally, the most expressive reaction he'd seen from her. 247 concentrated on Azkaban, Harry said. Another 60 to 70 scattered across Britain. Unknown numbers on the continent and beyond. This is your sensory range. Britain and the near continent. It's expanding. She studied the projection with the analytical focus of a general examining a battlefield map. The Azkaban concentration is massive. I knew they'd gathered there, but this density. Voldemort bound them once using blood ritual. He can do it again. Every day that concentration exists is a day he could reclaim them and deploy them against population centers. You want to go to Azkaban? I want to eliminate every Dementor on that island. Voss was quiet for 10 seconds. Harry counted. The ICW's position is monitoring and assessment, she said carefully. Not direct intervention. The ICW's position was monitoring and assessment before I restored a consumed soul. Before the Hogsmeade attack. Before it became clear that Dementors are fragments of a primordial entity and I'm the only thing in the world that can permanently destroy them. You've been reading my reports. I've been drawing obvious conclusions. Another silence. Wind moved across the battlements, carrying the smell of the forest and the distant lake. If I participate in this, Voss said, I do so outside my official mandate. The ICW has not authorized direct action against Dementor populations. Understood. And if you lose control, if what you've consumed overwhelms you, I will put you down. Without hesitation. The words were flat and genuine and utterly unsurprising. Harry met her eyes. If I lose control, I'd want you to. Something shifted in her expression. Not warmth, recognition. The acknowledgement of a shared framework, a mutual understanding of the stakes. When? She asked. 2 days. I'll need to make arrangements. My escorts stay behind, this requires discretion, not bureaucracy. Agreed. Voss looked back out over the grounds. Mr. Potter. Harry. Harry. She tested the name like someone evaluating an unfamiliar weapon. What you did for the Marsh girl, the soul restoration. Can you do it for anyone? Any consumed soul? I don't know yet. The older the consumption, the harder it is to identify individual souls. Why? Voss's expression didn't change, but something moved behind her eyes, a depth, a weight. Professional curiosity. She was lying. Harry could feel it, a ripple in her suppressed emotional field, a crack in the professional armor. She had a personal stake in soul restoration. Someone she'd lost. He didn't push. Everyone had their ghosts. Harry went to Dumbledore next. The conversation was exactly as difficult as he'd anticipated. The headmaster listened to Harry's plan with the careful attention of a man hearing something he'd hoped to prevent, and when Harry finished, Dumbledore was quiet for a very long time. You intend to do this regardless of my position, Dumbledore said. Not a question. I intend to do this because it's necessary. Your support would help, but your opposition won't stop me. That is remarkably honest. You asked me for honesty. This is what it looks like. Dumbledore stood and walked to the window. Fawkes watched from his perch, head tilted, dark eyes unreadable. The silver instruments on the shelves whirred and clicked in their eternal calculations. When I was young, Dumbledore said, I believed that sufficient power, properly directed, could solve any problem. I believed that the right person, the right brilliant, determined, good-hearted person, could wield ultimate power and remain themselves. He turned from the window. I was wrong. The person I was thinking of was myself, and the power I was pursuing nearly destroyed everything I loved. I'm not you, Professor. No. You're not. You're younger, you're stronger, you have people around you who love you in ways I never allowed myself to be loved. And the power you're pursuing dwarfs anything I imagined. His blue eyes were piercing. Harry, I have watched you grow into a remarkable young man. Your instincts are sound. Your heart is good. But the Hollow King does not care about instinct or heart. It is hunger incarnate, and hunger does not negotiate. I have Hermione's containment framework. I have my own will. And I have the knowledge of what I'm doing, which is more than I've had for most of my life. You have all of those things. And I hope, I truly hope, they will be enough. He crossed back to his desk and sat down heavily. Age showed on him more clearly than usual, the blackened hand, the lined face, the weight of a century of choices pressing down on those thin shoulders. I will not stop you, Dumbledore said. I will not sanction you officially, because doing so would create complications with the Ministry and the Order that we cannot afford. But I will not stop you. And I will ensure that emergency support is available if you need it. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me, Harry. Pray that you don't need to. They looked at each other across the desk, and for a moment, the dynamic between them was neither mentor and student nor leader and soldier. It was something closer to two men who cared about each other, standing on opposite sides of a decision, accepting that they couldn't bridge the gap. One more thing, Harry said. The Horcrux in my scar. The consumed essence has been dissolving it. I can feel the fragment weakening, breaking down. I think Azkaban will accelerate that. The sheer volume of fragments I'll absorb might destroy it entirely. Dumbledore went very still. If the Horcrux is destroyed while still inside you, it'll be consumed by the other fragments. Eaten. Voldemort's soul piece, digested by the Hollow King's essence. And if it takes part of your soul with it? That's a risk. That is rather more than a risk, Harry. It's a risk I'm willing to take. Carrying Voldemort's soul inside me for 15 years, that's the real danger. That's the open wound. Everything else is just a question of degree. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright. Your mother would be proud of you, he said quietly. And terrified. Sounds about right. Harry left the headmaster's office and descended the spiral staircase and walked straight into Blackwood. Again. The unspeakable was leaning against the wall with the same studied casualness as last time, and Harry felt a flash of irritation that he quickly suppressed. How did Blackwood always know when he was visiting Dumbledore? You're going to Azkaban, Blackwood said without preamble. Does everyone know, or do you have my schedule posted somewhere? I know because the fragments inside you are resonating. I can feel it, the call. The concentration on Azkaban is acting like a beacon, and you're responding to it. Blackwood's eyes were bright with that fervent intensity Harry had noticed before. When? 2 days. Take me with you. Why? Because I need to see it. 30 years of research, Harry, 30 years of trying to understand what Dementors are. You're about to consume 200 of them in a single operation. The data alone would be invaluable. He paused, and his voice softened. And because Elara's soul is inside one of those Dementors. The one that took her, it retreated to Azkaban afterward. I've tracked it. I've spent decades tracking it. If you consume the population on that island, you'll consume the creature that holds my daughter. The grief was real. Harry could feel it, deep, old, genuine. Whatever else Blackwood was, whatever his hidden agenda might be, the love for his daughter was not a lie. I'll think about it, Harry said. Thank you. Harry walked away, and this time he paid attention to his instincts. The nagging feeling about Blackwood was stronger now, not a specific suspicion but a general unease, the sense of a picture that didn't quite resolve no matter how long he looked at it. He found Hermione in the library that evening and told her about all 3 conversations, Voss, Dumbledore, Blackwood. Blackwood wants to come to Azkaban, she said flatly. For his daughter. For his daughter. Hermione's expression was complicated. Harry, I've been doing some research on Aurelius Blackwood. And? The daughter story checks out. Elara Blackwood, kissed at age 7, currently a long-term resident of St. Mungo's Ward 49. His wife left him 3 years after it happened. He transferred to the Department of Mysteries and began his Dementor research shortly afterward. All verifiable, all true. But But his research in the Department of Mysteries is classified. Deeply classified. I can't find any published papers, any citations, any public record of his findings. For a man who supposedly spent 30 years studying Dementors, he has zero academic footprint. He's an unspeakable. Their work is secret by definition. Their work is secret, but their existence isn't. Other unspeakables have published on tangential topics, presented at conferences, built reputations. Blackwood is a ghost. The only evidence he exists at all is the personnel record and the St. Mungo's visitor logs. Harry processed this. What are you suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything specific. I'm noting that a man with no verifiable expertise beyond his own claims has inserted himself into the most significant magical event in centuries, has positioned himself as your primary advisor on Dementor matters, and is now requesting access to the largest Dementor concentration on Earth. She paused. I'm noting that those facts, taken together, warrant caution. Noted. And I won't bring him to Azkaban. She relaxed fractionally. Thank you. But I'm not cutting him off entirely. Not yet. If he's a threat, I'd rather have him close where I can watch him than distant where I can't. The old, keep your enemies closer approach. Something like that. Hermione looked at him for a long moment, then reached across the table and squeezed his hand. I reinforced the barriers this morning. 3 additional layers, each with independent integrity. If one fails, the others hold. I've also added a warning system. If the Hollow King's presence approaches critical coherence, you'll feel it as a specific sensation. A burning, behind your eyes. Burning behind the eyes. Lovely. Better than being consumed by an ancient god without warning. Fair point. 2 days passed in preparation. Hermione rebuilt the containment framework in Harry's mind, sessions in the room of requirement that left both of them exhausted but produced a structure that was, by her assessment, the most sophisticated piece of mental architecture I'm capable of creating. Ron organized logistics with the quiet competence that people who underestimated him never expected: travel routes, timing, emergency extraction points, communication methods. Voss contributed tactical assessment, approach vectors, defensive positions on the island, contingency plans for Death Eater interference. On the morning of the 3rd day, they left. The North Sea was grey and cold and angry. Wind whipped the surface into whitecaps that caught the pale dawn light and threw it back in fragments. The 4 of them stood on a cliff overlooking the water, a desolate stretch of Scottish coastline that Voss had identified as the nearest apparition point to Azkaban. Harry could feel the island. Even from here, 50 miles offshore, the concentration of Dementor presence was overwhelming, a dark sun burning on the edge of his senses, pulling at him with gravitational inevitability. Last chance to reconsider, Voss said. She was wearing combat robes, dark, practical, reinforced with protective enchantments that Harry could feel layered into the fabric. She looked like what she was, a professional walking into a war zone. No, Harry said. Voss nodded. She turned to Hermione and Ron. Stay within 20 meters of me at all times. If Potter loses control, I will attempt to contain the situation. If containment fails, I will portkey us out and request ICW intervention. Understood? Understood, Hermione said. Ron just nodded, jaw set, wand in his white-knuckled hand. Then let's go. Side-along apparition across 50 miles of open ocean was not pleasant for anyone except Harry, who barely felt it. They materialized on a rocky shore under a sky that was the wrong color, not gray, not overcast, but dark, as though the Dementor concentration had physically altered the local atmosphere. Azkaban rose from the rocks like a bad dream. The fortress was massive, a triangular structure of black stone, windowless, its walls smooth and featureless as though carved from a single block of obsidian. It sat on a rocky island barely large enough to hold it, surrounded by churning water and jagged reefs. There were no docks, no paths, no signs of human habitation. The last human inhabitants, The Auror Guards, had abandoned it months ago when the Dementors broke free of Ministry control. And the Dementors were everywhere. They coated the fortress like flies on carrion, hundreds of dark shapes clinging to the walls, circling the towers, drifting through the air in lazy spirals. The cold was beyond anything Harry had experienced, not just temperature but a metaphysical chill, a wrongness in the fabric of reality itself. The rocks beneath their feet were rimed with ice so thick it had formed stalactites on the undersides of ledges. No plants grew. No birds flew. No life existed on this island except the dark, patient entities that called it home. God, Ron breathed. His breath was a thick white cloud. Hermione had her wand out, running diagnostic spells. The ambient magical field is severely distorted. The Dementor concentration is generating a local effect, suppressed positive emotional energy, enhanced negative resonance. Harry, how do you feel? Harry felt like a starving man standing in front of a banquet. The hunger was screaming. Every fragment inside him was resonating with the hundreds outside, a harmonic chorus that vibrated through his entire being. The Hollow King's presence pressed against the containment barriers with renewed force, not testing them now but leaning on them, a steady, enormous weight. I feel ready, he said. Your eyes, Voss said quietly. What about them? She didn't answer. She produced a small mirror from her robes and held it up. Harry's eyes were flickering. His normal green was there, but beneath it, behind it, something dark was moving. A shimmer of black, like ink dropped in water, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. The fragments are resonating with the external Dementors, Hermione said, her voice professionally steady despite the fear Harry could feel radiating from her. The barriers are holding. But this will get worse as you consume more. I know. If the burning starts, I'll tell you. I promise. He turned to face the fortress. 247 Dementors. 247 fragments of an ancient god. Enough power to reshape reality. Enough hunger to consume the world. He started walking. The Dementors noticed him immediately. He'd expected them to flee, as the ones in England had, scattering before a predator, instinct overriding whatever dark compulsion held them. But these didn't flee. They turned toward him. All of them. 247 dark shapes pivoting in unison, like compass needles finding north, and the weight of their collective attention was a physical force that made the air vibrate. They didn't attack. They didn't flee. They waited. Harry crossed the rocky ground between the shore and the fortress wall, frost spreading from each footstep in perfect circles. The nearest Dementors were 10 meters away, clinging to the wall above him, their cloaks hanging like dark curtains, their hidden faces angled down toward him. He could feel every one of them. Individual presences, each one unique, different ages, different densities, different quantities of consumed souls. Some were young, by Dementor standards, formed within the last few centuries. Others were ancient, old as Rome, old as Babylon, old as the first civilizations that had named the darkness and feared it. And in each one, a fragment. A piece of the lattice. A shard of the Hollow King. Calling to him. Calling to each other. Calling to the fragments already inside him. Home, they whispered. Not the Hollow King's voice, the fragments themselves, resonating, singing. Home. Whole. Complete. Harry raised both hands. Come on, then. He pulled. The consumption began like a wave breaking. The nearest Dementors unraveled first, 3, 4, 5 at once, their essence streaming toward Harry in ribbons of darkness that wound around his arms, his torso, pouring into him through every pore. The rush was immediate and overwhelming, power and memory and cold and hunger and fragment after fragment after fragment, clicking into the lattice with the precision of tumblers falling in a lock. 10 Dementors gone. 20. The ones on the wall began to drop, not fleeing, not attacking, but falling toward him, drawn by the consumption, unable to resist the gravitational pull of a predator that was rapidly becoming the largest fragment concentration in existence. 30. 40. Harry's feet left the ground. He rose, lifted by the sheer force of the power flowing into him, hovering 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet above the rocks. The air around him was a vortex of dark energy, spinning faster and faster as more Dementors were consumed. Lightning crackled in the darkened sky, not natural lightning but magical discharge, the local field destabilizing under the strain of what was happening. 50. 60. The memories were a torrent now, centuries of consumed lives, thousands of individual souls, all pouring through Harry's consciousness in a flood that would have destroyed a normal mind. He saw medieval plagues and Renaissance courts and Viking longships and Roman legions. He saw a mother holding her child in a frozen room, breath misting, darkness descending. He saw an old man praying in a language he'd never heard, words dissolving into screams. He saw death after death after death, each one a life ended by cold and hunger, each one preserved in the Dementor's mass like a fly in amber. 80. 90. The lattice was building faster now, fragments assembling with increasing speed as more of the structure became complete. Harry could feel it, a vast geometric pattern taking shape inside his magical core, intricate and beautiful and terrifying. It was like watching a cathedral build itself, each piece falling into place with mathematical inevitability. 100. The barriers creaked. Harry. Hermione's voice, distant, fighting through the howl of dark energy. The barriers, I need to reinforce, he couldn't stop. Stopping mid-consumption at this scale would be like trying to stop a waterfall by plugging it with your hand. The Dementors were coming to him now, streaming from the fortress walls, from the towers, from the sky, a river of darkness flowing toward a single point. 120. 150. The world was dark and cold and screaming, and Harry was at the center of it, arms spread, eyes burning, the sensation Hermione had programmed, the warning, and he knew what it meant but he couldn't stop, couldn't pause, the hunger was too strong and the power was too vast and the fragments were singing and the lattice was building and, yes, the Hollow King said, and its voice was thunder. Yes. More. Do not stop. You are becoming what you were always meant to be. Harry screamed. Not in pain, in defiance. He screamed into the void and the hunger and the ancient voice, and he grabbed the containment barriers with his conscious mind and held them. Not Hermione's elegant architecture, his own will, raw and stubborn and absolutely human, slamming down on the lattice like a fist on a table. Not yet, he thought, and the thought was louder than the Hollow King, louder than the hunger, louder than the storm. Not yet. Not like this. I decide. Me. The barriers held. The consumption continued. 180. 200. The last Dementors on the island were converging, the stragglers, the old ones, the ones that had been hiding in the deepest cells of the fortress. They came to Harry like pilgrims to a shrine, and he consumed them one by one, each fragment clicking into place, each soul adding to the ocean of preserved consciousness inside him. 230. 240. 247. Silence. The wind stopped. The lightning ceased. The dark sky began to lighten, dawn breaking through for the first time in what might have been decades on this island. The cold receded, not gradually but suddenly, as though a switch had been thrown, the oppressive chill that had defined Azkaban for centuries evaporating like morning frost. Harry descended slowly to the ground. His feet touched rock that was dry and warm for the first time in living memory. His hands were steady. His eyes were solid black. No iris, no white. Just darkness, deep and absolute, reflecting nothing. He blinked, and they were green again. But the flicker was there, a pulse of black behind the green, a heartbeat of something ancient and vast. The fortress of Azkaban stood empty. For the first time in its history, no Dementors haunted its halls. The prison was just a building, cold stone, empty cells, iron doors rusted open. The silence was enormous. Hermione reached him first. She was shaking, from cold, from fear, from the aftermath of maintaining diagnostic spells through a magical event of unprecedented magnitude, and her face was white and her eyes were wild. "The barriers held," she said. Her voice was hoarse, as though she'd been shouting. She probably had been. "Harry, the barriers held. But barely. The lattice it's almost complete. 90%, maybe more. The remaining gaps are small, and the fragment density is." She ran out of clinical language and grabbed his arm. "How do you feel?" Harry looked at his hands. Turned them over. The dark luminescence he'd noticed weeks ago was visible to the naked eye now, a faint shimmer of black light surrounding his skin, pulsing with each heartbeat. "I feel like I could do anything," he said. And it was true. The power inside him was oceanic. Beyond anything he could have imagined. His magical senses now extended not just across Britain but across Europe. He could feel the Dementors in Scandinavia, in the Balkans, in the forests of Siberia. Each one a beacon, a remaining fragment, a piece of the lattice that he hadn't yet consumed. He could perceive the magical field itself, not as a sense but as a direct apprehension, the way a fish perceives water. He was immersed in it, part of it, woven into the fabric of reality's magical layer so deeply that the distinction between himself and the field was blurring. He could do things that shouldn't be possible. He knew it without testing, the knowledge was simply there, downloaded from the consumed fragments like data from a corrupted drive. He could apparate anywhere on Earth without effort. He could cast magic that had no name in any human language. He could see the soul of every living being within 1,000 miles, each one a unique pattern of light and will and consciousness. And the Hollow King was closer than ever. Not speaking, the barriers held, and behind them the presence was contained, locked away, unable to communicate directly. But its weight was enormous. Harry could feel it pressing against the walls of his mind like an ocean pressing against a dam. Patient. Vast. Inevitable. Harry. Voss's voice, sharp and professional. She'd maintained her position 30 meters back during the consumption, wand raised, ready to act. Now she approached slowly, her suppressed magical signature pulsing with barely contained tension. "Your magical output is registering at levels I've never encountered. My detection charms are maxed. I'm in control. Are you?" He looked at her. Held her gaze. Deliberately pulled his power inward, dampening the visible effects, the dark shimmer, the temperature fluctuations, the way the ambient field warped around him. It took effort, like holding a breath, but he did it. "Yes," he said. "I am." Voss studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded once, and the motion carried respect. Ron was standing by the shore, looking at the fortress. His face was doing something complicated, awe and fear and pride all fighting for dominance. "You just ate Azkaban," he said. "I ate the Dementors in Azkaban. Same thing, mate. This place was defined by them. Without them it's just..." He gestured vaguely. "A really ugly building." Despite everything, the power, the hunger, the burning behind his eyes, Harry laughed. Ron grinned back, and for a moment they were just two friends standing on a rock in the middle of the ocean, and the world was simple. They apparat back to the Scottish coast. The return trip was easier, Harry barely needed to focus, the spatial folding happening almost automatically. He brought all four of them in a single jump, 50 miles across open water, without breaking a sweat. Voss noticed. Her eyes narrowed but she said nothing. They returned to Hogwarts through the main gates, and by the time they crossed the entrance hall, the news had already spread. Harry didn't know how, house elves, portraits, some magical grapevine that defied explanation, but the castle knew. Students stopped in the corridors and stared. Teachers paused mid-conversation. The ambient emotional field of Hogwarts shifted from its usual complex tapestry to something simpler and more overwhelming. fear, awe, hope. And beneath it all, the trembling uncertainty of people confronting something they couldn't categorize. Harry walked through the stairs and the whispers and the silence, Hermione beside him, Ron behind him, Voss at a professional distance, and felt the weight of visibility that Dumbledore had warned him about. He didn't flinch from it. He didn't enjoy it. He bore it, because bearing things was what he did. The political storm broke within 24 hours. Harry was at breakfast the next morning when 100 owls descended on the Great Hall carrying emergency editions of the Daily Prophet. Azkaban emptied, all Dementors destroyed in single night, screamed the headline. Below it, a subheading, Potter responsible, Ministry sources confirm. The article was a masterpiece of institutional panic. Anonymous Ministry officials expressed grave concern about the unilateral destruction of a strategically significant magical population. Scrimgeour was quoted directly, "No individual, however well-intentioned, has the right to reshape the magical ecosystem of an entire nation without authorization. The Ministry will be taking immediate steps to ensure accountability." Below the fold, a second article, International Confederation demands explanation, ICW emergency session called. And below that, in smaller print, HEWHO must not be named offers cooperation with Ministry to address Potter threat. Harry read that last item 3 times. Voldemort, the Dark Lord who had terrorized the wizarding world for a generation, was publicly offering to work with the Ministry against Harry. The sheer audacity of it was almost admirable. "He's afraid," Hermione said quietly, reading over his shoulder. "Genuinely afraid. The Dementors were his most powerful force multiplier. Without them, his army is significantly diminished. He's pivoting to political warfare because his military position has weakened. Will the Ministry actually work with him? Some of them might. Fear makes strange bedfellows, and right now, the Ministry is more afraid of you than of Voldemort. Voldemort is a known quantity, they've been dealing with Dark Lords for centuries. You're something they've never seen." Ron dropped into the seat across from them. "Scrimgeour's called a press conference for this afternoon. Word is he's going to declare you an undesirable." "A what?" "Undesirable number 1. Same classification they used for Grindelwald before Dumbledore took him down. It means the Ministry officially considers you a threat to magical society. They'll put a bounty on you. Anyone who helps you can be charged with aiding an enemy of the state." The Great Hall was very quiet. Students at nearby tables were listening, not even pretending otherwise. "Let them," Harry said. He kept his voice calm, his expression neutral. "The Ministry can call me whatever they want. It doesn't change what I am or what I can do. It changes what happens to people who support you," Ron pointed out. "Mum and Dad. The Order. Us." Harry looked at his friend and saw the cost of loyalty written across Ron's face, not regret, never regret, but the clear-eyed understanding of consequences. "I won't let anyone get hurt because of me. Bit late for that, mate. But I appreciate the sentiment." The press conference happened at 3 o'clock. Harry wasn't present, but Hermione had somehow acquired a set of monitoring charms that let them watch from the room of requirement. Scrimgeour stood at the Ministry podium, leonine, aggressive, radiating the confidence of a man who'd made a decision and was committed to it regardless of wisdom. "The Ministry of Magic has classified Harry James Potter as undesirable number 1, Scrimgeour announced. This classification reflects the Ministry's assessment that Mr. Potter represents a clear and present danger to the magical community. His unilateral destruction of the Dementor population of Azkaban, a strategic asset of the British magical state, constitutes an act of aggression against the established order." "Strategic asset?" Ron sputtered. "They were soul-eating monsters." "That the Ministry used to guard its prison," Hermione said grimly. In their eyes, Harry didn't destroy enemies, he destroyed government property. Scrimgeour continued. "The Ministry has issued a warrant for Mr. Potter's detention and assessment. Any witch or wizard who aids Mr. Potter in evading this warrant will be subject to prosecution under the Emergency Measures Act of 1997. They're going to try to arrest you, Ron said. They can try, Harry said. And in his voice was something that hadn't been there before, not arrogance, not bravado, but the quiet certainty of someone who knew, with absolute clarity, that no force the ministry could bring to bear would be sufficient. It was the voice of power. And hearing it come from his own mouth made Harry profoundly uneasy. Dumbledore arrived at the room of requirement 30 minutes after the press conference. He looked like a man who'd been running between fires for hours, which was probably accurate. The ministry is sending Aurors to Hogwarts, Dumbledore said without preamble. Scrimgeour has ordered your detention. I have refused to cooperate, but my authority as headmaster has limits. What kind of limits? The kind enforced by 50 armed Aurors who will arrive at the school gates tomorrow morning. The room went quiet. Harry looked at Hermione, at Ron, at Dumbledore. I won't let them turn Hogwarts into a battleground, Harry said. If they come for me, I'll go to them. Outside the school. That is precisely what Scrimgeour wants. You, isolated, away from the protection of Hogwarts. Where his Aurors can engage you without risking student casualties. They can't engage me. Harry said it as a fact, not a boast. 50 Aurors couldn't touch me. 100 couldn't. But I don't want to fight the ministry. I don't want to hurt people who think they're doing the right thing. Then we must find another way. Dumbledore's expression was grave. Harry, I need you to understand the full picture. Voldemort's offer of cooperation with the ministry is not mere posturing. He has operatives inside the ministry, Yaxley, Rookwood, others. They are pushing Scrimgeour toward an alliance of convenience. If the ministry and Voldemort align against you, even temporarily, then I'm fighting on two fronts. Against two forces, each of which believes it is acting in the world's best interest. Dumbledore sat down, and his age showed in the heaviness of the motion. This is the danger of power without political legitimacy, Harry. You can destroy every Dementor on Earth, but if the institutions of magical society view you as a threat, your power becomes a liability rather than an asset. It was the conversation they'd been building toward for months. The fundamental tension between Harry's growing capability and the structures of authority that governed the wizarding world. What would you have me do? Harry asked. Surrender. Let the ministry lock me up while Voldemort conquers Britain. I would have you trust me to manage the politics while you focus on the war. Dumbledore leaned forward. I have spent decades building relationships, alliances, debts of gratitude within the ministry. I can slow this down. Redirect it. By time. But I need you to refrain from any further unilateral actions that give Scrimgeour ammunition. No more Dementor hunting. For now. The immediate threat has been eliminated, Azkaban is empty, and the scattered populations elsewhere are diminished and disorganized. Focus on the Horcruxes. Focus on Voldemort. Let me handle the ministry. Harry wanted to argue. The hunger wanted him to argue. There were still Dementors out there, fragments unclaimed, power untapped. But he recognized the wisdom in Dumbledore's words even as he chafed against them. I'll hold off on hunting, Harry said. But if Dementors attack Hogwarts or anyone I care about, I won't hesitate. I would expect nothing less. Dumbledore left. Hermione sat down beside Harry on the sofa, close enough that their shoulders touched. He's right about the politics, she said. I know. But he's wrong about something else. She paused. He thinks this is about power versus institutions. It's not. It's about the Hollow King. What do you mean? The political crisis, the ministry, Voldemort's maneuvering, it's a distraction. A significant one, but still a distraction. The real threat isn't external. It's internal. She looked at him with an intensity that made the air feel charged. Harry, after Azkaban, the lattice is 90% complete. The barriers are holding, but the pressure is enormous. The Hollow King isn't just a presence anymore, it's a near-complete consciousness, pressing against the walls of your mind with the full weight of a primordial intelligence. I can hold it. You're holding it right now. Can you hold it while fighting the Ministry? While hunting Horcruxes? While dealing with Voldemort? The entity doesn't need to break through by force. It just needs you distracted, exhausted, emotionally compromised. One moment of weakness, I'm not weak. No. You're the strongest person I know. But strength has limits, and you're approaching yours. She took his hand. We need to address the Hollow King directly. Not just contain it, confront it. Understand what it wants, what it's willing to negotiate, whether there's a way to integrate the power permanently without losing yourself. Negotiate with an ancient soul-eating god. Or at least understand its terms. Knowledge is always better than ignorance, even when the knowledge is frightening. Harry looked at their joined hands. Her fingers laced through his. Warm. Steady. Real. When this is over, he said, I'm taking you somewhere nice. Somewhere with no Dementors, no Dark Lords, no cosmic entities. Just us. She smiled. I'll hold you to that. You always do. She leaned her head against his shoulder, and they sat like that in the quiet room, and outside the enchanted window the sun was setting over a world that was changing faster than either of them could control. The summons from Blackwood came that evening. A note, slipped under the door of the room of requirement. Harry, urgent. My office. Come alone. What I have to show you changes everything. Hermione's face went flat when she read it. Don't go. I have to. You don't. This feels wrong, Harry. The timing, right after Azkaban, right when the political situation is most chaotic, right when you're at your most powerful and most unstable. He's been positioning himself for something, and this is it. Maybe. Or maybe he's genuinely found something important. Then he can tell you with me present. The note says come alone. Since when do you follow instructions? Despite everything, he almost laughed. If he's planning something, I need to know what it is. And I'm the worst possible person to ambush right now. That assumes the ambush is physical. The words hung in the air. Physical threats were manageable. Harry was, by any reasonable measure, the most powerful wizard on the planet at this moment. But a psychological attack, an emotional manipulation, a carefully designed deception that exploited his vulnerabilities. I'll be careful, he said. You keep saying that. And I keep meaning it. She kissed him, brief, fierce, more a declaration than a gesture. If you're not back in 1 hour, I'm coming after you. I know. He went. Blackwood's office was warm and lit by candles, and the unspeakable was standing behind his desk with an expression that was carefully, deliberately calm. Thank you for coming, Blackwood said. I know it's late. What's this about? Azkaban. What you accomplished there. Blackwood's voice was steady but his eyes were bright, too bright, the controlled fervor Harry had noticed before now barely concealed. You consumed the entire population. 247 fragments. The lattice is nearly complete. You know about the lattice? I've known about the lattice for 20 years. Blackwood stepped around the desk, and his movements had a coiled, purposeful quality that Harry hadn't seen before. Sit down, Harry. Please. What I'm about to tell you is going to change your understanding of everything. Harry didn't sit. He leaned against the wall by the door, keeping the exit at his back. Talk. Blackwood studied him for a moment, and something shifted in his expression, a letting go, a release, as though he'd been wearing a mask for months and was finally taking it off. The Hollow King is not your enemy, Blackwood said. It never was. The entity that exists within you, the consciousness that the first mages shattered thousands of years ago, it was not destroyed because it was evil. It was destroyed because it was inconvenient. Inconvenient. The first mages were the earliest human practitioners of magic. They accessed the magical field, the ambient energy of the world, through primitive techniques. Rituals, sacrifices, force of will. But the Hollow King was already there. The first consciousness of the magical field. The original intelligence. And it was consuming souls, not out of malice but out of nature. It fed on consciousness the way fire feeds on oxygen. Not evil. Simply, hungry. Hungry enough to eat every soul on earth. If left unchecked, yes. The first mages couldn't kill it. To kill the Hollow King would be to kill the magical field itself. Destroy the field, destroy all magic. So they shattered it instead. Broke it into fragments too small to be individually dangerous. The fragments became Dementors, mindless, driven by instinct, dangerous but manageable. I know all this. Hermione found it months ago. What Hermione didn't find, what she couldn't find, because I removed the relevant texts from every library and archive I could access, is what happens when the fragments are reassembled. Blackwood's voice dropped. The first mages didn't just shatter the Hollow King. They created a lock. A safeguard. A mechanism that would prevent reassembly unless a specific condition was met. What condition? A vessel. A living host, with a soul strong enough to contain the reassembled consciousness and a will powerful enough to direct it. Without such a vessel, the fragments would remain scattered forever, mindless, instinct-driven, unable to coalesce. And I'm the vessel. You are a vessel. The first viable one in recorded history. Blackwood was close now, too close, his eyes burning with that controlled fervor. Harry, your unique combination of attributes, the fractured soul from the Horcrux, the protective magic from your mother, your innate magical strength, your extraordinary willpower, makes you the first person in thousands of years capable of hosting the reassembled Hollow King. The room was very quiet. The candles flickered. How long have you known this? Harry asked. His voice was calm. Since before you were born. I've been researching the conditions for reassembly since Eleanor was kissed. When I learned about you, the boy who lived, the child with a fragment of a Dark Lord's soul, protected by ancient magic, I recognized the profile. I spent years preparing. Preparing what? Preparing you. Blackwood's mask was fully off now, and what Harry saw beneath it was not malice, it was desperation. Raw, aching, 30-year-old desperation. I manipulated your placement at Hogwarts. I ensured Dumbledore would bring me in as a consultant. I guided your consumption, shaped your understanding, fed you information designed to encourage deeper and faster absorption. Everything, every session, every lesson, every conversation, was designed to bring you to this point. Harry's hand went to his wand. You've been using me. I've been saving my daughter. The veneer cracked entirely, and what emerged was grief so vast it filled the room. Eleanor is inside you, Harry. Her soul, consumed by a Dementor 30 years ago, preserved and carried and now absorbed into your essence with everything else. You restored Eleanor Marsh, you pulled a consumed soul from a Dementor and returned it to its body. You can do the same for Eleanor. You can give me my daughter back. And the Hollow King? Blackwood's expression shifted. The grief remained but was joined by something harder, conviction. Certainty. The look of a man who had passed beyond doubt into the unshakable territory of faith. The Hollow King is power, Harry. Pure, unlimited, primordial power. If you embrace the reassembly, if you allow the lattice to complete, if you merge with the entity rather than fighting it, you become something beyond human. Beyond wizard. You become the magical field incarnate. You could reshape reality. End all suffering. Bring back every soul that was ever consumed by a Dementor, not just Alara, every one of them, restored, returned, alive again. And what would be left of me? Blackwood didn't answer immediately. That hesitation said more than any words could have. I see, Harry said. Harry, you don't want me to host the Hollow King. You want the Hollow King to replace me. To use my body as a vessel and my soul as fuel, and when it's done, Harry Potter will be gone and the Hollow King will be walking around in my skin. It wouldn't be like that. You'd merge. Your consciousness and the entities, combined into something greater, something that wouldn't be me. Something that could save my daughter. The scream tore through the room, and Blackwood's composure shattered completely. Tears ran down his face. His hands were shaking. He looked exactly like what he was, a father who had spent 30 years watching his daughter's body breathe without her soul, who had sacrificed everything, career, relationships, sanity, for the chance to bring her back, and who was now staring at the one person who could make it happen. I understand, Harry said, and meant it. Blackwood looked at him. I understand what you've lost. I understand the desperation. My mother died to protect me. My godfather fell through a veil. I know what it feels like to lose someone and spend years defined by that loss. Harry's voice was steady. But I'm not going to sacrifice myself, sacrifice who I am, to resurrect a primordial entity that will consume every soul on earth. Not even for your daughter. You could control it, no one can control it. That's the point. That's what the first mages understood. The Hollow King isn't a tool or a weapon or a resource. It's hunger. Pure, undirected, infinite hunger. And no human will, not mine, not yours, not anyone's, can direct something that fundamental. Blackwood stared at him. The grief in his face was bottomless, the hope draining out of him like water from a cracked vessel. I can still save Alara, Harry said. Without the Hollow King. Without completing the lattice. I restored Eleanor Marsh from a single Dementor. Alara's soul is inside me now, part of the aggregate I consumed at Azkaban. I can find her. I can bring her back. How? The containment barriers are keeping the Hollow King contained. They're not keeping me from my own consumed essence. I can search within myself. Find her. You do that? I do it because it's right. Not because you manipulated me into it. Not as part of some grand plan to resurrect a god. Because a 7-year-old girl had her soul stolen and I have the power to give it back. Something broke in Blackwood's face. The fervor, the conviction, the 30-year plan, all of it crumbled, and what was left was just a man. A tired, grieving, desperate man who had been running toward a cliff and was only now seeing the edge. I'm sorry, he whispered. Harry, the door exploded inward. Not Hermione, not anyone Harry expected. 3 figures in black robes, masks gleaming, wands blazing. Death Eaters, inside Hogwarts, and behind them, visible through the demolished doorframe, the corridor was dark and cold and wrong. Malfoy's vanishing cabinet. The project Draco had been working on all year. A conduit between Hogwarts and Borgin and Berks, bypassing the castle's wards entirely. And someone had just used it. The first killing curse missed Harry by inches, he'd moved before the spell was fully cast, enhanced reflexes pushing him sideways. The second hit Blackwood's desk and exploded it into splinters. The third, Harry caught it. He'd done it before, at Hogsmeade, and it had hurt. This time it still hurt, but less, his enhanced magical resilience absorbing the curse's energy, converting it, channeling it back. He directed the absorbed energy into a wave of force that hit all 3 Death Eaters simultaneously, slamming them into the corridor wall hard enough to crack stone. 2 went down. The third, faster, tougher, better trained, rolled with the impact and came up casting. Harry recognized the magical signature, Bellatrix Lestrange. The Dark Lord sends his regards, Potter, she hissed, and her curses came fast and vicious and creative. Harry deflected them with casual efficiency, each one requiring less and less effort. He sends Death Eaters to do his work. Harry returned fire, not to kill, not yet, but to contain. Binding curses, barrier spells, concussive blasts that drove Bellatrix back step by step. He used to come himself. Has he lost his nerve? Bellatrix screamed in rage and unleashed a torrent of dark magic that would have killed a normal wizard 3 times over. Harry absorbed it. Literally absorbed it, the dark energy flowing into him like water into a sponge, filtered by his consumed essence, converted into fuel. Bellatrix saw it happen. Saw her most powerful magic consumed like a candle in a hurricane. And for the first time, Harry saw genuine fear in those mad eyes. Harry bound them with a thought and turned to Blackwood, who had dropped behind his destroyed desk and was bleeding from a splinter wound on his forehead. "Are you fine?" "Fine." Blackwood was staring at Harry with an expression of total, transcendent awe. "You absorbed a killing curse. You absorbed Bellatrix Lestrange's full combat output. Harry, do you understand what I understand? Are you hurt?" "It's nothing." Blackwood pressed his hand to his forehead. "The Vanishing Cabinet, Draco Malfoy. He's been repairing it all year. Voldemort's been planning this." "I know." Harry looked at the bound Death Eaters. This was a probe. Not a full assault, 3 Death Eaters can't take Hogwarts. Voldemort wanted to see what I could do. Test my capabilities after Azkaban. And now he knows. Now he knows. Footsteps. Running. Hermione appeared in the doorway, wand out, hair wild, eyes blazing. Behind her, Ron. Behind Ron, Voss. "We heard the explosion," Hermione said. "Harry, are you?" She saw Blackwood. Saw the destroyed office. Saw the bound Death Eaters. Her expression hardened into something dangerous. "What happened?" Harry told her. Not just the attack, everything. Blackwood's confession. The manipulation. The 30-year plan. The truth about the vessel, the lattice, the conditions for reassembly. He told her in front of Blackwood, who stood there bleeding and broken and didn't deny a word. When Harry finished, Hermione's face was white and her hands were trembling, and the look she turned on Blackwood was cold enough to freeze helium. "You used him," she said. "For 30 years you planned and schemed and used a teenage boy's pain and loss to manipulate him into becoming a vessel for a primordial entity. You removed texts from libraries to keep the truth hidden. You guided his consumption to accelerate the lattice completion. I did what any parent would do. Don't you dare claim the moral high ground of parenthood." Hermione's voice was shaking now. "My parents are dentists who don't know I've spent the past year studying soul-eating cosmic entities because their daughter fell in love with someone who's being used as a puppet by a man too broken by grief to see straight." The room went very still. Harry stared at her. Hermione seemed to realize what she'd said. Color flooded her face, but she didn't look away. She met his eyes, and the defiance in her expression was extraordinary, not embarrassed, not retreating, standing by every word including the ones she hadn't planned to say. "We'll discuss that later," Harry said, and his voice was doing something strange, warm and rough and approximately 3 octaves lower than normal. "Yes," she said. "We will." "Right now," Harry continued, turning back to Blackwood, "we have a problem. Death Eaters inside Hogwarts means the Vanishing Cabinet is functional. Which means Voldemort can send an army into the castle any time he wants. Unless we destroy the cabinet," Ron said. "Or guard it. Keep it as a funnel, let them come through one at a time into an ambush." "That's mental," Ron said. Then, after a pause, "but clever mental." Voss stepped forward. "I'll handle the cabinet. My authority extends to securing magical infrastructure against dark wizard incursion, and a functional conduit for Death Eaters to enter a school qualifies." She looked at Blackwood. "And I'll handle him." Blackwood raised his hands. "I'm not resisting. I'm not fighting. I did what I did and I'll answer for it." "But Harry," his voice cracked. "Ilara. You said you'd try. Harry looked at this man, this brilliant, broken, manipulative, grieving man, and felt the full, complicated weight of human compassion. I said I'd try. I meant it. Blackwood closed his eyes. Thank you. Voss took Blackwood into custody with brisk efficiency, binding charms, confiscated wand, a professional escort to a secure room that Dumbledore provided. She treated him with the impersonal courtesy of someone doing an unpleasant job well, and Blackwood went without resistance, his shoulders bowed, his eyes empty. 30 years of obsession collapsed into nothing. The vanishing cabinet was located in the room of requirement, a tall, dark wardrobe that radiated wrong magic. Harry examined it with his enhanced senses and found it elegant in a terrible way, a paired conduit, linked to its twin in Borgin and Berks, allowing instantaneous transit between two fixed points. He didn't destroy it. Instead, he placed a ward on it, a containment, drawn from his vast reserves, that would alert him the moment anything attempted to transit. Then he sealed the room of requirement against all access except his own, Hermione's, and Ron's. By the time he'd finished, it was past midnight. Hogwarts was in lockdown. Dumbledore had activated emergency protocols, teachers patrolling corridors, students confined to common rooms. The castle hummed with anxiety. Harry found Hermione in the corridor outside the room of requirement. She was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, looking at the floor with the intense focus of someone composing a speech. You said something, Harry said. I said several things. One of them was interesting. She looked up. In the torchlight, her face was all shadows and angles and the fierce, stubborn beauty of a person who refused to be anything less than completely honest. I said I fell in love with you. Yes. I did say that. You did. It wasn't how I planned to bring it up. You had a plan. I always have a plan. This one involved significantly less public humiliation and more wine. Harry stepped closer. Close enough to see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes, the faint scar on her jaw from a hex in 4th year, the way her pulse was beating visibly in her throat. Hermione. Harry. I love you too. I know. You, what? I'm not blind, Harry. I've known for weeks. Possibly longer. You look at me like I'm the answer to a question you've been asking your whole life. That's accurate. I was going to say dramatic, but yes. Accurate. She laughed. He kissed her. Not the desperate, dust and blood kiss from the Hogsmeade alley, something softer, deeper, the kiss of two people who'd stopped pretending and started being honest. Her hands found his face again, and his found her waist, and the torchlight flickered, and the castle was quiet, and for a few seconds the power and the hunger and the ancient god behind his eyes were all silent. She pulled back slightly, her forehead resting against his. I need to tell you something. Now. Now. While I'm brave enough. She took a breath. The containment barriers. They're not just holding the Hollow King in check. They're also anchoring you. Your sense of self, your identity, your you-ness. Without them, the power you've absorbed would subsume your personality. Not the Hollow King specifically, just the sheer volume of consumed consciousness. You're carrying thousands of souls, Harry. Thousands of lives, memories, perspectives. Without the barriers, you dissolve into them like a drop of water in the ocean. And if the barriers fail? If the barriers fail, you stop being Harry Potter and become a composite, thousands of souls merged into something without individual identity. Not the Hollow King. Something worse. Something with all that power and no one driving. He absorbed this. It was terrifying in a way that the Hollow King wasn't, not an external threat but an internal one. Not being conquered but being diluted. So the barriers are protecting me from two things. The Hollow King on one side and dissolution on the other. Yes. You're standing on a ledge between two abysses. And you built the ledge. And I maintain the ledge. Every night, while you're sleeping, I run diagnostic spells through the monitoring framework I set up. Every night. I check the structural integrity, patch weaknesses, reinforce load-bearing elements. She met his eyes. I have not slept more than 4 hours a night in 6 weeks. He stared at her. The circles under her eyes. The weight she'd lost. The relentless, grinding dedication that he'd attributed to research zeal but was actually something much simpler and much more extraordinary. You've been keeping me alive. I've been keeping you. There's a difference. Why didn't you tell me? Because you would have told me to stop. To sleep. To take care of myself. And I couldn't afford to do that, because the alternative was losing you to either a god or an ocean, and her voice caught. I can't lose you, Harry. I have spent 6 years watching you nearly die on a roughly annual basis and I cannot do it again. I won't. He held her. Properly held her, both arms, full strength, pressed so close he could feel her heartbeat against his chest. She was shaking. Not from cold, not from fear. From exhaustion. 6 weeks of 4-hour nights and constant vigilance, carried on the frame of a 16-year-old girl who was arguably the most brilliant witch of her generation but was still, at the end of the day, human. I'm getting you help, he said. Dumbledore. Flitwick. Someone who can share the monitoring load. They don't understand the framework, then teach them. You're the best teacher I know. Delegate, Hermione. You don't have to carry this alone. She was quiet for a moment. Then, very softly, I don't know how to let go. I know. Neither do I. We'll learn together. She laughed, wet, exhausted, genuine. That was almost smooth. I have hidden depths. So you keep saying. They stood in the corridor, holding each other, and the world was dangerous and complicated and possibly ending, and none of it mattered as much as the simple fact that they were here, together, and the ledge was holding. Ron found them an hour later. He came around the corner, saw them sitting against the wall with their shoulders touching and their hands intertwined, and stopped. Finally, he said. Harry looked up. You're not surprised? Mate, I've been watching you two dance around each other for 6 years. It's been exhausting. He sat down across from them, long legs stretched across the corridor. Hermione, you look terrible. Thank you, Ronald. I mean it. When was the last time you slept properly? Hermione hesitated. Ron's eyes narrowed. That's what I thought. He pulled a chocolate frog from his pocket and tossed it to her. Eat. Then sleep. I'll take watch tonight. You can't monitor the barriers, I can sit outside the room of requirement and make sure nothing comes through the vanishing cabinet. Not everything requires genius. Some things just require a bloke with a wand and a stubborn streak. He met Harry's eyes. I'm not leaving. I told you that. I know. Good. Now both of you go to bed. Separately, I assume, because I'm pretty sure Mrs. Weasley would kill you both regardless of ancient soul-eating gods. Harry laughed. Hermione laughed. And Ron sat in the corridor with his wand across his knees and a Chudley cannon scarf around his neck and kept watch, because that's what he did, and it was enough. The morning brought news that changed everything. Harry was in the Great Hall at breakfast, the first normal meal he'd had in days, when Dumbledore's Patronus burst through the doors. All students to their common rooms immediately. All staff to the main gates. This is not a drill. The hall erupted. Harry was on his feet, power surging, senses expanding outward. He reached for the ambient field and read it like a map. The wards were being tested. Not by Dementors, there were none left to test with. By wizards. Dozens of them. Some on foot, some airborne, pressing against the boundaries with probing spells and brute force. And beyond them, farther out, approaching fast, the dark, massive signature of Tom Marvolo Riddle. Voldemort. Coming to Hogwarts. In person. Harry turned to Ron and Hermione. It's time, he said. And the hunger inside him, the power, the fragments, the nearly complete lattice of the Hollow King, roared in agreement. He walked toward the doors. Hermione caught his arm. Together. Ron stepped up beside him. Yeah. Together. Harry looked at them, the two people who had defined his life since a train ride at 11, the friends who had followed him into darkness and stupidity and impossible odds for 6 years, the ones who refused to let go, and felt something swell in his chest that was stronger than any consumed Dementor, any ancient fragment, any cosmic entity. Together, he said. They walked out of the great hall and into the light, and the war had arrived at their door, and they went to meet it with their heads high and their wands drawn and the absolute certainty that whatever came next, they would face it side by side. Behind them, through the corridors and the stairways and the ancient halls, Hogwarts woke up. Suits of armor clanked to life. Portraits shouted warnings. Stone gargoyles stretched and growled. The castle itself, 1,000 years of magic given form, recognized the threat and prepared to fight. Harry Potter walked toward the gates with the power of a god behind his eyes and the love of his friends beside him, and the sky over Scotland darkened with approaching war. Chapter 5. The Devourer. The gates of Hogwarts were iron and ancient and had stood for 1,000 years against everything the world could throw at them. They were reinforced by the Founder's original wardstones, layered with centuries of protective enchantments, and anchored to the magical bedrock of Scotland itself. They were not going to be enough. Harry stood 50 meters inside the boundary, flanked by Hermione and Ron, and watched the army assemble on the road beyond the gates. They came out of the morning mist like a nightmare given form, black-robed figures in silver masks, spreading across the hillside in disciplined ranks. Behind them, larger shapes, giants, 3 of them, carrying clubs the size of tree trunks. To the flanks, low and fast, werewolves, not transformed, not yet, but savage and willing in their human forms. And in the rear, shuffling in a grey tide that stretched back into the mist, inferi. Hundreds of them. Dead flesh animated by dark magic, empty eyes and grasping hands. That's a lot of people who want to kill us, Ron said. Most of them are already dead, Harry replied. Not helping, mate. Dumbledore appeared beside them with the quiet authority of a man who had been fighting wars before any of them were born. McGonagall was at his right hand, her face set in the expression that students had learned to associate with either transfiguration exams or mortal peril. Behind them, the Order, Moody, Tonks, Kingsley, Lupin, Arthur Weasley, a dozen others. And behind the Order, spreading across the grounds in a determined, frightened, resolute line, the students of Hogwarts. Not the young ones. Dumbledore had ordered everyone below 5th year to the dungeons, guarded by the house elves and Slughorn, who had accepted the inglorious assignment with visible relief. But the 5th years and above, those who chose to stay, stood on the grounds of their school with wands drawn and faces pale and the terrified courage of people who had decided that some things were worth dying for. Neville was in the front rank. Of course he was. Defensive positions. McGonagall's voice cut through the morning air like a whip. Shield lines at the gate perimeter. Flitwick, I want layered protego formations. Sprout, the greenhouses, unleash everything that bites. The defenders scrambled into position. It was messy, imperfect, a patchwork army of teachers and teenagers and retired fighters. But they moved with purpose, and Harry felt something in his chest, not the hunger, not the power, but something older and simpler, tighten at the sight of them. They were here. All of them. Standing in front of an army because Harry Potter had drawn a line, and they had chosen to stand on his side of it. He wouldn't let them down. The Dark Lord's voice rolled across the grounds like distant thunder, magically amplified, coming from everywhere and nowhere. I address the defenders of Hogwarts. You have been deceived. You fight not for the light but for a vessel, a boy consumed by a power he cannot control, a weapon that will devour you as surely as it devoured the Dementors. I offer you mercy. Surrender, Harry Potter, and no blood need be shed. Resist, and I will show you what true darkness looks like. Silence. Wind across the grounds. The creak of the gates. He can saw it off, Ginny Weasley said clearly from somewhere in the defensive line, and nervous laughter rippled through the ranks. Harry stepped forward. Not to the gates, to the space between the gates and the defenders. The place where the fighting would be thickest. He stood there, alone, visible, and let his power rise. The dampening he'd maintained for weeks, the careful suppression, the fine control, the constant effort of holding back, he let it go. All of it. At once. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The temperature around him dropped 10 degrees. The air shimmered with visible distortion, reality bending under the weight of a magical field that had absorbed the essence of nearly 300 Dementors and the almost complete lattice of a primordial entity. The ground beneath his feet frosted. The light itself seemed to dim, not with darkness but with density, as though the world had become more real in his immediate vicinity. Every wizard on both sides of the gate felt it. Harry saw the Death Eaters in the front rank physically recoil. The giants shifted uneasily. Even the Inferi, mindless, dead, incapable of fear, seemed to hesitate. "Tom," Harry said, and his voice carried without amplification, resonant and layered with harmonics that hadn't been there before. "Come yourself. Or send your army and watch it break." 3 seconds of silence. Then the gates of Hogwarts exploded inward, and the war began. The giants hit first. 3 of them, 20 feet tall, swinging clubs that could flatten a house. They charged through the shattered gates with the mindless aggression of creatures that had been promised food and violence and didn't care about the details. McGonagall met the first one. She transfigured the ground beneath its feet into quicksand, then the quicksand into stone when it was waist-deep, trapping it in a prison of its own momentum. The giant roared and thrashed and she hit it with a stunning spell so powerful it went cross-eyed and toppled forward with a crash that shook the ground. Hagrid met the second one. Not with magic, with his fists and a roar of pure, joyful rage. He tackled it at the knees, and the 2 of them went down in a thrashing tangle of limbs that would have been comic if it weren't deadly. Harry took the third. He raised one hand, caught the descending club mid-swing, stopping 20 tons of force with raw magical telekinesis, and pushed. The giant flew backward through the gates, over the heads of the Death Eaters behind it, and landed somewhere in the mist with a distant, earth-shaking impact. The Death Eaters came next. They poured through the shattered gates in a wave, 30, 40, more, firing curses in disciplined volleys that lit up the morning like deadly fireworks. The defensive lines met them with shields and counter-curses, Flitwick's layered protego formations holding against the initial barrage. Harry moved through the battle like a force of nature. He didn't fight like a wizard. Wizards dueled, spell against spell, shield against curse, a chess game of magical technique. Harry fought like a storm. He projected barriers with one hand and offensive magic with the other, simultaneously shielding clusters of defenders and neutralizing attackers. His spells were too fast to track, stunning spells, binding curses, disarming charms, impediment jinxes, each one perfectly targeted, each one carrying enough force to end the engagement in a single blow. A group of Death Eaters attempted a coordinated attack, 5 of them casting the killing curse simultaneously, converging on Harry from different angles. He apparat, the spatial fold that bypassed Hogwarts wards, and appeared behind them, and they hit each other's spells instead. "Watch your crossfire," Harry said calmly, and bound all 5 with a single wave of wandless magic. Bellatrix Lestrange found him in the chaos. She came screaming through the battle, casting with the manic intensity that made her one of Voldemort's most dangerous lieutenants, and her curses were creative and vicious and would have killed most wizards. Harry deflected them without looking, his enhanced senses tracked every spell in his vicinity regardless of his visual focus, and when she closed to dueling range, he met her eyes. "Last chance," he said. "Stand down. The Dark Lord will remake the world, Potter. And you're nothing. An accident." A freak with stolen power, he hit her with a stunning spell that was, by his current standards, gentle. She flew backward, hit a wall, and crumpled. She'd have a headache when she woke up. She'd live. The inferi were the real problem. They came through the gates in a grey flood, hundreds of reanimated corpses, mindless and relentless, immune to most combat magic. Stunning spells didn't work on things that weren't conscious. Binding curses could hold them individually, but there were too many. They shambled forward with outstretched hands, and the defensive lines began to buckle under the sheer weight of numbers. Fire! Dumbledore's voice rang across the battlefield, and the headmaster demonstrated why he was considered the greatest wizard of the age. A wall of flame erupted across the grounds, not ordinary fire but fiend fire, controlled with a precision that should have been impossible, shaped into a barrier that incinerated the inferi on contact while curving around the defenders like a protective embrace. It was magnificent. It was also temporary. Fiend fire was exhausting to maintain, even for Dumbledore, and the inferi kept coming, pressing against the flame barrier, their bodies burning and reforming and burning again. Harry added his power to Dumbledore's. He didn't cast fiend fire, he poured raw magical energy into Dumbledore's spell, feeding it, sustaining it, amplifying it. The flame barrier doubled in size and intensity, and the inferi began to burn faster than they could reform. Ash drifted across the battlefield like dark snow. Dumbledore glanced at Harry, and in that look was everything their relationship had been and everything it had become: gratitude, respect, sorrow, and the unspoken acknowledgement that the student had surpassed the teacher in ways that were both necessary and heartbreaking. The inferi fell. The flames consumed them, hundreds of animated corpses reduced to ash and silence, and when the last one crumbled, Dumbledore released the spell and sagged against a wall, his blackened hand trembling, his face grey with exhaustion. "Go," Dumbledore said. "Find him. End this." Harry nodded. He turned to Hermione, who had been fighting beside the DA, organizing defensive rotations, coordinating healer access, casting with the precise, efficient brilliance that made her the most dangerous person in any room she entered. "I need to find Voldemort," he said. "I know." She gripped his arm. "The barriers are holding. I reinforced them this morning. But Harry, if he forces a confrontation at your current power level, the Hollow King will try to exploit it. The emotional intensity, the magical output, the proximity to death, all of it feeds the entity's coherence. I know. If you feel the burning, I'll hold. I promise." She kissed him. Brief, fierce, the kiss of someone who might not get another chance. "Come back. Always." He turned to Ron. "Keep them safe," Harry said. Ron's jaw was set, his wand steady, his eyes clear. "I've got it. Go kill the bastard." Harry walked across the battlefield. The fighting parted around him, not because anyone commanded it but because his presence was a force that both sides instinctively recognized as beyond their scale. Death Eaters scattered from his path. Defenders watched him pass with expressions caught between hope and awe. He walked through the shattered gates, out onto the road, into the mist. And found Lord Voldemort waiting for him. The Dark Lord stood alone on the hillside above the road. His Death Eaters had fallen back, whether on his orders or out of self-preservation, Harry couldn't tell. Voldemort wore black robes that seemed to absorb the morning light, and his serpentine face was calm with the terrible serenity of someone who had moved beyond fear into pure, calculated purpose. In his left hand, he held a small object that Harry couldn't identify, dark, irregularly shaped, pulsing with an energy that felt old and wrong and achingly familiar. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. His voice was soft, conversational, almost intimate. "The boy who refuses to die. And now, it seems, the boy who eats the darkness. Tom." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed at the name. "You've grown powerful. I can feel it from here, the weight of what you carry. The consumed essence. The fragments." He tilted his head, studying Harry with the clinical interest of a researcher examining a specimen. "You've nearly completed it, haven't you? The lattice. The Hollow King's skeleton. You're almost there. You know about the Hollow King." "I know many things, Harry. I have studied magic in its deepest, darkest forms for 50 years. The Hollow King is not a secret, it is merely an obscure truth. An entity older than wizard kind, shattered into the creatures we call Dementors, waiting to be reassembled." Voldemort's lips curved in something that wasn't quite a smile. "You were never meant to be its vessel. That role was meant for me." Harry stared at him. "Oh yes. I discovered the Hollow King's nature decades ago. The research that Blackwood spent 30 years pursuing, I completed it in 5. But I lacked the essential component, a soul fractured enough to serve as the lattice's foundation, combined with a protective magic strong enough to survive the integration process." Voldemort's red eyes glittered. "Your soul. Your mother's protection. The tools I inadvertently created when I tried to kill you as an infant. You made me the vessel. I made you possible. An unintended consequence of my greatest mistake." Voldemort raised the object in his left hand. Now Harry could see it more clearly, a dark stone, roughly triangular, covered in symbols that writhed and shifted like living things. The energy it radiated was the same frequency as the Hollow King's fragments. The same cold, ancient hunger. "This is the keystone," Voldemort said. "Created by the first mages when they shattered the Hollow King. It is the catalyst, the trigger that completes the lattice and forces the final merger between vessel and entity." He held it up, and the symbols pulsed brighter. "I spent decades searching for it. Found it 3 years ago in a tomb beneath the ruins of the world's oldest magical settlement. And I have been waiting for someone to complete the lattice, waiting for the right moment to use it." "You want to complete the lattice. Force the merger. Wake the Hollow King inside me. And then destroy you both." Voldemort's voice was cold and certain. "The Hollow King, newly reassembled, will be disoriented. Confused. Vulnerable. In the moments after emergence, before it consolidates, in that narrow window of chaos, I will strike. Not at you, Harry. At the entity. I will bind it, contain it, and consume its power for myself. You can't consume the Hollow King. I can consume anything. I am Lord Voldemort. I have conquered death itself. You fled from death. There's a difference." Voldemort's expression hardened. The conversational mask cracked, and beneath it Harry saw the boy from the orphanage, cold, furious, absolutely certain of his own superiority. "You are a child playing with forces you don't understand," Voldemort hissed. "I am offering you the truth of what you are, a vessel, a container, a means to an end. The Hollow King will consume your consciousness, and then I will consume it. Your sacrifice will serve the greater purpose of my immortality. Or," Harry said, "I could just kill you." He moved. The duel between Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort lasted 14 minutes. In the annals of magical combat, it would be studied for centuries, every spell, every counterspell, every tactical decision analyzed and debated by scholars who weren't there and could never fully understand what it felt like to stand in the middle of it. Harry struck first. A bolt of raw magical force, unstructured, carrying the full weight of his enhanced power. Voldemort deflected it with a shield that shattered on contact but redirected the energy, turning Harry's own force into a wave that tore up the hillside in a line of exploding earth and stone. Voldemort countered with the killing curse, not one but a rapid chain, 7 in succession, each aimed at a different predicted position based on Harry's movement patterns. Harry dodged 3, deflected 2, absorbed 1 through gritted teeth, and the 7th he caught and hurled back. Voldemort apparat. Harry tracked him through the magical field and met him at the arrival point with a concussive blast that the Dark Lord barely shielded against. They fought across the hillside, tearing the landscape apart. Voldemort's magic was dark and sophisticated, curses that had no names in any modern language, spells that attacked not the body but the mind, the soul, the magical core itself. He fought with the accumulated knowledge of 50 years of obsessive study, and every spell was chosen for maximum effect, minimum waste. Harry fought with power. Raw, overwhelming, oceanic power, directed by instinct and refined by the fragments' accumulated knowledge. He matched Voldemort spell for spell, not through technique but through sheer force, every curse deflected, every attack absorbed, every dark trick countered by a response that drew on thousands of years of consumed magical experience. The ground between them was scorched and cratered. The air crackled with residual magical energy. Both of them were breathing hard, Voldemort from exertion, Harry from the effort of controlling his output. "You're holding back," Voldemort observed, circling. "Afraid of what happens if you let go? Afraid of what I'll become? Then let me help you decide." Voldemort raised the keystone. The effect was immediate and devastating. The dark stone pulsed with a frequency that resonated with every fragment inside Harry, all 300 of them, the near-complete lattice, vibrating in unison like a struck bell. The resonance bypassed Harry's mental barriers entirely. It wasn't a psychic attack, it was a physical one, a frequency that acted on the fragments directly, forcing them into alignment. The lattice completed. Harry screamed. It felt like being turned inside out. The fragments, which had been separate pieces, individually integrated, controllable, snapped together in a single, instantaneous crystallization. The lattice went from 90% to 100 in less than a second, and the Hollow King's consciousness, fragmented, scattered, contained behind Hermione's barriers, suddenly had a complete structure to inhabit. The barriers held. Barely. Hermione's architecture bent under the strain like steel beams in an earthquake, groaning, cracking, deforming but not breaking. But the entity was pressing against them with the full weight of a complete, coherent consciousness, not testing, not probing, pushing with the inexorable force of something that had been asleep for millennia and was finally, fully awake. Harry fell to his knees. The world went white, then black, then white again. His hands were on the ground, frost spreading from his palms in fractal patterns, and his eyes went black. Solid, absolute black, no iris, no white. The darkness of the void between stars. "Yes," the Hollow King said, and the word came from Harry's mouth in a voice that was not his own, deep, layered, resonant with the harmonics of an intelligence older than civilization. "Yes. At last. At last." Voldemort pointed the keystone at Harry and spoke a word in a language that had been dead for 5,000 years. The keystone blazed with dark light, and Harry felt the barriers crack, not Hermione's barriers, the deeper ones, the ones that separated his consciousness from the ocean of consumed souls, the ones that kept him. The cracks spread. Through the cracks poured the Hollow King, not as an invasion but as a flood, a rising tide of alien consciousness that filled every space it found, pressing against Harry's identity, diluting it, dissolving it. Harry Potter was drowning. Not in water. In souls. Thousands of them, the consumed essence of 3 centuries of Dementor victims, each one a complete consciousness, each one pressing against his identity with the weight of a lived life. And above them all, directing them, riding them like a wave, the Hollow King. Ancient. Vast. Hungry. "Let go," it said, and its voice was inside him now, part of him, indistinguishable from his own thoughts. "You have carried us. Gathered us. Assembled us. Your work is done. Rest now. Let the hunger have its fill." Harry's vision went dark. The physical world, the hillside, the battle, Voldemort, faded to nothing, replaced by the vast, cold space he'd been dreaming of for months. The void between. The space inside his own magical core, where the lattice lived, where the fragments had assembled, where the Hollow King now stood in its full, terrible glory. It looked like him. Not exactly, the proportions were wrong, the features too sharp, the eyes too deep. But it wore his face, his body, his general shape. A mirror image, standing in the void, radiating cold and hunger and an intelligence so vast it made Dumbledore look like a child fumbling with blocks. "Hello, Harry," the Hollow King said, and its voice, his voice, twisted, deepened, echoed through the void like the tolling of a bell. "You're in my head. I am your head. I am your core. I am every fragment you consumed, every soul you absorbed, every piece of my shattered self that you gathered and assembled with such diligent, unwitting care." It smiled, and the smile was almost warm. Almost human. "You did well. Better than any vessel in history. Stronger, more resilient, more capable. I am grateful. Don't be. I didn't do it for you. No. You did it for them. The people outside. The friends. The girl." The Hollow King tilted its head, studying Harry with an expression of genuine curiosity. "Love. Such a strange motivator. I have consumed millions of souls over the millennia, and love is the constant. The one thing every consciousness holds. The one thing that resists dissolution." It paused. "I find it inconvenient. Good. But ultimately irrelevant." The Hollow King spread its hands, and the void around them changed, expanding, deepening, becoming less a space and more a state. Harry could see the lattice now, the complete structure, a vast geometric pattern that extended in every direction, intricate and beautiful and absolutely terrifying. Each node was a fragment. Each connection was a thread of consumed soul energy. And at the center, where all threads converged, stood the Hollow King in its mirror image form. "This is what you've built inside yourself," the entity said. "The architecture of a god. My architecture. My body, reconstructed from the pieces your species scattered across the world." And now that it is complete, it looked at Harry with eyes that were black and deep and infinitely hungry. "Now it needs a driver. You. Me. The original consciousness. The first hunger. The being that existed before your species crawled from the mud and discovered it could make fire dance." The Hollow King stepped closer, and each step resonated through the lattice like a drum. "You've been brave, Harry. Remarkably brave. But bravery is a human quality, and you are standing in the presence of something that predates humanity. Your will, your identity, yourself, these are candles in a hurricane. I don't need to blow them out. I simply need to be, and they will gutter and die on their own." Harry felt it. The pressure, enormous, patient, geological. The Hollow King wasn't attacking his mind. It was simply existing, and its existence was so vast, so heavy, so fundamentally incompatible with individual human consciousness that Harry's sense of self was bending under the weight. Like standing on ice that was slowly, inevitably cracking. "You're right," Harry said. The Hollow King blinked. For the first time, something like surprise flickered across its borrowed features. "I can't beat you," Harry continued. "Not by fighting. Not by resisting. You're bigger than me, older than me, more powerful than me. If this is a contest of raw force, you win. You've always been going to win. Then yield." "No. Because this isn't a contest of raw force." Harry took a step forward, toward the entity, toward the center of the lattice. "You've been inside me for months. You've felt what I feel, seen what I see. You know me. And I know you, not from your words, not from your posturing, but from your fragments. Every Dementor I consumed, I felt its hunger. Your hunger. And I understand it. You understand nothing. I understand hunger. I grew up locked in a cupboard under the stairs, starved for food, for attention, for love. I know what it feels like to want so badly that the wanting becomes bigger than you are. I know what it feels like to be empty and desperate and willing to do anything, anything, to fill the void." The Hollow King was still. The void was silent. "That's what you are," Harry said. "You're not evil. You're not a villain. You're a starving thing that's been broken into pieces and scattered in the dark for thousands of years, each piece still hungry, still searching, still trying to be whole. You didn't choose to feed on souls. It's your nature. The way it's a fire's nature to burn. Then you understand why you cannot stop me. I understand why you think I can't. Harry took another step. He was close to the entity now, close enough to see the details of its borrowed face, the way the features shifted and blurred as though the form couldn't quite hold together. Close enough to see that beneath the vast intelligence and the ancient power, there was something else. Something that looked, if you tilted your head and squinted, like loneliness. You've been alone for a very long time, Harry said. The Hollow King said nothing. Thousands of years. Broken into pieces, each piece mindless, driven by instinct, unable to think or feel or remember what it was. And now you're almost whole again, and the first thing you want to do is consume everything in sight. Not because you need to, because you're afraid. Afraid of being broken again. Afraid of being alone again. So you want to eat the world before the world can shatter you. You presume to psychoanalyze a god. I presume to understand a hungry thing. Because I am one. Harry spread his hands. Look at me. Really look. Not at the vessel, at the person. I've spent my entire life hungry for something I couldn't name. Family. Belonging. Purpose. And when the power came, when I started consuming Dementors, when the magic flooded in and the world got bigger and richer and more detailed, I wanted more. I always wanted more. Not because you were influencing me. Because that's who I am. The hunger is mine. The void trembled. The lattice hummed. You're right, Harry said again. The hunger is not yours. It's mine. You said that to me once, and it was the truest thing you've ever communicated. The wanting, the desire, the endless reaching for more, that's Harry Potter, not the Hollow King. You just share it. You resonate with it. Because we're the same, you and I. Two hungry things trying to fill a void. The Hollow King stared at him with its black, depthless eyes. And for just a moment, a fractional, imperceptible moment, the ancient intelligence behind those eyes looked uncertain. What are you proposing? It asked. I'm not proposing anything. I'm telling you what's going to happen. Harry took the final step. He was face to face with the entity now, inches apart, his green eyes locked on its black ones, and the lattice surrounded them like a cathedral of frozen light. You are not going to consume me. And I am not going to suppress you. Because both of those options end the same way, with one of us destroyed and the other incomplete. Then what? I'm going to do what I've done with every fragment since Privet Drive. I'm going to consume you. The Hollow King laughed. It was a terrible sound, deep, layered, resonating through the void like the cracking of continents. Consume me? Child, I am the first hunger. The original consumer. You cannot eat the appetite itself. Watch me. Harry reached out, not with his hands, not with his magic, but with his self. His identity. His will. The stubborn, defiant, unbreakable core of Harry James Potter, the boy who survived the killing curse, who faced a basilisk at 12, who cast a Patronus against 100 Dementors at 13, who watched his godfather die and kept fighting, who carried the weight of a prophecy and a war and an ancient god and never, not once, gave up. He reached into the Hollow King the way he'd reached into the Dementor that consumed Eleanor Marsh's soul. Not to destroy, to search. To find the thing inside the entity that made it what it was. Its identity. Its self. Its will. The Hollow King resisted. Of course it resisted. It was the most powerful consciousness that had ever existed, a primordial intelligence with the accumulated strength of thousands of years and millions of consumed souls. Its resistance was a hurricane, a tidal wave, a geological force that should have obliterated Harry's mind like a sandcastle in a storm. But Harry wasn't fighting force with force. He was doing something the Hollow King had never encountered, something it had no defense against, because it had never needed one. He was understanding it. Every fragment he'd consumed, every Dementor he'd absorbed, had carried a piece of the Hollow King's memory, its experience, its nature. Harry had integrated all of it, not just the power but the knowledge, the perspective, the emotional truth of an entity that had been the first awareness in a universe of magic. He knew the Hollow King the way you know your own reflection. Intimately. Completely. Without illusion. And he knew its weakness. The Hollow King was a consciousness without a soul. It had awareness, intelligence, will, but no soul. No core of individual identity. It was a pattern, a structure, a lattice, but at its center, where a soul should be, there was nothing. A void. The original void, the hunger itself, the empty space at the heart of the first consciousness that drove it to consume and consume and consume, forever seeking the one thing it could never find. Wholeness. You can't be whole, Harry said, and his voice was gentle. You never could. You were born incomplete, awareness without identity, hunger without satisfaction. That's why you consume. Not because the souls fill you, because you hope they will. And they never do. The Hollow King's form flickered. The mirror image face distorted, reformed, distorted again. For the first time, the entity looked not angry but anguished. Be silent, it whispered. You've consumed millions of souls over thousands of years, and you're still hungry. Still empty. Because the void at your center isn't a wound that can be healed, it's your nature. You are the hunger. Not a thing that hungers, the hunger itself. The space that can never be filled. Silence. I can fill it. The void went still. Absolutely still. The lattice froze. The entity stared at Harry with an expression that was, for the first time in its eternal existence, vulnerable. How? It asked, and the question carried the weight of millennia. By giving you what you've never had. A soul. A center. An identity. Harry reached out and placed his hand on the entity's chest, the mirror image of his own, cold and smooth and vibrating with ancient power. Mine. You would merge with me. No. I would consume you. Take your consciousness, your knowledge, your power, and integrate it into my identity. Not a merger. An absorption. You become part of me, not the other way around. Your hunger becomes my hunger, directed, controlled, chosen. Your power becomes my power, used for my purposes, guided by my will. I would cease to exist. As an independent consciousness, yes. You would become a part of Harry Potter. The way the fragments already are. The way the consumed souls already are. Not destroyed, integrated. Preserved. But no longer in control. The Hollow King looked at him for a long, long time. Its black eyes searched his green ones. The void hummed with the resonance of a decision that would reshape the magical world. You would carry my hunger forever, the entity said. I already do. It will never stop. The wanting. The reaching. The void at the center of everything. I know. And you accept that? Harry thought about Hermione's hands on his face. About Ron's stubborn loyalty. About Dumbledore's faith and McGonagall's fierce protectiveness and Neville's quiet courage. About his mother's sacrifice and his father's bravery and Sirius's barking laugh. About all the people who had loved him, defined him, shaped him into the person standing in this void. I accept all of it, he said. The hunger. The power. The darkness. The wanting. I accept it because it's mine, and because accepting it means I get to choose what to do with it. That's what you never understood, the hunger isn't the problem. The problem is letting the hunger make your choices for you. The Hollow King closed its eyes. Then take me, it said. Be what I could never be. Be whole. Harry pulled. The consumption was nothing like the Dementors. It was not a devouring, it was an embrace. The Hollow King's consciousness flowed into Harry not as a conquered enemy but as a river flowing into the sea. Its vast intelligence, its ancient knowledge, its primordial connection to the magical field itself, all of it poured into Harry's identity and was absorbed, integrated, made part of him. It was agonizing. It was ecstatic. It was the most profound experience of Harry Potter's life. The lattice didn't collapse, it transformed. The cold, geometric structure softened, warmed, became organic. It reshaped itself around Harry's soul like a glove around a hand, fitting perfectly, naturally, as though it had always been meant for this. The void at the center, the hunger, the empty space, filled. Not completely, not perfectly, but enough. Enough to quiet the endless reaching. Enough to give the hunger a home. Harry opened his eyes. He was on the hillside above Hogwarts, on his knees, hands on the ground. The physical world slammed back into focus with the force of a thunderclap. Sound, light, texture, temperature, all of it richer and more detailed than it had ever been, because Harry was no longer just a wizard perceiving the world. He was the magical field itself, aware, conscious, integrated with the fundamental energy of reality. He stood up. Voldemort was 10 feet away, the keystone blazing in his hand, his face alight with triumph that was rapidly curdling into confusion. "The merger is complete," Voldemort said. "The Hollow King should be gone," Harry said. His voice was his own, entirely his own, without the layered harmonics, without the alien resonance. Just Harry Potter, 16 years old, standing on a hillside in Scotland. "The Hollow King is gone. I consumed it." Voldemort stared at him. "You consumed the Hollow King. Its consciousness. Its will. Its identity. All absorbed. All integrated." Harry looked at his hands. They were steady. No dark shimmer. No frost. No distortion in the air. The power was still there, vast, oceanic, more than any wizard in history had ever wielded, but it was his. Completely, entirely, unchallengedly his. "I ate your plan, Tom." For 1 second, 1 heartbeat, Voldemort's composure shattered, and Harry saw pure, undiluted terror in those red eyes. The terror of a man who had spent his life pursuing power, who understood power in all its forms, who had defined himself by power, looking at something that made his life's work irrelevant. Then the terror was gone, replaced by fury. Voldemort raised the keystone and hurled it at Harry, not as a weapon but as a catalyst, a last desperate attempt to force a reaction that would destabilize Harry's control. Harry caught it. The keystone pulsed in his palm, dark, ancient, created by the first mages to shatter and control the Hollow King. It resonated with the fragments inside him, tried to activate, tried to force the lattice into disarray. Harry closed his fist. The keystone cracked. Crumbled. Dissolved into black sand that drifted away on the wind. "No," Voldemort said. Harry looked at the Dark Lord. And with the Hollow King's consumed knowledge, the accumulated understanding of every soul the entity had ever tasted, every magical tradition it had encountered, every secret of the magical field it had embodied, Harry saw Tom Riddle clearly. All of him. Not just the monster but the boy. Not just the Dark Lord but the orphan. The child who had been alone and afraid and different, who had found magic and used it to build walls against a world that had hurt him, who had split his soul into pieces to avoid death and in doing so had become something less than alive. "I can feel them," Harry said quietly. "Your Horcruxes. All of them." Voldemort went white. Actually white, the blood draining from his already pale face, leaving something that looked more corpse than man. Harry could feel them. Through the magical field, through the lattice, through the consumed knowledge of an entity that had been the first consciousness of magic itself. The locket, hidden in a cave by the sea. The cup, locked in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. The diadem, hidden in the room of requirement. The snake, coiled around Voldemort's shoulders. The ring, already destroyed by Dumbledore. The diary, destroyed by Harry in second year. And the fragment in his scar, nearly dissolved now, eaten by the consumed essence, barely a whisper of the Dark Lord's soul clinging to Harry's magical core like frost on a window. 7 pieces of Tom Riddle's soul. Harry could feel every single one. He reached for them. Not physically, magically. Through the lattice, through the field, through the connection that existed between the Horcruxes and their creator. He reached for them the way he'd reached for Eleanor Marsh's soul inside the Dementor, with precision, with intention, with the absolute certainty that this was within his power. And he pulled. Across Britain, in a cave and a vault and a hidden room, 3 objects that contained fragments of Tom Riddle's soul shattered simultaneously. The magical containers failed, crumbled, dissolved, came apart at the seams, and the soul fragments within were released. Not freed, extracted. Pulled through the magical field by a force that the Horcrux enchantments had never been designed to resist. The snake, Nagini, collapsed at Voldemort's feet, dead, the soul fragment ripped from its living vessel with surgical precision that left the body intact but the animating magic gone. The fragment in Harry's scar burned, a white-hot flash of pain that lasted less than a second, and then dissolved entirely, consumed by the vast power of Harry's integrated magical core. Gone. After 15 years, the piece of Voldemort that had lived behind Harry's scar was simply, completely, gone. The scar was just a scar now. Voldemort felt it. Harry watched him feel it, watched the Dark Lord stagger as piece after piece of his fragmented soul was destroyed, each one a severing, a loss, a wound in the most fundamental sense. 7 pieces reduced to 1. The last fragment, the piece that animated the body standing on the hillside, suddenly, terribly alone. Voldemort was mortal. No, the Dark Lord whispered. Then, louder, no. He raised his wand and cast the killing curse with every ounce of power he possessed. The green bolt was massive, dense, blindingly bright, carrying the full desperate force of the most feared dark wizard in history. Harry didn't dodge. Didn't shield. Didn't absorb. He reached out and caught Voldemort's wand arm. The killing curse died in the air between them, extinguished like a candle flame. Voldemort's wand fell from nerveless fingers, clattering on the rocks, rolling away. Harry held the Dark Lord's arm and looked into the red eyes that had haunted his nightmares since he was a baby. It's over, Tom. Voldemort tried to pull free. Couldn't. His strength, magical, physical, the supernatural vitality that had sustained him for decades, was draining. Without his Horcruxes, without the anchors that had kept his fractured soul tethered to life, the body was failing. The magic was unraveling. The red eyes were dimming. I am Lord Voldemort, he hissed. I conquered death. I am immortal. I am, a man, Harry said. Just a man. Brilliant, powerful, and absolutely alone. The loneliest person who ever lived. Voldemort's form was changing. The serpentine features softened, blurred, became less monstrous and more human. For a moment, just a moment, Harry saw Tom Riddle. Not the Dark Lord, not the monster, but the boy from the orphanage. Handsome. Cold. Afraid. I don't want to die, Tom Riddle whispered, and it was the most human thing he had ever said. I know, Harry said. But you're going to. And it's going to be all right. Riddle's eyes, brown now, not red, the original color beneath the decades of dark magic, met Harry's. And in them was something that might have been, in another life, gratitude. Then the light went out, and the body crumbled, and Tom Marvolo Riddle, Lord Voldemort, was dust on the wind, and the war was over. Harry stood on the hillside, holding nothing, and looked at the sky. The clouds were breaking. Sunlight speared through in golden columns, striking the towers of Hogwarts, the lake, the forest, the grounds where the battle's wreckage was still smoking. In the distance, he heard cheering. The defenders of Hogwarts, watching from the walls and the gates, had seen. Word was spreading. Voices rose, shouts, cries, laughter, the raw, uncontained relief of people who had expected to die and were discovering, with joyful disbelief, that they were going to live. Harry walked down the hill. The walk back to the castle took 10 minutes, and it was the longest 10 minutes of his life. Not because of the distance, because of what he felt with every step. The magical field of the world, alive and humming and whole, spreading out from him like ripples in a pond. The thousands of consumed souls, quiet and preserved within him, each one a light in the vast internal ocean. The lattice, transformed, warm, his. And the hunger. Still there. Quieter now, settled, no longer a desperate screaming but a steady, manageable pulse. Part of him. Accepted. He walked through the shattered gates. Students and teachers and order members lined the path, silent at first, then beginning to murmur, then to speak, then to shout. Hands reached out, touching his arms, his shoulders, his back. People were crying. People were laughing. Someone was singing, badly, a song Harry didn't recognize. Neville reached him first. "You did it," Neville said, and his voice was thick with something that defied easy categorization. "You actually bloody did it." "Yeah. Is he gone? Really gone? No coming back this time?" Neville's face crumpled and reformed, grief and joy colliding, and he grabbed Harry in a hug so fierce it would have broken ribs on a smaller man. Harry hugged him back. Then the crowd swallowed him, people pressing in, wanting to touch, to confirm, to verify that the monster was dead and the world was safe. Harry let it happen, let the tide of human contact wash over him, and felt, beneath the power and the consumed knowledge and the vast, quiet lattice inside him, something he hadn't felt in months. Normal. Just for a moment. Beautifully, painfully normal. Hermione hit him like a spell. She came through the crowd at a dead run, and the students parted for her, whether from courtesy or self-preservation was unclear, and she didn't slow down. She slammed into him and her arms went around his neck and her face pressed into his shoulder and she held on with the fierce, unbreakable grip of someone who had been holding herself together for hours and was finally letting go. "You came back," she said into his shoulder. "I promised. You always say that. And I always mean it." She pulled back just enough to look at his face. Her eyes were red, her hair was insane, she had a bruise forming on her jaw and soot on her forehead and she was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. "The Hollow King?" she asked. "Consumed. Gone. Or, not gone. Part of me. But its consciousness, its will, I ate it. The lattice is mine." She stared at him. He could see her mind working, the implications cascading, the questions forming in orderly queues. Then she deliberately, visibly, shut it down. "Later," she said. "Questions later. This now." She kissed him, and the crowd around them erupted in cheers and wolf whistles, and Ron's voice rose above the noise, about bloody time. The aftermath was measured in days, then weeks, then months. The Death Eaters who survived the battle were rounded up by Aurors who arrived, embarrassingly late, from a ministry that had been in the process of sending forces to arrest Harry when word of Voldemort's defeat reached them. Scrimgeour's undesirable decree was quietly rescinded. The political machinery that had been grinding toward confrontation with Harry reversed itself with the smooth hypocrisy of institutions that had always supported the winning side. The Dementors vanished. Not gradually, all at once. In the moment Harry consumed the Hollow King's consciousness, the animating force that sustained the scattered fragments worldwide simply stopped. Without the entity's underlying will, without the hunger that drove them, the remaining Dementors had no reason to exist. They dissolved, hundreds of them, thousands, across every continent, fading into the air like shadows at dawn. The magical world reacted with a mixture of relief and unease. Dementors had been a fixture of magical civilization for millennia. Their disappearance left a void, literal and metaphorical, that would take years to fully understand. Harry felt each one go. A faint pull, a distant echo, and then silence. Like candles being extinguished, one by one, across the face of the earth. Until the last one flickered and died, and the world was, for the first time in recorded history, free of Dementors. He was sitting in the hospital wing when the last one vanished, having his various injuries catalogued by Madame Pomfrey, who was treating him with a combination of professional concern and personal awe that made for an awkward bedside manner. "Did you feel that?" he asked Hermione, who was in the chair beside his bed with a cup of tea and a diagnostic chart. "Feel what?" "The last one. The last Dementor. It's gone." She checked her charts. "Check them again. Your internal fragment count has stabilized. No new integrations. The lattice is inert, fully formed but quiescent. Like a complete circuit with no current running through it. Because the Hollow King isn't driving it anymore. I am. You are." She set down her charts and looked at him. "How do you feel? Really?" Harry considered the question with the thoroughness it deserved. He felt settled. The hunger was there, would always be there, he knew that now, but it was manageable. A background hum rather than a screaming demand. The power was vast, integrated, responsive to his will in ways that felt natural rather than alien. The consumed souls were quiet, preserved, not conscious, a vast library of human experience that he could access but that didn't press against his identity. He was still Harry. Enhanced, transformed, carrying the weight of a god's power and a world's consumed memories. But still Harry. "I feel like me," he said. "Bigger. Different. But me. That's exactly what the diagnostics show." Hermione's voice had the particular quality it got when science confirmed what she'd hoped for. "Your identity matrix is stable. The Hollow King's consciousness has been fully integrated, subsumed into your existing personality structure rather than overriding it. You're not a vessel or a host. You're just, you. With a very, very large magical core." "How large?" "I've stopped trying to measure it. My instruments don't go that high." He laughed. She smiled. And the hospital wing was warm and bright, and outside the window the sun was shining on a world without Dementors, and it was good. Ron visited that evening. He brought chocolate frogs and a chess set and the easy, comfortable presence of a friend who had stood in front of an army and not flinched. "Mum's been baking since the battle ended," Ron reported, setting up the chessboard. 17 pies so far. She bakes when she's emotional. The kitchen at Grimmauld Place looks like a bakery exploded. "Everyone okay? Your family?" "Everyone's fine." George took a curse to the ear, nasty one, sliced it clean off. "He's already making jokes about it. Says he's holy." Fred's pretending to be annoyed and secretly delighted. "And you?" Ron moved a pawn. "Bit singed. Bit shaky. Bit proud, if I'm honest." He looked up. "We held the line, Harry. The DA, the Order, the teachers. While you were up on the hill with you-know-who, we held the gates. Neville took down Greyback, the werewolf, the one who's been terrorizing everyone. Took him down with a stunner and a right hook." "A right hook?" "Neville's been doing push-ups." "Who knew?" Harry moved a knight. "I couldn't have done it without you. Any of it." "I know." Ron's voice was matter-of-fact. Not humble, not boastful. Just honest. That's sort of the point, innit? You're the bloke with the cosmic soul-eating powers, but you still need someone to watch the door. Always. They played chess. Harry lost, as he always did, and the normalcy of it was the most precious thing he'd experienced in months. The visit to Blackwood happened 3 weeks after the battle. Voss had arranged it. Blackwood was being held in a secure ministry facility while the ICW determined what to do with him. Not Azkaban, the prison was being decommissioned, its dark reputation finally matched by its empty halls. A smaller facility, more humane, with actual windows and something approximating decent food. Harry went alone. Blackwood looked smaller than Harry remembered. The charm, the confidence, the magnetic authority, all of it was gone. What remained was a middle-aged man in plain robes, sitting in a plain room, with plain food on a plain table. He looked up when Harry entered, and his eyes, which had once burned with fervent intelligence, were quiet and resigned. Harry. Aurelius. They sat across from each other. The silence was not uncomfortable, it was the silence of two people who had exhausted dishonesty and had nothing left but truth. "I've been told what happened," Blackwood said. "The Hollow King. Voldemort. The Dementors vanishing worldwide." He paused. "You consumed the entity's consciousness. Integrated it. Made it yours." "Yes. Then you are, for all practical purposes, the Hollow King now. Its power, its knowledge, its connection to the magical field. Its power and knowledge. Not its hunger. The hunger is mine, always was. I've accepted that." Blackwood studied him for a long moment. "You're different. Everyone keeps saying that. I mean it positively. You're settled. Complete. The boy I met at the lake was struggling to contain something that didn't fit. You've made it fit." Harry said nothing. Waited. "Elara," Blackwood said, and his voice cracked on the name like a bone breaking. Harry had been preparing for this moment for 3 weeks. He'd spent hours, careful, painstaking hours, searching through the vast ocean of consumed souls within him. Thousands of consciousnesses, each one preserved, each one a complete record of a life lived and lost. Finding a specific soul in that ocean was like searching for a particular drop of water in the sea. But he'd found her. Elara Blackwood. 7 years old. Dark hair, bright eyes, 2 missing teeth. A girl who had loved Quidditch and hated broccoli and believed, with the unshakable conviction of childhood, that her father could fix anything. Her soul was intact. Faded, compressed by 30 years of Dementor captivity, but whole. Preserved in the amber of consumed essence, waiting. "I found her," Harry said. Blackwood went perfectly still. "I can't bring her back," Harry continued carefully. "Not the way you hoped. The soul restoration I performed for Eleanor Marsh required a living body and a recent consumption, hours, not decades. Elara's body has aged 30 years without her soul. The connection between body and soul has degraded beyond repair. If I tried to force her soul back into that body, it would be like pouring water into a broken cup." Blackwood's face was a mask of grief so profound it was almost architectural. Layer upon layer, built up over decades, supporting the weight of everything he'd done and failed to do. "But I can do something else," Harry said. He held out his hand, palm up, and focused. It took concentration, fine, delicate work, like surgery with magical instruments. He reached into the ocean of consumed souls and found Elara's essence, cupped it gently in his will, and drew it upward. Not out, not fully, not permanently. Just enough. A small sphere of silver-white light appeared above his palm. It was warm and bright and it pulsed with the particular frequency of a 7-year-old girl who missed her father. Blackwood stared at it. His hands were trembling. His eyes were filling with tears that he didn't try to stop. "Elara," he whispered. The light pulsed. Brightened. And from within it, a voice, small, faint, but unmistakable, "Daddy." Blackwood broke. The sound he made was not a word. It was not a sob. It was something deeper and more primal than either, the sound of 30 years of grief and guilt and desperate love reaching its end. He reached toward the light with shaking hands, and Harry let the sphere drift closer, and Blackwood cupped it in his palms like a candle flame. "I'm here, sweetheart. I'm here. Daddy, I was in the dark. For a long time. But I could feel you. You were always looking for me. Always. I never stopped. I know. The voice was fading, the manifestation was exhausting for Harry, and the soul couldn't sustain external projection for long. It's nice here now. It's warm. The dark man, the nice dark man with the green eyes, he made it warm. Blackwood looked at Harry through his tears. The expression on his face was beyond description, gratitude and anguish and something that might, in another context, have been worship. She's safe inside me, Harry said quietly. Her soul is preserved. She's not suffering. She's not alone. She's part of the ocean, part of thousands of souls that I carry. And I will carry them for as long as I live. Can she? Blackwood's voice broke. Can I talk to her again? Sometimes. Sometimes. Not often, the manifestation is difficult. But yes. Sometimes. The light pulsed once more, warm, bright, loving, and then faded, and the soul settled back into the ocean, and Blackwood sat in his plain room with his plain food and his plain robes and wept like a man who had been carrying a boulder for 3 decades and had finally set it down. Harry left him there. Not out of cruelty, out of respect. Some grief was too sacred to witness. In the corridor outside, Voss was waiting. She stood in her usual posture, balanced, alert, professionally composed, but something was different. The suppression of her magical signature had relaxed slightly, and through the gaps Harry could sense her emotional state more clearly than before. She was affected. Deeply affected. Not just by what she'd witnessed through the door, but by something personal. Something she'd been carrying the way Blackwood had carried his grief. You have someone too, Harry said. Voss didn't deny it. My brother. Kissed during the First Wizarding War. He was an Auror. 23 years old. I'll look for him. Her composure cracked, just a hairline fracture, quickly sealed, but Harry saw it. I would appreciate that. It might take time. The older the consumption, the harder the identification. I've waited 18 years. I can wait a little longer. They walked out of the facility together, into the sunlight, and the world was bright and warm and free of Dementors, and somewhere inside Harry, thousands of souls waited patiently for the day they might be found. The Hogwarts term ended with a feast that was less formal ceremony and more extended celebration. The Great Hall was repaired, the damage from the battle rebuilt by a combination of magic and the castle's own self-healing properties, and decorated in all 4 house colors simultaneously, because no one could be bothered with competition when they were all still slightly giddy with survival. Dumbledore stood at the head table and looked out over the assembled students, and his eyes were bright with something that transcended the usual twinkle. Another year, he said. Not the year we expected. Not the year we would have chosen. But the year we were given, and I believe, I truly believe, that we have risen to meet it. Cheers. Thunderous, sustained, the sound of 500 young people who have been through hell and come out the other side with their spirits intact. I will not pretend that the road ahead is without challenges, Dumbledore continued. The world has changed. The magical ecosystem has been disrupted. Political structures will need to be rebuilt. Old wounds will need to heal. His gaze found Harry in the crowd. And some of us will carry the weight of those changes more than others. Harry met his eyes and nodded. But I will say this, I have been headmaster of this school for many years, and I have never been prouder of its students than I am tonight. You fought for each other. You protected each other. You refused to surrender even when the darkness seemed absolute. Dumbledore's voice softened. That is not magic. That is something better. That is love. He raised his goblet. To Hogwarts. To its students. And to the future. T.O. Hogwarts, 500 voices roared, and the ceiling, enchanted to reflect the night sky, blazed with shooting stars. The astronomy tower, late that night. Harry climbed the stairs alone, then not alone, Hermione's footsteps behind him, quiet and familiar, matching his pace. They emerged onto the observation platform and the night sky spread above them like a jeweled cloth, stars brilliant and close and real. They sat on the parapet, dangerously, carelessly, the way you do when you're 16 and in love and have recently defeated both a Dark Lord and a primordial god and feel, not unreasonably, that the universe owes you a moment of peace. The grounds below were silver in the moonlight. The lake reflected the stars. The forest was dark and quiet and, for the first time in centuries, entirely free of Dementors. Somewhere in the castle, someone was playing a wireless, the Weird Sisters, something upbeat, the bass line carrying through the stone. "So," Hermione said. "So. You consumed a primordial entity, destroyed all of Voldemort's Horcruxes simultaneously, and killed the most dangerous dark wizard in history. Been a full day." "It has." She pulled her legs up onto the parapet and wrapped her arms around her knees. "What now?" Harry considered the question. What now? The two most important words in the language, spoken by every person who had ever reached the end of one story and found themselves standing at the beginning of another. "NEWTS, I suppose," he said. Hermione stared at him. Then she laughed, the real laugh, the full-body one that made her snort slightly and clap her hand over her mouth, the one that Harry had decided, months ago in a kitchen at Grimmauld Place, was the most important sound in the world. "NEWTS, she repeated. "You have the power of a god and you're thinking about exams. Dumbledore would approve. He always said education was the most powerful magic. Dumbledore says a lot of things. Some of them are even true." She leaned against his shoulder. Her hair smelled like parchment and smoke and the particular herbal scent of the healing salve Madame Pomfrey used on battle wounds. He put his arm around her, and they fit together with the comfortable inevitability of two pieces that had always belonged in the same puzzle. "What does it feel like?" she asked. "All of it. The power, the knowledge, the Hollow King's lattice. The consumed souls." Harry thought about it. Really thought, with the fullness and depth that the question deserved. "Hungry," he said. She raised her head to look at him, one eyebrow lifted. "But I've got better things to do than eat." She looked at him for a long moment, and in her eyes he saw everything, the fear and the love and the brilliance and the stubborn, magnificent refusal to let the people she cared about face the darkness alone. He saw the girl who had run toward a troll at 11 because her friend was in danger. The girl who had brewed Polyjuice Potion at 12 because the rules mattered less than the truth. The girl who had punched Draco Malfoy at 13 because some things deserve a fist. The girl who had stood beside him through every impossible thing and never, not once, wavered. "I love you," he said. Not because it was a dramatic moment. Because it was true, and because true things should be said often and without occasion. "I love you too." She paused. "But if you skip NEWTS, I'm breaking up with you." "Understood. And you're helping me organize the consumed soul registry. If there are thousands of preserved consciousnesses inside you, they need to be catalogued, identified, and, where possible, returned to their families. It's going to be the most significant magical research project in history. You've already written the proposal, haven't you?" "First draft. I'll revise in the morning." He laughed. She laughed. Below them, the Weird Sisters transitioned into a slow song, and somewhere in Gryffindor Tower, Ron was probably eating pie and losing at chess and being exactly, perfectly himself. Harry Potter sat on the astronomy tower with the girl he loved, and the stars turned overhead, and the castle hummed with 1,000 years of magic, and the world was broken and beautiful and worth protecting. He had the power of a god and the hunger of a human and the love of a girl who would never stop pushing him to be better. It was enough. More than enough. It was everything. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.